Welcome to America's Day at the Races. So happy to have you with us. We're coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Live racing today from the Big A. We're just a stone's throw away from JFK Airport. Many a day I have flown in there and taken the air train to the A, right over to Aqueduct. Acacia come alongside Andy Sterling. First and foremost, though, we want to say Happy Father's Day to all the dads and father figures out there.
Absolutely. Happy Father's Day to everybody. You know, looking at JFK there, a lot of racetracks are across the street from airports.
Yeah.
Woodbine is, Keeneland is. I mean, the old Hollywood Park used to be there. I think there's quite a few tracks that are right by airports for whatever reason. They end up being here, but happy Father's Day, everybody. It's a beautiful day here in New York. We got some fun racing to talk about. I think some interesting, more wide open races today and a Pick 6 carryover as well.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that Pick 6 carryover coming up a little bit later on. Our feature today, though, will be the 8th race this afternoon on the turf. Belmont at the Big A, and there was a significant scratch. Sweet Montreal, maybe not necessarily as a winning contender, but definitely changed the way the pace will play out in here.
I agree. I mean, as a sprinter stretching out with significant sprint speed, she was going to be in front, and that wasn't going to be helpful to a horse like Downtown Channel. Now, whether or not Downtown Channel is good enough remains to be seen, but she now becomes the controlling speed. Mommy's Turn's the horse to beat. I'm just not sure off this kind of layoff, and as you pointed out, it's not a natural layoff. It happened in July, so obviously something went wrong with her. Chad Brown is great with these kind of layoffs, especially in turf routes, but how short a price do you want to take on her?
She comes back for her 4-year-old debut. Chad Brown will also send out Nona Lynn. She was sidelined in November, kind of a natural type of layoff that you anticipate, especially for a New York-bred turf horse like she is. But those two making their 4-year-old debuts, we'll see if Downtown Channel is able to control things.
Yeah, and you know, you never want to read too much into this. But I always kind of wonder, and I have had absolutely no conversation with Chad Brown about any of this. I mean, conceptually I have in the past. Obviously right now Chad is focused on trying to win another trainer's title in Saratoga. Got Todd out there. I know Todd's been a little cold. He will always be dangerous in Saratoga. Linda Rice, who certainly did very well last summer. But Chad is focused, and you think, well, this race came up, but how many of his bullets is he running the last week at Aqueduct? And maybe he feels like they'll run okay, but maybe they also need a race too before that. I'm just hypothesizing, and maybe that's just a waste of time to think that way.
That's a good point, though. We'll see what takes place in the 8th race coming up a little bit later on. We'll also have racing for you today from Monmouth Park down on the Jersey Shore. Father's Day at Monmouth, always a big deal, and there are 2 stakes on the card there as well as we welcome in Paula Duca and Megan Burgess. Hey guys, and Paulie, happy Father's Day.
Thank you very much, Acacia, as well. I mean, my daughter called me at 5 this morning. My ex had called me and said, I think my daughter, she set the alarm and called me to wake me up on purpose.
Oh, that's really sweet. Happy Father's Day, Paul.
I appreciate it, Megan. So we got 2 stakes races on the card today. The Lady Secret will be race number 3. Race number 6 will be the Get Serious. Chad Summers in the house. We ran into him right before we got here, before we did our first hit. Dry Powder and Inefficiency in the Ladies' Secret, 4-5 and 7-5. It looks like these two fillies here.
They are. Dry Powder exiting a quick turnaround where he actually ran her off the La Troyenne just a week apart. As we'll take a look at the Chad Brown entrant and Inefficiency's last performance in the Ruffian, where she tracked off the pace rating, and then horses kind of came up on her inside. She was kind of shuffled back around the far turn. Took her a second, but Paul, I really felt as if she was in the right here late. Though she does get an additional added half a furlong at this 1.16 mile distance for the first time, and that could be something that she needs to prove here at the 2 turns.
You know, we ran into Chad Summers, and he said to us, listen, we don't really love the inside with Dry Powder. His one takeaway was that Inefficiency hasn't gone around 2 turns, so maybe she won't be as dominant. But listen, he had a ton of respect for that filly right to the outside. Now, race number 6 will be the Get Serious. Get Serious was a really good miler here a long time ago. Couple scratches, nothing better. Or 1 scratch, nothing better. Right now, it looks like Governor Sam tepid favorite, but this is a nice group, Megan.
It really is, and the number 1, Allegon, is the horse to beat to me, but Governor Sam has had some really strong form as a 2- and 3-year-old as he gets back to Monmouth Park. I believe he won a stake way back when over this strip as he gets a sort of class relief, but my biggest takeaway from him is that I do think he's one of the main players in this spot that actually wants this 5/8 distance, as he's been gelded last year, hopefully able to get out of the gates in good order, and does have that tactical speed with plenty of speed despite the scratch of nothing better. Still signed on.
You make a good point. I think getting out of the gate's going to be giant for him because there is a lot of speed with Allegon, Coppola. Very, very competitive races here today. Acacia, that's race number 6 to get serious. Don't forget, we have a 37,000 plus carryover in the early pick 4 that starts in race 2.
Carryovers galore today. Guys, thank you. We look forward to hearing insights from Paul and Megan throughout the afternoon. So an early pick 4 carryover at Monmouth Park with the 2 stakes, and you have a pick 6 carryover Belmont at the Big A as well. Do note we're bouncing around on networks today, so now until 1 p.m. on FS2. From 1 to 2 we move over to FS1, and then back on FS2 from 2 to 5:30. As always, today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. You can play along with all of the action at Naira Bets. Sign up, get started today over at Naira Bets. Use promo code MATCH200 for an up to $200 deposit match bonus when you sign up. Check out nairabets.com or download the app today as we'll get ready for some live racing, but more than anything, we'll also be paying our tribute to the Big A. After today, we'll have just one final week of racing at Aqueduct. We'll be open for simulcast through September 7th, but one more week and then we head up to Saratoga and say farewell to the Big A, which has given us so many wonderful memories.
While Aqueduct might not be the most beautiful or bucolic track in the country, It's real. It is New York City's racetrack.
This is New York's racetrack. This is New York City's racetrack.
I mean, it's within the city limits. It's right by JFK. You can hop on the A train, jump right here to the racetrack.
There's something great about a racetrack you can take the subway to. Just getting off the subway and going to a racetrack, it's the Otoy of Queens.
Coming in on the train, on the bus, public transportation to get here, like I said, coming for the love of the sport, the love of the horse, first and foremost. I think those are some of the things that really make Aqueduct so special.
Aqueduct fans are hardcore, they're smart, they're knowledgeable, and they're not afraid to call you about it. And I appreciate and love the fans, because as much criticism they can give you, 99% of the time they're spot on in their analysis.
It has the New York kind of tough guy attitude, maybe on the outside, but it is warm and fuzzy on the inside. And to me, that's so quintessential New York.
I'm going to definitely miss taking a subway that drops me off here, that's for sure.
You know, this is the greatest city in the world, and to have a racetrack with premier racing right in the city limits is a special time.
It looks like, it feels like the city, and we really don't have many racetracks in cities anymore in America.
Aqueduct is definitely a special place. We will have those memories for a long time to come, of course, but a place that we will say farewell to. We're very excited about our future with the new Monmouth Park, but we've seen some really special moments here.
I agree. I'm going to miss taking the A train out here. I've been doing it for so long, and I mean, I've been coming out here for now almost 53 years. And a lot of good times at Aqueduct over the years, some less than good times as well at racetracks, but it's been a lot of fun, and it's been a great home to us while we've rebuilt Belmont. Yeah. And you know, one thing looking back on, I know, you know, a lot of people were upset we lost the inner dirt, and I like the inner dirt too, but it was because we knew, and Glenn Kozak knew, we needed a second turf course. Because in order to be closed for basically 3.5 to 4 years at Belmont, we couldn't have run the program we run with only one turf course. So if we hadn't put that second turf course in, we could not have really had the racing we've had for the last years. And I understand it's not in play in the winter, but we were able to run good racing here in the spring, summer, and fall as well with the two turf courses. It's made a huge difference.
Yeah, it really has, and we've seen some really great turf performances throughout the year on those courses as well, which you can see behind us. They look fantastic and have been fantastic. But let's welcome Maggie Wolfendale into this conversation. Maggie, we have all been heckled by the fans here at Aqueduct. I don't know about you, but one of my favorite moments to watch, though, was when you and Kendrick Carmouche went into the crowd for his milestone victory.
Yeah, that was wild, Acacia. As he said to me, he said, "Come on, Mag, we're going to take a walk." And I was like, where? We're at Aqueduct. Where else are we going to go? And he marched down the racetrack to the gate that opens up to the apron, and we fully embraced all the fans who do truly love Kendrick. But as you were saying, yeah, nobody is safe down here in the paddock from being heckled by the fans, but the adulations are far greater than the jeers, as the Aqueduct faithful are like no other fans, racetrack fans on the planet, as they are so passionate about their racing. They ride every horse at just as hard as every jockey, go up to the grandstand and watch them at the TVs. They're incredibly passionate. I do hope, I know a lot have said that they're not going to come over to Belmont, but I hope that we can get some over to Belmont and really enjoy the new facility. But truly, Acacia, I know a lot of people, including all the fans here at Aqueduct, are really going to miss this place.
Yeah, so true. Well said, Maggie. And we so appreciate those fans who have been so loyal to Aqueduct for so many years. I think over the last couple of weeks, both of us and everybody on the show has run into people who said they've been coming here for 30, 40 more years to the Big A.
No, I agree. And it is, you know, I mean, obviously there's a big crossover between the crowds here in Belmont, but there are people that sort of go to one and don't always go to the other one, but hopefully we'll get them to come over. And I'm fully confident that our Jamaican community will be coming over and joining us at Belmont, and looking forward to that as well.
We certainly do. We're going to go out in style, though, with closing weekend at the Big A. Next Saturday and Sunday, some fun things going on. Caribbean theme party on Saturday, which will be fantastic. And then saying farewell on Sunday for closing day. The first 1,000 fans get a jar of the track surface. So a little piece of Aqueduct to take home with you.
Yeah, you're never going to forget Aqueduct, but that's kind of a neat thing.
Of course, we're saying farewell to Aqueduct, but we're also pretty excited about our new home to come. Opening day of the new Belmont Park is September 18th, which will feature the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and it was announced by Forever Young's team that he will be pointing to the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and then after that to Keeneland to try and defend his title in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A world-class talent. I'm thrilled about this news. I think it's so exciting that he plans to come.
I know, it was something we had hoped for a long time could happen. It looked like it wasn't going to happen, but the Connections announced today they're going to come over for that race and then stick around for the Breeders' Cup Classic as well to look to win 2 in a row. So having him pointing there, Sovereignty, obviously a lot of other horses. We've got the Stephen Foster coming up with Magnitude and Baeza, as well as White Barrio. So pretty exciting news, especially for what's already going to be a very exciting day.
The older horse division has seemed to be shaping up to be really fun and exciting this year, and we'd love to see them all line up in the starting gate in that Jockey Club Gold Cup opening day of the new Belmont Park. We have horses on the track for race 1 at Monmouth Park to kick off our live racing action, going 1 1/16 on the turf. Right now, Olat from the inside, currently the favorite for Lindsay Schultz, getting back to the turf.
Paco Lopez is going to take a lot of money, and this horse has the credentials to be okay. Doesn't have a lot of speed. We'll see if Paco can be a bit more forward.
10-1 on Painter Pretty, another Lindsay Schultz, this one on the turf for the first time.
You know, there is some turf pedigree, but the dam, you know, the one winner in the turf was Jamar Chevalier, but Painter, the sire, has had success in the turf. The other Lindsay Schultz, and this one has speed.
The 3 Just Tell Ann, I think we missed. The 4 Time for You went by. There's first time starter Crossover Capital.
They're betting the other Chad Brown, and I kind of get that in here. Mistborn, but this one could be live. We've seen them win with the stable over there.
Too Many Mikes goes to the Kate DeMasi barn, and there's the 7 Dark Blue Water.
Yeah, Dark Blue Water doesn't look possible in here. Too Many Mikes not impossible, but does make a trainer switch away from Graham Motion.
And Mistborn for Chad Brown, who does have the experience.
And comes out of a live race. We saw Marketplace of Ideas run a big race up in Saratoga, so maybe this one can move forward off that. I'm surprised this horse is 5-1.
Yeah.
Looking at the fixed odds, probably going to get a shorter price.
That's the field for the opener. We'll talk a little bit more about it. Check in with our team after this on America's Day at the races.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendi.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. You can also earn a 20% bonus on winning daily doubles at Monmouth Park today. Check out nairabets.com. Make sure you opt in. Looks like we've got some live music over there, great crowds, food trucks. What a fun way to spend Father's Day.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a good crowd. You know, it was always a great day at Belmont Park. Obviously, Aqueduct a little different. You know, one of the reasons people wonder why the restaurant's not open up here, which is where our studio is, there's no air conditioning up here.
Yep.
And while it's a little more
From
comfortable than it was
personal
last week,
yes.
it's still not fair to ask people to come up and have lunch and it's not air conditioned in the summer.
Horses stepping onto the turf for the opener at Monmouth Park. Let's check in with Paul and Megan.
Thank you, Acacia. Yeah, a tremendous crowd on hand here in Oceanport, New Jersey. An absolutely gorgeous day on Father's Day. I will say this. I've had a lot of fans come up to me and say, can't wait till Father's Day comes back at Belmont Park. Such a tradition there as well. Let's get to race number 1 to start this 8-race card. We got some fillies on the turf going a mile 16th up the turf chute. Let's start with the 1. Lindsay Shields has a couple runners, so does Chad Brown, but the 1 is taking all the money now. The filly by Lope de Vega.
Lope de Vega has such strong numbers here, specifically on the turf routing, Paul, and she actually wears a unique piece of equipment in which her right eye is completely covered. Now, her left eye is unencumbered. She is not wearing a full typical blinker, but her right eye is going to be covered by that piece of nylon where you can see through her races that she has been sometimes intimidated by horses. She suffered a little bit of traffic there on debut at the fairgrounds, or her second start, I should say. And I like this filly, Paul. She might not be the typical Lope de Vega with all of the size and scope, but she is quite strong for her petite frame, Paul. She's getting that typical Paco Lopez warm-up as she gets back to the turf for the first time. And I like the appearance of not only her physically, as she's strengthened to me from the last time I saw her back in May.
Yeah, I mean, she looked well. She got a vigorous warm-up like Paco always does. Now, the 2 Chad Brown runners here, the filly on the outside, Mistborn, and the first-time starter, I thought the 8 looked tremendous. That's where I landed.
I agree with Andy as far as the price discrepancy on the number 8, Mistborn, who did look best to me in the paddock for trainer Chad Brown. 1 of 2 in here for him, as this horse also broke off from the pony with underneath Sunny Leon, getting a nice warm-up. The Dam 1 going long in France. She looks like she's bred for the turf all day, and she was incredibly fit and athletic. Comes out of a race there back on March the 7th with 2 next out maiden special weight winners. She's my pick in this spot, Paul.
You could tell Dark Blue Water, the gray, they got her there early because they know she was going to be an issue going in the gate. I think they got her in. The other 7 are going to load. You know, one other horse we'll talk about, the 3, Just Tell Ann. Ray Handel has had a start with me, a second-place finish. This horse seems like she's kind of been in between with her runs.
I would agree with you there. As I also thought, Paul, the interesting X factor in this race was the number 5 Crossover Capital for Chad Brown, a first-time starter. I honestly think that she will benefit from the start, just to tuck her up a little bit from a fitness perspective, as she has been working in company with a debut winner and 2 martinis there over the winter at Payson Park. Certainly bred for the turf, and looks like that's exactly where she belongs. She's got the size to go forward at this route test on debut.
Well, an intriguing race to start the card here in Oceanport, New Jersey on a Father's Day in 2026. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load in the call.
Just Tell Ann goes in. Dark Blue Water. Time for You is loaded. 1 back. Mistborn to the outside. 8 races on the docket today, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running on Father's Day 2026 here at Monmouth Park. A good start for Time For You, who's showing speed today, and Time For You is going to come out of the chute with Painter Pretty. These two come out of the chute 1-2. Painter Pretty and Time For You side by side with 1 lap to go. They put 3 lengths on Olotz, who's on a stronghold early on in the 3rd spot. Just Tellan to the outside. Then Crossover Capital, Too Many Mikes alongside, 4 clear of Mistborn, and Dark Blue Water, the gray, at the back of the pack as they're strung out going into the 1st turn. Time For You strings them out under Luis Acasio, opens up 2 lengths on Painter Pretty, who runs in 2nd, now 2.5 behind. A gap of 3 to Olotz, still a bit keen in the 3rd position. Just Tellan relaxed to her outside. A 1.5 lengths to Crossover Capital, 1/2 length to Too Many Mikes, another length to Mistborn, still has 1 runner beat. That's Dark Blue Water with 5 furlongs to go. Time For You wings it on the lead, has opened up 3.5 lengths with a 1/2 mile left to go. Painter Pretty happy to track behind in 2nd, gap of 2 to her stablemate Olotz. Just Tellan, they run as a pair. 2 more back to Crossover Capital, Too Many Mikes to the outside. Mistborn still 2nd to last. Dark Blue Water at the rear as they corner into the far turn. Time For You, here comes Painter Pretty getting closer. Painter Pretty gets a tap on the shoulder. Time For You keeps going, leads a length. Painter Pretty under some pressure in the 2nd spot. Just Tellan getting closer, 3 wide approaching the quarter pole. Olotz saving ground as they come off the turn. Crossover Capital in the meantime swings to the outside for the stretch drive. She's rattling on down the center of the track. Crossover Capital down the center of the course is unleashed with a ferocious rally, and she's gone from the middle of the field to grab the lead, and she opens up under Samuel Marin. 1st time starter here, Crossover Capital winning on debut for the Chad Brown barn. Mistborn 2nd, rounding out the Brown Exacta, then Olotz and Just Tellan.
1st time starter at a generous price for a Chad Brown debuter, Crossover Capital. Sammy Marin in the saddle, and she comes rolling late, Andy.
Yeah, she broke a step slow, but not badly, and Sammy did a great job getting her the rail, and he got where he wanted to be, right behind the number 1, who was the favorite in that race. When that horse was kind of getting in a little trouble, Sammy did a good job guiding out to the 2 path, and when she got out in the clear, she just absolutely rolled by these horses with Chad's other runner running 2nd. But, you know, we have seen, I think, Surge Capacity, who ended up being a Grade 1 winner, winning the Matriarch, broke her maiden, may have been Belmont Stakes Day or Belmont Stakes Week at a square price in Monmouth. Sometimes people make the mistake of thinking the ones Chad has at Monmouth aren't the best ones, and they're wrong.
Absolutely. She was purchased as a yearling over in France at Arcana for just a little bit more than $200,000, and she was worth the wait, debuting as a 3-year-old. You don't see many progeny of Zarak at Monmouth usually. Maybe from Chad's farm.
I don't think you see too many progeny of Zarak anywhere in America, to be honest with you.
We've had a couple, actually.
Yeah, no, that was a horse that really wanted a lot of distance, right? He was a long distance
Absolutely.
horse, looking him up. But this horse is okay. I mean, we'll see. Probably see this horse in a non-winners of 1 up in Saratoga.
And we've seen it in Saratoga, too, and you bring up a good point, especially the last 2 years. First-time starters and horses off layoffs that have been prepping with Chad's team at Monmouth, shipping to Saratoga, did exceptionally well.
I mean, amazing. Those are the ones to really watch. I remember when Practical Joke debuted, and people said, oh, he's been training at Monmouth, he's probably good. And it's like, since then, and Peamy has down at Monmouth, Peamy has in general is incredible, but the ones at Monmouth, there have been a couple times in Saratoga, Chad has said to me, you know, I'm not, know a lot about, or I, never was as high on this horse, but my guys at Monmouth are telling me this horse is going to run big today, and almost universally they were right.
Yeah. So something to look out for. Chad Brown Exacta, by the way, at Monmouth in the opener, 5.813, 1080 for the 1st-time starter for the winner. As of course we are looking ahead to opening weekend. It's kind of the semi-opening weekend, right, with the July 4th, but racing does return at Saratoga on Friday, July 3rd. It'll also be a big weekend celebrating America's 250th anniversary. I know there's a lot of big things going up there in Saratoga, and we can't wait.
I'm going to guess that you and I are in a similar position on fireworks.
I hate fireworks.
I'm not a huge fireworks
I hate
person.
fireworks. They scare the horses. They scare the animals. It's If you work with horses, they're a nightmare. It's just everything you're doing to make sure they're okay and in their stalls.
When I lived in Brooklyn, when I first moved to New York, 4th of July was always a rough day.
Here is a look at some of the highlights that we have to look forward to throughout December. We're going to be up there for the long haul from July 3rd to September 7th, and we'll have some really special stakes that we have to look forward to, some nice giveaways as well. They released the list of giveaways. over
There's
at
like 100
Monmouth.
of them. There's
I
more
know.
giveaways I've ever seen in my
We're
life.
there for a lot of weeks, so there's a lot of giveaways. Sammy Marin, who was he was sidelined for a lot of the Monmouth meet
Forgot
so
about
far
that,
with an
yeah.
injury. He's back, and I'm sure this is a big win for him, for Chad Brown, who rides a lot for Tampa.
Yes, he's no longer mad at me for telling him to ride Sammy Marin.
1080 delivers as a first-time starter in the opener. We are moving over to FS1. We hope that you will join us over there. Don't forget, you can always watch everything on the NYRA YouTube channel as well, or on NYRA Bets. Stay with us. Coverage continues after this on Fox Sports 1. Welcome to America's Day at the Races. For those of you just joining us on FS1, we're so glad to have you with us here at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. We want to wish a very happy Father's Day to all of the dads and father figures out there. We hope that you are at the track enjoying your time. If not, maybe getting some time to sit down, watch the races, place a few bets, and enjoy your day.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Nice day.
Acacia Kamlan and Andy Sterling, by the way. For stepping on for our FS1 viewers. And I think Father's Day, often a really popular day at the track, because a lot of people, I know us included, really got a chance to spend time at the track with their family.
Yeah, it's funny. My dad was not a Father's Day guy. He didn't believe in those holidays at all. My mom likes Mother's Day, but my dad and I spent a lot of days together at the racetrack for sure. Not necessarily Father's Day, but many days together.
Absolutely. As we'll take a look at what is still to come on today's program. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm, as we still have several races to go at Monmouth and Aqueduct. Pick 6 carryover at the Big A on this 9-race card, and 2 stakes at Monmouth Park.
And I think we should also mention I lost my. Kendrick Carmouche not riding today.
Correct. Kendrick off his mounts. We are not sure reasoning there, but we have been alerted that Kendrick Carmouche off his mounts at Aqueduct. Do note moving back over to Fox Sports 2 a little bit later on as well. 2 p.m. Here's a look at the field for the opener. Belmont at the Big A as we get ready to kick off the live racing card in New York. Sprinting on the turf in this maiden claiming as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale here with us, getting a good look. And Maggie, right now you do have a short price on Oligarch to the outside.
That's right, Acacia. But first, happy Father's Day to all the dads. I know a lot of racing fans would not be as such if it weren't for their fathers bringing them to the track. So I hope you are spending it with yours at a racetrack somewhere, or in your living room watching us here, as we'll take a look at Oligarch, your current favorite on the outside. His last 2 races have been very good. I, however, have not been his biggest fan in the paddock. And, John Bregman, he doesn't have that many horses, but generally speaking, they do tend to be fairly well turned out. Just healthy horses, great coat and weight. Oligarch is not one of them. For whatever reason, he never looks great in his coat or his conditioning, and today he was just completely washed out. He seems to have calmed down since they put the tack on him, so it could mean absolutely nothing, but when you're dealing with a short price favorite as he is currently 4 to 5, I do think it is worth mentioning, as we do have 3 horses trying the turf for the first time. The one taking the money is no surprise, being trained by Linda Rice, is number 1, Hafu, who is second off a layoff, second off the claim, narrowly defeated last time out by Charlie Charmer. But this horse, if you do some digging, actually has quite a bit of turf pedigree. While Yoshida isn't known for his turf sprinters, the dam is actually half to Hoagie, who is a multiple graded stakes winning turf sprinter, as well as multiple graded stakes winner Gouffo on the turf going longer. So Hafu, I do like the sprint aspect of it, and he is a lot more fit having that race under his belt, but he does not scream turf, at least from the physical perspective of things. But Acacia, I do heed the fact that there's some pedigree in there for him to possibly like this switch.
We'll see how he takes to the turf today. Maggie, thank you, as we'll get a chance to meet the field for the opener. Again, sprinting on the grass here. Yeah, I love when Maggie brings up that pedigree. Really was such a funny family with Gufo and Hoagie, and there was like a big gap in between them as well in the pedigree. Here's Hafu getting onto the turf with a little bit of turf to suggest that he might handle it.
Agreed, and listen, it's Linda Rice, and so anything's possible. This horse is not very good in the dirt. It's going to have to move up in the turf to win this race.
Big price on Bourbon Hangover, first time on turf as well.
Yeah, there's just not enough pedigree to really expect this horse to move up the necessary amount. Big price.
The 3-2 Ducks finished behind Oligarch in his last two.
He's had his chance to finish ahead of Oligarch, and Oligarch's just proven to be better than him.
Rider change on the number 4, Dawson Ma. Manny Franco going to be aboard there. Christopher Elliott on the 3.
I mean, listen, he's a fringe player. His race sprinting 2 back wasn't that bad. He's a big price for a horse with a little bit of a chance.
There's No Filter, another one getting onto the turf.
I wish there was some pedigree to go on this horse. There just isn't.
Not much to suggest a surface switch. There is Nod to Tran, big price.
Yeah, as a horse would have to improve, obviously, to be competitive today.
And your favorite 4 to 5 right now on Oligarch
But
to the
this
outside.
horse has run very well, and Javier rode well, went to the lead, and I thought a little tentatively ridden 2 back, kind of steadied a bit, might have cost him potentially a win in that race, to be honest with you. And last time out, he met an international good thing in Felonius. He's 4 to 5, and he's supposed to be. Win or lose, he's supposed to be Abbey favorite here.
That's the field for the opener. You can play along with all of the action, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. With Naira Bets, sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code MATCH200. Bet on over 300 tracks around the world. Join now at nairabets.com. As the number 7 Oligarch, we'll take a look at his last race. He finishes second, 2 Ducks finishes third. Oligarch goes to the lead and got caught by the favorite, as you mentioned, Felonius, who was a short price in there.
And ran back and ran a big race off the claim for Linda on the dirt, actually finishing second with a career best figure. You know, Felonius was just they knew. He ended up paying like 6 to 5 in here.
Yeah.
Never looked like he should have been that heavily favored. And I mean, I picked him, but I felt like I just sort of got lucky and sort of fell into a horse that was an international good thing. He'd only sprinted once before in the turf, and that was his career debut. He was okay on the turf. But I thought Oligarch ran really well, easily beat 2 Ducks, and I just don't. I mean, it's never as easy as A beats B, B beats C, A's better than C. If the game were that simple, we'd all win. But based on the last race, and even not just the last race, even the race 2 back, I don't understand why you would bet the 3 to beat him. Now, anything can happen in racing, but I think that Oligarch has proven to be significantly better, even though only a half length ahead of him. I think he was more than a half length better than him 2 back.
See if he gets his day in the sun today at even money. For more on the rest of the field warming up, let's go back to Maggie.
It does, however, feel like a short price, Acacia. I agree. In that, Oligarch, look, I never really liked the way he looks physically, but the truth of the matter is he has soundly beaten 2 Ducks. But 2 Ducks on this occasion, and I haven't ever really liked 2 Ducks either, just looks better than Oligarch. I did land on Oligarch because he trounced him last time. Oligarch ran so much better than 2 Ducks. But 2 Ducks, I know he hasn't had a break or anything, but he does continue to get stronger with this diet of turf racing. He is just a little bit, more filled out. His coat looks better. I like the way he's moving out there. I think he is a sound second choice in here, but I just don't see where he's going to reverse the order of finish or turn the tables on Oligarch, because he just has proven the last 2 times that he can't get that close to him. As we'll take a look at the longest shot on the board. Now, bear with me a little bit with Bourbon Hangover. Bourbon Courage progeny, he hasn't been the greatest producer there is, but he is best with his dirt and turf sprinters. His percentages for both are 12%, which is best, relatively speaking. The Damazon race, the lone sibling, did not do much on the racetrack. Bourbon Hangover, of the 3 horses trying the turf for the first time, physically at least, is the most convincing. And just from the overall perspective, my eye kept going back to this horse. Rachel Keithan, I know she doesn't win that many races. She's lower profile, but half the time our horses are really well turned out, and this guy's so much more fit. I kind of like the fact that he debuted going a mile. He doesn't want any part of that. He's much more of a sprinter frame, but at least you get running a mile and getting some foundation into him. He has that proverbial turf hoof. I don't know, he might be awful, but I'm just saying, Acacia, of the horses that are trying the turf for the first time, I thought weirdly he was the most convincing.
He's a good price. I like it, Maggie. Thank you. We'll see what he does with the surface switch today. Bourbon Hangover 33-1. I'm sure there are plenty of people who have experienced such a thing.
I have had my share of bourbon hangovers over the years. Bourbon Courage is actually not that bad as a turf sprint stallion. It's like 12%.
Here's a look at the Aqueduct trainer standings. Linda Rice sending out the one Hafu in here. She's 3 up on Chad Brown right now. And I think you brought up a really interesting point a little bit earlier, but worth mentioning again that we're in the final week of the Belmont at the Big A meet. At this point, you feel like a lot of barns are going to start saving some of the big guns for Saratoga.
And notoriously in the last week, too, you'll see a lot of barns that may not have the ammunition to be successful in Saratoga. Obviously, we're trying to write a lot of races for horses that may not necessarily get a chance or that many chances to run in Saratoga. So I think you'll see, you know, some interesting results. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure Miguel talks about it with you. Like, listen, it's important. It's very important for a lot of trainers to do well in Saratoga. It's what attracts attention.
Especially
with
2-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, you think, you know, listen, I mean, I'm sure Miguel, especially with Christophe passing away, it's a lot of pressure, you know? I mean, there's a lot of pressure in this game. But he goes in Saratoga last summer and has a lousy summer, and all of a sudden everybody's going, it was really his dad, he doesn't know how to train. Instead, the opposite happened. He had a really, really good meet, and people, and I obviously, we know this, and, you know, you may be a little biased, but, you know, people are saying, you know, he can train, and it matters. And that's, you know, I think about Chad Brown. When he first started training, went on his own. He went to Oaklawn and had one winner and got disqualified and has never been back to Oaklawn since. And he came to Saratoga and he won with Moram in a maiden claiming race, who ended up winning the Breeders' Cup juvenile juvenile turf. And that's how Chad really got noticed. And that's where you get noticed up there, by being successful.
Saratoga, those bigger races, a lot of eyes on the sport around that time. For every barn, it comes in waves. It goes up and down, and you just hope the horses run consistently and run well, and you get a little racing luck.
Yes, no question about it. Listen, even the best, there's no top trainer that hasn't had a tough Saratoga. It's going to happen to everybody. It does it, you know, it is a very hard place for everybody to win. It's a great place, but it's tough.
Race 1 coming up, Belmont at the Big A. We're on the turf here to wrap up the weekend on this beautiful Father's Day. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Dawsama with early speed gets the first call with a nose advantage. 2 Ducks is in that early mix, and at the rail, here comes Bourbon Hangover to join them. These 3 go for the front and at the rail. Bourbon Hangover trying to push on through at a big number. 2 Ducks is keeping that rival hemmed in, and now they are head and head. Dawsama is settled off the pace in 3rd. Outwider Oligarch, center of the course, is in 4th. In between horses, hard to handle, No Filter. Ruben Silvera is just trying to hang in there with No Filter, who got passed to the inside by Hafu, and the Triller, Nod to Tran. 22.18 for the opening quarter mile. It was pressured. It's Bourbon Hangover with a neck advantage. To the outside, it's 2 Ducks, and Hafu is in clear pursuit, just looming up on the outside. Now re-rallying is No Filter. Lost ground on the turn, but has taken 4th. Oligarch is just not finding the favorite, is at the back end of the field in last. They've got a furlong left to go, and here comes Hafu with that nice journey, and Hafu has pushed on by. 2 Ducks continues to rally on, but is beaten now by Hafu, who's stretching the margin inside the final 16th. Hafu and Ricardo Santana Jr. for Linda Rice. They win the opener. 2 Ducks second, Nod to Tran in a photo. Dawsama with No Filter.
Hafu did take to the turf after breaking slowly from the rail. Ricardo Santana able to get him into a good position and makes his turf debut a winning one.
I don't know if it mattered the way this horse ran, if the 7 was going to be able to beat him even if he showed up today. Got a very good trip, perfect trip with Ricardo, and absolutely smothered this field. You could see right away that something was wrong with Oligarch. He was not running well. I mean, he didn't
Maggie
break.
did not have good things to say about his appearance in the paddock, and it showed on track. He never looked like he was part of the race.
He didn't break. I mean, he was the clear speed on paper, and he didn't even break sharply, and Javier couldn't get him motivated forward. He stuck 4 wide the whole way. He was never running. He ended up finishing dead last year. He just did not run his race. Hafu for Linda, another win. Now she's 4 in front.
Disappointing effort from the favorite, but a nice turf debut for the number 1 Hafu for Linda Rice. Owned by Roddy Valenti. He's also second off the layoff, and he gets the win over 2 ducks and not to Tran at a big price, checking in third. Photo for 4th right now, 136, 9-2 on Hafu in the opener. Belmont at the Big A with Ricardo Santana aboard. We'll bring you prices in a moment. We'll also continue live racing coverage with the second over at Monmouth Park coming up. Horses in the paddock. We have a maiden claiming sprinting on the main track. We'll check in with our team down in New Jersey after this on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. It's a pretty cool shot.
Yeah, I like that shot.
Walking out of the paddock, I believe, over at Monmouth, which has such a charming paddock as well. So we get ready for race 2. Sprinting on the main track, $25,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward. Right now, the number 2, Waiting on a Sunny Day, is the favorite. Getting back to the dirt for Carlos Martin and, what do you know, Paco Lopez aboard. Here's the 1, though, Hillsborough 8 to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, does cut back in distance, which could help, but it's going to have to get better to be competitive here.
Return to the main track for Waiting on a Sunny Day.
Based on the fixed odds, you're going to be getting closer to 2-5 or 1-2 on this horse, who is the horse to beat.
First-time starter, Mighty Milo.
Yeah, I think this horse is taking some money in the race, and that could be interesting, even though a 4-year-old with no pedigree.
7-2 right now. The 4 Irish Indigo went by. There's Johnny Bay Good.
Yeah, the 4 has some interesting early races, just not lately. This one, Johnny Bay Good, the last race was good enough to get a chance.
And the 6 Jeremiah 29.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'd say is this horse has not been on the dirt since running as a 2-year-old, and the debut was good enough to say with routine improvement, probably going to be a bit of an overlay in this race. I'm not trying to beat the favorite in here, but I think the 6 could be a horse, could be a little interesting.
Even money on the favorite right now as we welcome in Paula Duca and Megan Burgess live at Monmouth Park. Hey, guys.
Well, this starts off the early pick 4 with a $37,000 carryover. Nobody was able to hit it yesterday, so I think there's going to be a big influx of money entering into it. So races 2 to 5. The 2 horse here waiting on a sunny day. The horse to beat in here, the horse to bet?
He is not necessarily the money-making type bet, but I could not see a way past him, at least physically, as he was the most fit and the most athletic in this spot. It just seemed as if he's met the right group, considerably dropping, or consistently, I should say, dropping in class incrementally since we saw him debut there at Saratoga. And he's just got the races beyond this. Last time they tried the turf, which with a horse it's now making his 8th career start, you wonder, okay, they're just kind of trying to find the right spot for him. He's got that speed. He should be forwardly placed here sprinting at the 6 furlong distance. And I just really couldn't see a way past him in this group, Paul, albeit you are getting even money now. Right. And as Andy alluded to with those fixed odds, it's going to be a short price, but to me, he is the most logical winner in here.
The house horse in here, I actually ran into Chairman and CEO of Monmouth Park, Dennis Drazen, who owns the 2. He went right to me, goes, do I have a shot today? I said, yeah, you definitely got a big shot. The 3 in here, a first-time starter. Let's go to the 5, Johnny Bay Good, who's on the screen right now. Horse looked well. Maybe the inside to the outside draw will help his gate woes?
I do agree with you there, but I also am encouraged by the warm-up that Pedro Cotto Jr. is giving him. Really sent him away from the pony, kind of getting him more engaged and woken up, as he did not get that kind of warm-up when I've seen him in the past, and that's been his Achilles heel, right? He's been off slower, and he hasn't shown that early speed, and here at Monmouth Park, going short on this main track, being forward and tactical is the name of the game. That's what he's going to need to do. Incredibly strong, has taken a marked step forward from a fitness perspective from May the 10th when I first saw him to now here coming to the end of June.
He's gotten better with each start.
He really has.
I wouldn't argue with anybody that likes the 5. You see the 2, Paco Lopez doing his figure 8s that he always does. Now the 3, a first-time starter. The gray, maybe we can get him in there. The son of Matoli does have a really good gate drill on May 10th for JR Ranch, 3 to 1.
In Juan Avila with those first-time starters debuting and maiden claiming company on the dirt past 5 years, 16% with a negative $1.12 $2 ROI. And a lot of folks out there that do routinely bet Monmouth Park typically see Juan Avila's name and gravitate towards his horses. This colt needs a start. Incredibly heavy-bodied, robust, carrying quite some extra condition, you could say, and will benefit from, at least from his fitness perspective, getting to the track for the first time. And as a 4-year-old, has had some setbacks there you can see through his work tab.
Oh, I sympathize with Mighty Milo. I put on a couple pounds. You know, the 1 Hillsborough 8 and the 6, kind of similar credentials. The 1 cuts back. They both had 3 starts.
I like the 1 cutting back. That was what drew me to Hillsborough 8 up there at 13 to 1. I'm going to go underneath the number 2 up there at 4 to 5. Very sharp, a big burly, robust type, kind of heavier bodied. Another one that was ran protected first off of the bench. Then they moved him up into maiden special company. If he can move forward, he does have the speed. We'll see if he can actually finish. But one last note, though, on the number 5, Johnny Bay Good. He got the blinkers on to back. We'll see if with routine improvement, continuation of those blinkers, if he can get himself in the game, because he could certainly give the heavy favorite a run for his money late.
Well, the start to the pick 4, or the carryover, the early pick 4 carryover. The Lady's Secret, the next race, it closes out with race number 5 today. It'll be 6 furlongs for geldings and colts. So let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load of the call. You're watching Monmouth Park on FS1.
Irish Indigo. 2 back, Johnny Bay Good. To To the outside, Jeremiah 29 goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Awkward break from Waiting on a Sunny Day, who had to check at the start. Hillsborough 8 to the lead right away from the inside post. Jeremiah 29 taking second, and Waiting on a Sunny Day steps on the gas, makes his way into third. Had to use some energy after the bad getaway from the gate to get to where he's at. He's stalking the pace third, about 2 lengths off the pace. Another 2 lengths to Mighty Milo, the gray horse. Irish Indigo second to last, and Johnny Bay Goods at the back of the pack with a half mile to go. Hillsborough 8 on the lead, comfortably clear under Charlie Marquez. Jeremiah 29 in a gallop right behind, a length and a quarter behind. Waiting on a Sunny Day under a hard ride in third. He's now 3.5 lengths behind, sent upon rounding that turn. Mighty Milo still in the 4th position. Irish Indigo retreating on the fence, and Johnny Bay Good trying to get going on the outside of horses with a quarter mile more to go. Hillsborough 8 challenged by Jeremiah 29. Waiting on a Sunny Day. Farther out is Mighty Milo, the first-time starter, running bravely on debut. They come down the lane. Waiting on a Sunny Day is asked to go, and he grabs the lead with a furlong to go from Hillsborough 8. Jeremiah 29 weakens. Mighty Milo on the far outside, charging after Waiting on a Sunny Day. Waiting on a Sunny Day still cleared. It's Waiting on a Sunny Day to win it by a measured quarter of a length. Mighty Milo tried hard on debut, second best. Hillsborough 8 third, Jeremiah 29 fourth.
The favorite, Waiting on a Sunny Day, just digs in. Things got a little bit dicey there late from the first-time starter, Mighty Milo, who made it interesting down the lane.
Yeah, I mean, you could say this is not winning like a heavy favorite should, but I mean, he had significant trouble at the start, especially for a horse that was supposed to be forward. He ended up really getting slouted early and back to last. Paco rushed him up to get it positioned in here, so this was a better win than it looks, but the firster certainly gave him some scare late in the race.
And with the late run, Mighty Milo did want to watch. Waiting on a Sunny Day, though, he found the right spot to break his maiden and gets the first win of his career in start number 8 at even money. 2-3-1-6 in the second at Monmouth Park. Back over at Belmont at the Big A. The number 1, Hafu, we owe you some prices as he broke his maiden in start number 4, getting onto the turf for the first time. Looks like this is probably where he'll stay.
I would agree. A claim for $30,000 to Keelan that looked like a bad one, given he didn't win for 20 here in his next start, but now switched to the turf. He is clearly a far, far better horse on the turf than he is on the dirt, and maybe helped a little bit by the favorite not running, but I'll tell you something. Even as well as this horse ran, I'm not so sure the favorite was going to beat him today if he had run his good race, because this horse really, really improved on the turf. Good trip or not, he ran.
Absolutely. Got the big win as he was decidedly best in here over 2 Ducks, who continues to pick up some checks. You have to appreciate that about him. No doubt about the winner, though, Hafu for Roddy Valenti and Linda Rice. $11 winner in the opener, 136. Big price underneath in third. As we take a look at the field for race 2, fun one coming up, going 1 3/8 on the grass for fillies and mares. And right now, Relax is the one taking most of the attention as she will stretch out after coming out of the Plenty of Grace. For more, getting a good look in the paddock, let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with that favorite here in the paddock, Acacia, as number 3, Relax, makes her second start here in the States for Miguel Clement, and her first start being in the Plenty of Grace Stakes. That was going a mile, so she'll try to stretch things out here after obviously not having much speed in that day stateside debut, and was wired by Ann One More Time, who was decidedly best that day and favored. But Relax feels like a filly that maybe was named that as an oxymoron, because I don't think she is that type, because she is outfitted with a hood, which she did wear in first time around Aqueduct, and she just is a little bubbly. She's not doing anything bad by any means, but you can tell there is that propensity potentially there for her to do so. So all things considered, so far so good, and she does look fit, having come in here off a little bit of a break. Wish she looked a touch stronger behind the saddle, but that being said, she is kind of a long, lanky type where at least looking at her physically, the frame suggests that getting out to this distance should be okay for her. You know, a lot of times I get the feeling that, connections, because of the way our races are run versus the way races are run in Europe with featuring faster paces, that they automatically want to go longer. And sometimes I just feel like that's not the right thing to do. But with her, however, I feel like it actually might be. As we'll move on to a horse that just broke through the, the condition before this one in number 5, Protective Custody, who was on top of a pretty tepid pace, going 1 1/8 miles last time out for Shug McGahee. But I really like the way she won that race. And typical Shug fashion, it feels like she's been, a work in progress throughout her career. And physically, of the horses in here, I thought she just, from the overall standpoint, looked best. And furthermore, she has the potential to show a bit more speed, I thought, than some of the other horses in here. We'll see what Relax does, as she is coming out of a shorter race than most of these in here. But I just thought that being forward for Protective Custody could give her a fairly good chance at being competitive in here. Like I said, Acacia, definitely the pick of the paddock, at least. We'll see if that means anything out on the racetrack.
See how it plays out, Maggie. Thank you. Yeah, it is interesting. Not an abundance of speed on paper. We'll see which riders decide to be decisive and aggressive in this upcoming race. When we come back, we'll look ahead to opening day at the new Monmouth Park. It will feature the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, and it was just announced one of the best horses in the world, Forever Young, pointing to that race. And then after that, on to Keeneland to try and defend his title in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it in 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
They're into the stretch of the Breeders' Cup Classic, and Forever Young turns for home with the lead. Journalism is second. Sierra Leone, Fierceness one off the rail. Still Forever Young to catch. Fierceness is coming. Sierra Leone and Journalism, they're coming to the finish, and it is Forever Young. Celebrate Japan!
Forever Young winning last year's Breeders' Cup Classic. He has shipped effectively to the U.S. on multiple occasions, arguably could have won the Kentucky Derby as a 3-year-old. We saw him win the Breeders' Cup last year, a monumental day for Japan, and just announced that he will be making another trip stateside, pointing to the Jockey Club Gold Cup on opening day of the new Belmont Park, September 18th, and then on to try and defend his title in the Breeders' Cup.
We're thrilled to have him coming, which will make that opening day even more special, and obviously a great day for racing in New York City, in New York, just to get the track open. But to have Forever Young coming, an eventual showdown with the best older horses in the country, is something to look forward to.
He's arguably one of the best horses in the world, as that could be an absolute war and an incredibly fun race. That will be the highlight on opening day. Here's some of the things to look forward to. And I feel like looking at races like the Joe Hirsch and Champagne and Frisette back at the Belmont Fall meet, kind of where they belong, the Jockey Club as well, just seems so right.
Yeah, and the Flower Bowl, to be able to run it around two turns just makes a world of difference. So looking forward to that. Obviously, it's going to be great to get to the new Belmont.
Let's meet the field for race 2. Rider change on the 1 Soldoro to be ridden by Ricardo Santana.
This horse would really have to improve, and has run going long and was good in synthetic, not as good in turf.
The 2 Masserat went by. More on her in a moment. There's Relax.
Yeah, I like Masserat in here. Relax. We'll see if she can wire the field. You have to center the front in here, I would think.
There's Snippity Snip.
Though she did win last time at today's distance, it was against an inferior field.
Protective Custody, also recent winner.
Big pedigree to move forward going longer. Sugar's good in those situations, and she's an improving horse.
And the half-sister to Limited Liability, who won going 2 miles in the 16th. There is Lady Firefoot.
Rarely misses a dance, usually runs a reasonable race, and she can run long. She has a big win here at Aqueduct, going the 11 furlongs. She's getting overlooked.
She's 9-1 right now. She's been effective. She's stretching back out. The last time she went this distance was in the Sheepshead Bay, 2 starts back. That's a look at the number 2, Masserat, who you mentioned you like. Of the 2 Brendan Walsh horses, it seems like she's been facing a bit better company, and she came from off of it last time out.
She did, in a race where horses really didn't close, where forwardly placed horses did well. I mean, she didn't have a bad trip in there. She swung a little wide in the second turn, but overall a decent trip. But I think the race dynamics were against her. I like that effort, and she's clearly a horse that gets better with more distance.
For more on the new face, let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, Brendan Walsh sending out 2 in here in a field of 6, which feels like you can make a case for any of them. But I do, like Andy, feel as though of the 2 Walsh horses, that number 2, Masserat, is the one you won. I felt the same about her last effort in that she actually, I thought, ran a better race than it looks on paper, because she was the only horse to make up ground. And she is quite an elegant filly and fairly full of herself. It doesn't equate to her running that way. A lot of horses that get on their toes and animated are typically speed horses. Definitely not her, but she was kind of doing her zenyatta walk after she got saddled and just, feeling herself. I appreciate that. And besides Protective Custody, who I did land on in here, she was the other filly that really made a lovely impression to me. We'll see how she negotiates. Horses that, even at this distance, lack any sort of tactical speed, make me a little bit nervous, as we'll move on to Brendan's other horse, who is the exact same as her stablemate, and that neither of these horses have any speed. In fact, Snippity Snip has a lot of trouble getting out of the gate, where she has been off slow several times in her career, including her last 2. She is a horse that isn't particularly strong behind, but I have to say that although I saw her 2 years ago as a 2-year-old, she has grown, she has filled out, all things you like to see, but really a horse that is built for the distance. So like the board suggests, she is a horse that isn't as good as her stablemate, 9-1 versus 3-1, wearing cheater cut blinkers and a shadow roll, that blue shadow roll you see on her. But both of these for Brendan shipping up to New York, Acacia, are going to be doing their best running in the later stages.
Yeah, very interesting as to how this race will play out from a pace perspective, Maggie. Thank you. 10-1 right now as both of the horses for Brendan Walsh that she touched on, they both have shown a proficiency at the distance, but both will be running late.
No, they're not speed types, and maybe that'll be the advantage to Relax, who should be the speed in here. The horse that's kind of getting overlooked a little is Lady Firefoot. She's not really a winning type, but she does keep good company, and she often runs okay, and I don't think she should be 12-1 in this race.
Yeah, she's a generous price, biggest price on the board. There's Relax, though, your favorite. Or a moment ago, we saw her. She broke really slowly last time, which is not uncommon for a Euro making their first start in the U.S., and especially going a mile. And then Jamie Rodriguez, who was aboard that day, seemed like he was trying to get her going and into the race, and he kind of tapped her on the shoulder with the crop, and then she just got really headstrong and didn't kick on from there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how she behaves early in this race, and Flavian, obviously a rider who looks to be aggressive in spot like this. She gets Lasix for the first time. We'll see if that helps her a little bit, see if she can be more forward. And I do think if you like her, and she's currently favored, I think you're hoping to see good things early, because if she doesn't break that well, it's not going to put her in a good position for trying to dominate this race up front.
She was purchased over the Horses of Racing Age sale in Deauville at Arcana by City Light. Always a stallion that can trip you up if you don't read it.
Yes, not City of Light.
Don't read it slow enough. The number 5, who Maggie liked, and I liked as well in this spot, to be honest, Protective Custody. Reading quotes from Shug McGahee, he said that adding the blinkers has really made a difference for her.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's been improving. I don't know. I mean, from a speed figure standpoint, she hasn't really run faster races. I think if you like her, you're supposed to think, A, she can be a bit forward. That was a tepid pace last time, but I think Jose will look to be aggressive, especially if the 3 doesn't break. But also, Shug has such a great history of doing especially well with horses as they get older, stretching out in distance. So there are a lot of things to like. As a half-limited liability, she's supposed to have no problem with the 11 furlongs.
On the turf, going a mile and 3/8 for race 2, Belmont at the Big A. You're watching it live here on FS1. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Lady Firefoot goes in, all set. And they're off. Protective Custody broke very sharply right to the front, and Protective Custody is the leader. Lady Firefoot is a stalking second, and patiently ridden is Sold Duro at the rail in third. Relax is in between horses, a little keen there, but moving forward. 3 wide in that group is Snip Snippity Snip. The early trailer, Masserat. They're into the turn, and Protective Custody with a nose advantage, trying to slow things down up front. Lady Firefoot applies the pressure, still wide as Snip Snippity Snip. In between horses there is Relax, is now sharing that spot with Sold Duro, who's at the rail. They're 4th and 5th. Still the trailer, Masserat. Protective Custody, Jose Lescano front running on the front end and slowing things down. Lady Firefoot within a half length of that leader, is not letting this leader get away, who's under a very snug hold here, and it's Protective Custody still showing the way. Lady Firefoot, no saving ground for Snip Snippity Snip, is still out in the center of the course as they get set to enter another turn. Protective Custody, Lady Firefoot, Snip Snippity Snip, and still Sold Duro. Relaxes in between horses back to 5th, just at the back end of that leading group. Masserat has trailed throughout as they work around the turn. They continue to chase this leader. Protective Custody is comfortable. Lady Firefoot not challenging yet, just sitting right to the outside as just a head back. Snip Snippity Snip is starting to make up some ground in third. At the rail, it's Sold Duro, patiently ridden and Relax in between horses. Still the trailer, Masserat. It'll be a sprint for home. Protective Custody still there. Protective Custody now getting more pressure from Lady Firefoot, who starts to move forward. Snip Snippity Snip, 3 wide. Sold Duro has not left the rail the entire way around the race course. Relaxes in between horses. Flavian Pratt just looking in behind that leading group. And Masserat starts to rally on from the back. Protective Custody in front, and Lady Firefoot, Snip Snippity Snip. Relax is going to take the overland route. It moves to the outside. Sold Duro's going to wait for room to the inside. They reach the top of the lane and start that sprint for home, and here comes Relax, who's unleashed. Relax down the center of the course. Masserat is in full pursuit too. It's Relax who's the new leader. Masserat is giving game chases, taking second. Relax for a final 16th. Masserat is catching with every stride. Relax, Masserat in time. Masserat with a big stretch rally there, between Relax and a photo. Soldoro with Snip Sippity Snip.
A late rally from the number 2, Maserat. That's what happens sometimes in these marathon races. They go 1 mile and 3/8, and then it's separated by inches down to the wire.
Yeah, and I don't know if those fractions are particularly accurate. The only reason I say I have trouble with them, it's not, first of all, the turf's very firm, but it didn't seem like anybody had their feet in the dash while they were going slowly right now. And, you know, Flavien got relaxed to actually relax. She just didn't seem to want to be forward. And it was the horses that were 5th and 6th really early that ended up being well ahead of the field. Tough beat for Miguel, looking for his 100th win.
Yes, it's going to happen tomorrow at Finger Lakes.
They happen at Finger Lakes, so just be ready at Finger Lakes for the big celebration. You going?
No.
Now you may have to go, Acacia.
No, I'm not going.
Famous last words.
Yeah, that would have been a nice one, but a nice effort for Relax as well. But Maserat, we talked about it, the fact that she did have some class to come in here. She made the last move closing under Manny Franco as she gets up for the win for Brendan Walsh, and she had already shown an ability at the distance as
And
well.
I was saying to you on the backstretch, Manny must have a certain amount of confidence here because he was just sitting back there knowing they weren't going that quickly. He was just sitting back waiting to make his move. And even though she swung wide in the stretch, she didn't lose very much ground. Manny did not move her out until the latest possible moment. And obviously, it made a difference because if he moved her out earlier, she'd have lost more ground and she probably wouldn't have won.
The stakes action coming up next at Monmouth Park. It's the Ladies' Secret Dry Powder 8-5 for Chad Summers and Paco Lopez as we go to Megan with Good Connections.
Always nice to catch up with trainer Chad Summers, who will send out dry powder in this Ladies' Secret. And Chad, she looks incredible. She's had some tough assignments as she does break up from the inside. What have you taken from her last 2 starts coming into this?
Look, obviously it was ambitious going into Kentucky Oaks Day in that grade 1 over there. Obviously she read the Nard and some of those showed up and we didn't. And, you know, we thought that she didn't drink any water after the race. We came back quick, 8 days in the Ruffian. Maybe the end kind of caught up to us. Chad finished 3rd just ahead of us. But, you know, we're fresh for this race and we're feeling a lot better.
Tactically, where do you find her placing herself in this race?
Where 45% jockey Paco Lopez wants to be.
Absolutely. But to your Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo, he did breeze 5/8 on Thursday in preparation for the Haskell. What did you take from that work and now heading into another grade 1 test?
Yeah, we gave him a couple of easy weeks after the Preakness win, knowing that the Haskell was our next goal. And, you know, we put the screws on him a little bit last week, and he passed that test with flying colors. We got 3 more breezes, and then we'll be over here.
He certainly did. A sharp breeze it was. Best of luck in here and down the road with Napoleon Solo.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Napoleon Solo looks for yet another grade 1 victory, but dry powder also looks to be pretty formidable in this Ladies' Secret.
Megan, thank you. Dry Powder, currently the favorite in the Ladies' Secret at 8-5, though she's coming out of a 4th place finish in the Ruffian. Inefficiency, a little bit more lightly raced, finished 3rd that day. They're kind of the 2 big horses in here, but Dry Powder, Paco Lopez always takes a lot of attention, and he's aboard the favorite right now.
I am shocked that she's favored. I know it's the Paco factor, but she's not supposed to be favored over Inefficiency, but they are obviously the big 2 in here.
Speaking of Inefficiency, there she is, as she was 3rd in that Ruffian behind wire-to-wire winner Irish Maxima.
She didn't even run her A race that day, and she still beat Dry Powder.
There's Equus, last out winner, stepping up.
Like many in here, it would be an upset if she wins.
Like a Rolling Stone, cool New York bred, but she'll have to turn things around.
This is an excellent song. I don't know how she's 5-1 at this point.
Yeah. The number 5, Flowers for Me, Jose Gomez on that one.
She has been improving, and she's probably maybe the 3rd likeliest winner here of some of her races coming off a turf race.
And a horse that did run in the Black Eyed Susan last time out, Ivy Girl for Amelia Green.
She did, and she had a big upset win, but she took advantage of a pace that collapsed 2 races back. The 3-year-old facing older horses in here. We'll see what she can do.
Stepping up to face older for the first time. We'll take a quick time out. We have stakes action coming up from Monmouth Park, the Ladies' Secret. After this, stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Welcome back to beautiful Monmouth Park. Megan Burgess and myself, Paula Duke, on the apron here. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS1 on a beautiful Father's Day, and the crowd has really filed in for this Ladies Secret. First stakes race on this card. Race number 6 will be the Get Serious for turf runners. We got 2 serious fillies in here with the 2 Inefficiency and the 1 in here, Dry Powder. Dry Powder, right now the favorite. I'm a little surprised in here. What'd you take from both fillies?
I was incredibly impressed by both of them physically, but in different ways. And the number 1, Dry Powder, is that big, imposing filly that wants to run all day. She is a classic 2-turn route type, very sharp. She was kept with the pony in the paddock, and she was actually tacked outside of the typical saddling stalls here at Monmouth Park. She was very sharp, but she wasn't over the top by any means. She carried herself well. As far as her performance last time, Paul, where I will say it was a quick turnaround. There were some changing conditions throughout the day at Aqueduct, where it was a good harrowed surface. It was a fast pace drawing the outside, and she kind of just chased 3 wide the entire way and really didn't save any ground. I thought she ran pretty decently well out of that race, and I do find, despite Chad Summers not being elated with that inside post, that she will be hopefully tripping out in a tactical way here.
You know, Inefficiency, the 2, if you have one knock against her, she's now clicked down. They're going to be close in favoritism. Short fields, and she hasn't gone around 2 turns. You think she conquers both?
Well, judging from Maggie Wolfendale's comments, as she is a tank, wow, is she. Incredibly physically impressive. She will have to answer the 2-turn test, but she got my vote. She is one to watch as a lightly raced 4-year-old Paul in this Ladies Secret, as we will send it up to Matt Ditterman for the call.
Flowers for Me going in, and Ivy Girl to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Ladies Secret Stakes. Flowers for Me was off a little bit slowly. Dry Powder had no problems, nor did Efficiency, who's on a stranglehold right now. She wants to go, but Samuel Marin getting her outside of Dry Powder to try to get her to settle down. And Dry Powder, in the meantime, is cleared off going into the first turn. Inefficiency has no intention of going with that one early. She'll track right behind. Well, still a little bit keen, but a little more settled down now on the first turn, running in second. Flowers for Me in the 3rd position, taking that spot away from Equus like a rolling stone to the outside, now into the 4th position. Equus back in 5th, and Ivy Girl 6th and last, and she's 4 lengths off the pace. 6 runners swing up the back stretch here. Dry Powder, she's got company. Inefficiency still on a hold, a half length back, running in second. Another half length to Flowers for Me, and the 3 path perched there 3 wide. 2 back to Equus, like a rolling stone to the outside of her, and a gap of 2 to Ivy Girl as they're halfway home. Dry Powder went the opening quarter in 23 and 4, the half in 48 and 2. Pretty moderate pace here set by Dry Powder, who hits the far turn a half length in front of Inefficiency. The rail is open for Ivy Girl. She's trying to make a move down on the fence, and it's a little bit tight there. Ivy Girl couldn't get through. Dry Powder's coming under a ride, so is Inefficiency, and Flowers for Me at 29-1 has taken a short lead from Dry Powder, and Inefficiency, who begins to lose contact with that one. Coming off the turn, Dry Powder resilient up top and reclaims the lead from Flowers for Me coming down the lane. Dry Powder is the leader, 4 outside. Here's Like a Rolling Stone. Like a Rolling Stone trying to catch Dry Powder. There's a 16th to go. Dry Powder on top. Like a Rolling Stone has run a huge race, the race of her life today, but she's second best to the favorite, Dry Powder, who wins the Ladies Secret Stakes. Some anxious moments there on the turn, but Dry Powder had the heart to win it, defeating Like a Rolling Stone and Ivy Girl.
Dry Powder wins the Ladies Secret. A chaotic race, I would say. There was a lot going on here, a lot of things to unpack, but Dry Powder goes gate to wire here, though she fended off challenges at various points.
Looked like she was the one, Dry Powder, the favorites, throwing in the towel around the turn, but it turned out it was Inefficiency. Did not run well at all. You almost start to wonder, is she better with Lasix? Dry Powder did gut out the victory, but I agree with Matt. A race of a lifetime by Like a Rolling Stone. Not a particularly fast race. Dry Powder gets it done. Inefficiency was bad. Like a Rolling Stone almost pulled off a huge upset in here.
25-1. It looked like Flowers for Me at 29-1 was going to make a big late run there. Ivy Girl tried 3 times to come up the rail.
Yep.
I don't think Paco Lopez leaves the rail open for anybody, really,
Yeah.
especially at Monmouth. I don't know if that was the right move, but Dry Powder gets the victory. Let's go to Paul.
Well, Chad, that's why you employ Paco Lopez.
Yeah, look, I mean, a couple anxious moments there. Louis Rivera tried to come up the inside on us. We didn't want to be inside. You know, Paco did a good job kind of floating going into that first turn there to try and get, you know, a little bit of separation from Samuel Marin. But, you know, Paco did a great job, and Dry Powder showed the heart she has.
It's kind of hard knocking Phil. You think this is her best distance?
Yeah, I do. You know, mile and 16th. You know, we've gone a mile and 8th a few times. It hasn't really worked out in our benefit. But, you know, there's a race here, 500,000 on August 18th.
Congrats to you and the team.
Thank you, guys.
Chad Summers with Dry Powder gets the victory. She used her speed. I think she's best when she's able to be forwardly placed. And well, look, she had to hold off some waves of challenges and some long shots, but she was game.
And they knew. How was she 2-5 and inefficiency 8-5? It's as though somebody knew that inefficiency wasn't going to show up today, because on paper there's no chance there should have been that kind of discrepancy.
Yeah, she was a short price for
strange.
sure. 2-5 on Dry Powder, but she delivers in the Ladies' Secret. We're staying on FS1 a little bit longer. Andy's sticking around. I'm saying goodbye, at least for now. I'll be reporting in a bit. But Todd Schrupp coming up on the desk here to host.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Looking forward to it. Stay with us. We're staying on FS1. We'll recap what just took place in the Ladies' Secret. Dry Powder picking up another stakes victory, as we'll take a look at the prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025. She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos, and recent graded stakes winners Roja, Forge Steel, Helena's Forte, Italian Soiree, and Taken by the Wind. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Oh, it is a festive Father's Day in Oceanport, New Jersey. A lot of dads, their request was to go out to the races on this Father's Day, and many acquiesced to that request. In fact, back here at Aqueduct, I'm Todd Schrupp alongside Andy Serling. Great crowd downstairs. A lot of dads asking to go out to the races
Happy
today.
Father's Day to you.
Thank you.
Dad.
Very kind. This is kind of an esoteric question. So when you think of dads in our sport, you think of sires of thoroughbred racehorses. Who do you think is the greatest sire of all time, or in the time that you've been in the game?
That's a tough question. I mean, Danzig would have to be considered,
Yeah.
you know, maybe the best. Seattle Slew was obviously a tremendous sire. Alidar, who unfortunately died too soon, was a tremendous sire. You know, that's a great question. I mean, was Bold Ruler maybe? It was a little before my time. Do you know that Wajima was the last Bold Ruler sold at public auction?
And a very happy Father's Day to all of you joining us for the first time on Fox Sports 2. Welcome to Aqueduct, a great day of Father's Day racing underway. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be by Andy Serling. It seems like a lot of dads made the request to go out to the races today. Good crowd downstairs and a lot of fathers around. In fact, we've seen at Monmouth Park a really good crowd today.
Oh, yeah. Well, they get great crowds. Great families come out for the picnic area and such. And listen, Father's Day at Belmont Park was always like our second biggest crowd besides Belmont Stakes Day all year.
We mentioned the big crowd at Monmouth Park. We also have a little bit of controversy there in their most recent race. Race number 3, the stewards are taking a look into this because there's an objection. The third place finisher against the first place finisher, so it's Ivy Girl against Dry Powder, and they've just made a decision. That is no change, and it looked like a pretty easy decision after they watched a couple of angles here. They realized the 2-5 favorite should remain the winner.
They were never going to take this horse down. I can understand why Louis Rivera claimed. I probably would have if I were him. There's an argument that Louis went into a spot that may not have been completely there, and that's a very tough spot to move in around a turn down the inside, and Paco's going to keep it tight, but no change was the right decision.
All right, about to go official and race number 3 at Monmouth Park. And later today, if you're playing the cross-country pick 5, you have 2 races at Monmouth with 3 races combined here, Belmont at Aqueduct. So pay attention to what's going on in New Jersey. Dry Powder getting the win here in race number 3. And there are some big prices in behind, usually the case, inflated win odds on other horses when you have a 2-5 favorite, and having some fun with the crowd there, tossing out T-shirts after the races, so a lot to enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, if our director, Mitch Levias, was there, he could improve his wardrobe a little bit.
Whoa!
He does not own a piece of clothing that he paid for.
It's kind of a good strategy when you think about it.
Working for him.
Back here, Belmont at the Big A. It's actually race number 3 coming up. Looking into the paddock here, just a reminder that race number 4 will be the start of today's pick 6. We got a carryover from yesterday. As far as this third, I thought we had a significant scratch. The morning line kind of indicated that as well. I thought the horse was a contender. The one, Asa Ira is out. And after that, there's our favorite, the 4, My First Love at 8-5. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, Todd, it's remarkable. You know, every single day that we get races off without a problem, because there's just so many things that can go wrong. We do have a little bit of a delay here regarding tractors. And obviously, even though we just had a turf race, tractors still need to go around because horses warmed up on the dirt track. They were just a little late hitting the track, and you know there wasn't much time in between the last race and this one. So we have 3 minutes to post, and they're just going out to the track now, going to have riders up. And Todd, you're the only dad I've gotten to interact with on the show, so happy Father's Day.
You're very kind, Maggie, and I know it's a big day in your household as well, so those sentiments returned.
So Maggie has to be nice to Tom today, so it's got to be a tough day for her.
You know them better than I do. I'll let you go there.
I'm sure Maggie's very nice to Tom, but I still like to make fun of her.
So that information about the track maintenance taking place, but they are getting a call for riders up here in race 3. So we mentioned a horse that would have taken a lot of play is now out. They have gone to the 4 here as the favorite. As the betting public put the money in the right place?
I don't know. I prefer the number 7 in here. I don't have a particularly strong opinion. I think Miss Lau could be the controlling speed in this race, stretching out to a mile. I think she's run well enough in some of her races, and I preferred Miss Lau, but certainly My Love can win. Whistler Style can win as well, but lack of pace may hurt her.
Well, let's start our post parade after the scratch of the 1. Here's the 2, Santagata.
Somehow not named for the legend that is Nick Santagato. Yeah. Not a horse that loves inside position, and she draws the rail now.
Luna Moth hanging in there, one of our favorites at 7-2.
Taking a surprising amount of money in here, but listen, I'm not going to rule anybody out of this race.
My First Love, there was a time a year and a half ago where this horse would have been an overwhelming favorite.
Yes, that's correct. She wouldn't have been in this race a year and a half
true.
ago. She can win. I couldn't imagine betting her at a short price, but she can win.
I was taking a second look at the 5 Whistler Style. Should I?
She can win. The problem is the lack of speed in this race could work against her, but this is the first dirt race we've run today.
Scratch the 6 Floge, and you mentioned your affinity for the 7 Miss Lau.
I'd like to see Raylu just put this horse in front and hope for the best. I thought her race 3 back was good enough to win this, and she's been facing overall better horses.
That is your live post parade for race number 3 here at Aqueduct. You could be playing all this racing action we bring you here on America's Day at the Races if you have a Naira Bets account. If you don't, let's change that right now. We've got a fantastic offer going on. It is a $200 deposit match bonus. You heard that right. A deposit match bonus up to $200. Use the promo code MATCH200. You could be signed up in minutes. Join now at NairaBets.com. As the field goes out to warm up, let's return to Maggie.
And guys, I have no problems with your favorite in here, My First Love, though we've seen her act plenty of times. Arguably this one of the easier spots she's ever been in, but I'm going to go to Miss Lau. As you heard Andy say, there seems to be a little bit of a dearth of speed, and I just thought Miss Lau from that outside post position, stretching back out in distance here, could potentially be the one that is, I don't know necessarily dictating things, but at least put herself in a forward position to lead to success. I thought overall physically, she was one of the best turned out horses in this field. A mare that's often doesn't necessarily carry her weight and conditioning as well. That looks good. So I do think that a mile as well physically suits her. I feel like at a 6 furlong, she just gets run off her feet a little bit. As we'll move on to the inside runner now, and that's number 2, Santa Gata. I see what Andy's saying about the inside post does her no favors, but this is a bit of class relief for her. I know they picked her up for the 10, in which she did not run particularly well in that race, but I wonder what she does getting back to a fast track here. Not that there's been much difference in her recent form from one track surface to the next, but I'm just wondering if she will appreciate this condition as we're going to take a quick pause here on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and we're taking a look at horses on the track. Talking about number 2, Santa Gata here, and I know her recent form leaves little to be desired, that's for sure. But I just thought that back to a fast track, maybe a little bit of class relief after trying the 35 and the 20 claimers off the claim. She's back to reality. I know she did not run well against similar foes 3 back when being dropped down, but it's a shorter field. She's well turned out. She's fairly sharp. We'll see, too, if Ricardo Santana, who arguably is one of the better riders that she's had on her back in quite a while, can orchestrate some sort of trip that is to her liking. Todd?
Thank you, Maggie. And back to this horse that she was talking about moments ago, Santa Gata. You said, you know, with this horse on the rail, I see a number of gait problems with this horse. This horse is terrible at the start.
She is a horse that is never happy running inside of horses. Now, that doesn't mean Ricardo's not going to end up getting outside, but if you like Santa Gata, and listen, anyone could win this race. It's obviously not a particularly strong race. I couldn't imagine betting Santa Gata at 9-2, but I wouldn't dissuade anyone from betting any horse in this race. If you want to bet him, go ahead. I'm surprised that Santa Gata is the same price as Whistler's Style.
Yes.
That doesn't really make much sense on paper. Now, I'm not saying Whistler's Style has to win, but if you look at these 2 horses objectively, Whistler's Style is just a better horse. And Santa Gata's horse, this is something that my friend David Aragona had pointed out to me about Santa Gata quite a while ago when she finally won a race. She wants to be outside, and she'd been getting inside trips before that.
So you mentioned Aragona has been off from his morning line making duties. He's been playing the mechanical horse racing game a lot. I don't know if you saw that
I
on social
don't really
media.
look at Twitter, but I'm not surprised.
I'll look at it for you and let you know
I
what's going on.
appreciate that. Let me
You're
know.
welcome.
Let me know if anything intelligent gets said about horse racing on Twitter. I'm still waiting.
Well, we're waiting for you to post. The field has arrived at the starting gate. Okay, 2-1 now. You're almost in the favorites role with the 7 Miss Lau, but your theory is this is the horse to catch in a field like this that could go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, I liked her more with Asaira in the race because she'd be a better price. I'm not falling over myself to bet horses in this race. Lower levels, fillies and mares can be the most unreliable horses on the grounds, to be fair. But I do think she's the horse to beat. To make picks in all the races, and I played some pick threes, and I pressed her, but I also used the 4 and 5.
You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now through your Naira Bets account. The field moving into line for race 3 here at Aqueduct. Checking the odds one more time. It is the 4, My First Love, 3-2 favorite. Second choice is the 7, Miss Lau at 2-1. And then the other 3 horses in the race, the only 3 horses remaining, are all 5-1. That's the kind of race it is. It's Chris Griffin with the call. Race number 3 from Belmont at the Big A. Here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
And they're off. Miss Lau broke sharply from the far outside draw, and Luna Moth is in that early mix too. At the rail, here comes Sanagata to join that early fray, and 3 of them line up for the front. At the rail, though, Ricardo, Santana Jr., and Sanagata. They're now a neck, now a half length in front of Luna Moth, who's back to second. Miss Lau is going to stalk us right off of them in third. Just in behind that leading 3, that's My First Love in fourth. And far back right now is the trailer, Whistler Style. Tightly bunched up front, 23.51. The opening quarter mile, Sanagata is the leader. Sanagata is up by a half length, and Miss Lau stalking from second. Making up ground is My First Love in third. Shoved along, Luna Moth is losing ground right now, and Luna Moth is back to that 4th position as Whistler Style has caught him quickly. Whistler Style's on the move while wide with a half mile left to go. It's Sanagata to the inside, a half length in front. Miss Lau in close pursuit. My First Love is tracking at the rail, tries to make up some ground, and the sustained rally from Whistler Style from far back has now taken a challenging 4th, and Luna Moth is resurgent in between horses. Miss Lau is ready to take the lead. Raylu Gutierrez taking a look over his right shoulder, looking for company. Sanagata is still fighting on to the inside, and the rail is open for My First Love. Luna Moth is trying to pounce to the outside in Whistler Style. Sanagata is shrugging off the challenge right now, but Miss Lau fights right back to the outside. Miss Lau is edging clear Sanagata. Whistler Style just keeps coming after these leaders. Luna Moth is not out of it either. Miss Lau trying to hold him off for a final 16th. Miss Lau in front. Miss Lau has enough of a margin to win it. Miss Lau will win it. Luna Moth re-rallied there to get second in a photo. Whistler Style with Sanagata.
Miss Lau was sharp out of the gate, and then Raylu Gutierrez decided to let kind of the speed duel percolate in front of him, take that stalking trip. It proved to be a good decision.
I mean, isn't this a good textbook race to use about the importance sometimes of post position?
Yes.
Because of, breaking outside, it allowed Raylu to make, sort of let the race dictate how he rode. And when Ricardo's an aggressive rider, and it pays off a lot for him. And listen, she ran 3rd or 4th, but he did give Sanagata her best chance by being aggressive. This horse was the best horse in the race, and he was able to stalk outside and get it done. Not a decisive victory, but probably should have been favored.
Photo for 3rd between the 2 Sanagata and the 5 Whistler Style. Your top 2 finishers led by the 7 Miss Lau over the 3 Luna Moth. Miss Lau would go off as your 2-1 second choice here. Luna Moth finishing second at odds of 5-1.
There is the legend that is Nick Santagata, who this horse is not named for, but to me, Nick won about, I think, around 4,500 races in his life, and he is the hard way. I mean, he rode night and day. He was successful riding in New York, riding at the Meadowlands, riding down in Maryland, and an all-around great guy, one of our valets here, and really one of my favorite people at the racetrack, and love to see Nick. And I don't care if this horse wasn't named to him. For me, this horse was named for Nick Santagata, a man who deserves to have a horse named for him.
Well put. And the final time for the mile, 1:38.3, as Nick Santagata looks on.
And a father. Happy Father's Day to him.
Let me ask you, with all those wins, because every circuit has those jockeys who accumulate a career like that, but they're not necessarily going to compete for, say, riding titles at Saratoga on this circuit or some of the top tier tracks, but yet they're always there in the top 10 and consistent.
Nick, arguably is maybe as hard a working a rider as I've ever seen. He still gallops horses in the morning.
Incredible.
I mean, Nick's amazing. He's really a great guy, and I love to see him all the time. And, you know, he had such a great career over the years, winning here, winning out. I mean, night and day, Meadowlands here, and also the MIG, a big fan of Nick as well. Nick had the MIGs back when the MIGs started riding.
And posted on the board, 7352, as Nick Santagata gets back to work here at the Big A. When we return on America's Day at the Races, it's a call for riders up in race 4 at Monmouth Park. They're just 5 minutes away in Oceanport, New Jersey, part of our Father's Day of racing. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Welcome back to a Sunday of great thoroughbred racing action here on Fox Sports 2. It's America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Trupp along with Andy Serling. We've also got on-site coverage with Paul LaDuca and Megan Burgess at Monmouth Park. We're going to take you through the post-parade here for race number 4, a mile and a 16th maiden claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. The maiden claiming price $16,000 on down to $14,000. The one, Tarzan's Niece, is a first-time starter by Flame Away out of a Broken Vow mare for trainer Juan Avila.
We saw this trainer have a firster just get beaten in the second race today, and this one's taking some early money.
Our 6-5 favorite is the 2, Lady Hather.
Well, it's Paco Lopez, so the horse has got to be favored.
Gypsy Style 0 for 16. Could today be the day?
It always could be, but I'm not going to bet on it, Todd.
The 4, Macy Blue, 5th at this condition, last time out well beaten.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is not a super strong field, so anyone could be a contender.
4 and the 5 are out. Sorry about that. Here is the 6, Munchkin. The 7 is Cool K.
Yeah, running at Penn National a couple races. And listen, didn't do much running, but who knows?
And the 8, Unionville out. So with the scratches of the 4, 5, and 8, we are left with a field of 5 as promised on site in Oceanport, New Jersey. 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca along with Megan Burgess.
Yeah, thank you, Todd. Race number 4 will start off the late pick 5 here. Races 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Race number 6, we still got a stakes race for you, the Get Serious on the Turf. You know, this race looks like it's going to be 2 horses in here. The first time starter, Tarzan's Niece. By the way, if you don't know Tarzan's Niece, it was Turk. Yeah, I go back all the way to 1999. That's when my daughter liked little Tarzan. But Juan Avila has both runners here. Paco Lopez, the first-time starter, not taking as much money as the other horse in here.
I think the main story of this race is the scratches, as many of the shorter-priced horses, at least, were going to be scratched. And not only were they shorter priced and made sense, but they also had speed. Who's going to go and pick up the pieces, many of those of which are not in this race anymore? And that brings us to the number 2, Lady Heather, who gets Paco Lopez aboard, the even money current favorite. Paco gets his horses aggressive. He gets them into their race, and he's very astute in terms of reading his races. Now, also combined with what I saw from her disposition in the paddock, where she was sharp, bubbling over, she got aggressive, and she was certainly amped up. So I'm anticipating Paco gets this filly to the lead and rolls on from there. As I will say, the blinkers did come on for the first time back on May the 2nd, Paul. I'm hoping that she can get to a quicker beginning and be able to potentially wire this field.
When you look at some of the other runners in here, now the 3 Gypsy style, this is the lowest odds she's ever been. I mean, she was 28 to 1, 53 to 1. She's been really high odds. You found her kind of been intriguing?
I do. I like her stretching out in distance. She's been kept at that flat 5 furlong, 5.5 furlongs, 2 back. I will be say when she was at the mile, she got on the dirt that day. I'm incredibly exciting to see her try to get to the route game. Now, this isn't the best of fields. She is hard to make on paper, but just from a physical perspective, maybe the ground will move her forward.
And Munchkin, the 6, another big long shot here. Chantel Sutherland's the horse. She's still got a little time to get to your Naira Bets account. As you can see, they're going to walk up the chute. Munchkin's Niece, excuse me, for Holly Harris. And Chantel Sutherland, a lot of girl power here. At least a horse that is improving, I guess.
Well, I mean, those races do leave more to be desired from this daughter of midshipmen, who another that was incredibly sharp, but could be forward and could honestly control this pace. We'll see how Chantel Sutherland plays. It could ultimately play out to be the main speed. We'll see. But she does have that slack to her passer, and she's certainly turf meant. But I will say she was a bit more compact. So I wonder if ground is really what she desires. I would prefer her probably sprinting, but from a pace perspective, she's interesting. I just find it hard to make a case for her as a win candidate.
And then the outside filly is actually lower. I'm amazed. Maybe she does outrun the 1 here. I'm surprised you're getting that price in the 1, but the outside filly's second choice right now, Cool K.
I'm a bit surprised by that as well, but this is also, again, this field was scratched down. You're getting some prices that obviously wouldn't be the case if this field probably held together. Now, Cool K is a shorter couple type. She was incredibly strong, headstrong in the paddock. Looks to me as a turf-meant runner, but she's just going to have to get a little bit more early speed. She's going to be up against it if she continues to be further and shuffled back. As we'll see the 1 there, Tarzan's Niece, getting amped up with the pony on the racetrack, Paul. I know you have a bit of interest in this horse.
Well, I just thought, listen, Angel Morales almost got another timer home. I don't know if I love this filly as much as it's, I guess it's just negative against the rest of the field. So I kind of landed here at 9-2. Not much really more to say about this field. I will say this, the 6 Munchkin could be part of the early pace?
She could, but as far as the number 1, Tarzan's Niece, we mentioned getting a sharp on the racetrack with the pony, actually broke off from the pony and got a nice warm-up, so could show speed from that inside position. And when you are from that inside post, Paul, there's one way to go, and that's forward in a paceless race, so certainly could find the right trip. I will say this, Paul, Juan Avila with first-time starters in the past 5 years and turf routes is 0 for 6.
Well, hopefully he can go 1 for 7 here, but Lady Heather, just the one to beat. Paco Lopez, he's always the one to beat. Race number 4, let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
2 back, Munchkin. Cool K to the outside. Cool K goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. A little bit of a tardy break from Tarzan's niece, the first-time starter. The stablemate, Lady Hather, got away cleanly, and she's on the lead here. Munchkin on a stronghold, but is keen here in the early stages. These two 1-2. Lady Hather in the yellow blinkers strides out to take a short lead while on restraint early to ration her speed. Munchkin 3/4 of a length behind in the early part. Gypsy Style third, Cool K to the outside, and Tarzan's niece after the slow getaway from the gate is last, but she's only about 5 or 6 behind as the quintet hits the first turn run. Lady Hather carving out the fractions, a length and 3/4 ahead or so. Munchkin happy to track now, more settled down in the second. A space of 2 to Gypsy Style, Cool K to the outside, and Tarzan's niece still the caboose of the field, 6 lengths behind the leader, Lady Hather, who went off as the 1-2 favorite. Leads a half length from Munchkin, who's getting a little bit closer now and pressing just mildly in second. Now there's a space of a length and a half. Gypsy Style, Cool K still side by side. They run as a pair. 3.5 clear of Tarzan's niece with a half mile left to go in the contest. Lady Hather with absolutely no excuses here, just dawdling along. The pace is not fast. Lady Hather into the turn, a half length in front. Munchkin now turning up the pressure as they charge into the turn. Gypsy Style down on the rail. Cool K still to the outside of her, and 3 back to Tarzan's niece. She's come under a hard ride. Gypsy Style has lost the lead now, and Gypsy Style back in third, coming to the top of the stretch. Lady Hather and Munchkin, they are together. Lady Hather off the turn, confidently handled here. Gets a tap on the shoulder, and the response was instantaneous. She opened up 3 with a furlong to go. Now it's 4. Cool K coming on into the second position, but that's the best she'll do. It's Lady Hather cruising in a 3-length lead, and she finishes strong to the line. Cool K second, Gypsy Style third, then Munchkin and Tarzan's niece, who trailed the round.
Well, Paco Lopez, he's often the favorite, and he often delivers. He does here, certainly.
I don't know how you take 1-2 shot in a race for this quality, but if you did, you cashed. And I got to say, they overbet Paco, except he basically wins every race.
And with Monmouth Park today, race number 5 upcoming will be very competitive, but they have a fantastic stakes race, the Get Serious in race number 6, 5 furlongs on the turf. There was a significant scratch out of there. Nothing Better is out, and that is part of the cross-country pick 5. Okay, maiden claiming 16,000 on the grass at Monmouth Park to Royal Ascot. It is the perfect transition. 6 days of championship racing, recognized on a global scale as truly one of the best meets anywhere on horse racing's calendar. Royal Ascot concluded yesterday, and we have a chance to find out what Matt Chapman thought of the final day and the week before.
Hello everyone, Matt Chapman here for Fox Sports once again at the end of a long week at Royal Ascot. 5 days in a glorious sunshine. Just look at this place. It's absolutely magnificent. But there were many horses running here that you may see stateside later in the year. So let's go through day by day. Tuesday, important day, Queen Anne and the St. James's Palace Stakes. The Queen Anne, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup, was won by an outsider called 10 Bob Tony, but you wouldn't buy this horse for 10 Bob. And the good thing about him is that we all thought he was a soft ground performer, which tends not to be great for Breeders' Cup. But it was good to firm here this week, so he becomes a contender for the Breeders' Cup Mile. St. James's Palace Stakes isn't a win and you're in. It was won by a horse called Bo Echo, starred in second. Both of those could end up in the Breeders' Cup Mile. But the other win and you're in was the King Charles III, and that was won by a horse called Mission Central. No reason why he shouldn't go for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint later in the campaign. We're talking end of October, beginning of November. On Wednesday, the Prince of Wales was won by Ombudsman. He's 50-50 for Breeders' Cup because he doesn't really go 1.5 miles and he's not going to go a mile, but things might change. So you could possibly have him perhaps, if something happened to Horseline Notable Speech, he could represent Godolphin in the mile, possibly. But he was a brilliant winner of the Prince of Wales. Thursday's all about the Ascot Gold Cup. Now, not going to have any effect on the Breeders' Cup, but a magnificent horse race between Scandinavia and Trawlerman. Then on Friday, the girls in the Coronation Stakes, Precise was the winner. She could be interesting in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf because she will stay further than the distance this week of 1 mile. And then today, the Norfolk Stakes was won by a horse called Orthodox, trained by Clive Cox, and there's every chance Orthodox could end up in a Breeders' Cup, juvenile, turf sprint, something like that, later in the season. So magnificent racing. I've enjoyed it. The voice, not 100%, needs a bit of time for recovery. And I tell you what, whew, it's hot under this hat.
You can finally take the hat off, the morning coat and the top hat and tails. But yeah, a lot of those horses he talked about, not only the winning your ins obviously get you a spot in the Breeders' Cup, but horses that competed over Royal Ascot will be showing up for the Breeders' Cup in various divisions.
We'll see.
Okay.
I enjoy watching the races. You know, St. James Palace is usually, it seems to match up the Irish Guineas winner, the English Guineas winner, and the French Guineas winner. The French Guineas winner did not end up entering. But the favorite got it done, just barely, though. It took him a while to get going in there, and he was a heavy favorite.
I'm guessing you've never worn a top hat, but I don't know
Hopefully never will.
You've ever been in a hat. Do you ever wear a hat?
Well, when I was a kid, I used to wear a derby. I used to wear hats. I wear baseball hats
you used to
occasionally.
wear a derby?
Yeah, when I was a kid. So
baseball
it's a
hat,
thing.
too.
But, you know, I would love to go to Ascot, and I'd like to go to British Champions Day there.
Yes.
I have no interest in wearing a goofy suit and a big hat.
You know, I want to see Glorious Goodwood. I want to get to Goodwood.
I'd love
Speaking
to go.
of
It's
English
during
racing.
Saratoga, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'd love to go as well.
All right, back to the racing action here in New York. The field is in the paddock for race 4, and rejoining us, Acacia Clement.
And we'll start to the outside with the number 7 in Ohante's Own, who I think is the horse to beat. This is a horse that kind of got ignored last time out, and I did not think he should have been, because he was a horse that really moved forward from first to second start. He was much more fit in his second effort. He was much more focused as well, and he is a big, strong individual. But last time out, he was drawn to the outside, and he broke a little bit slowly. I thought Jamie Rodriguez did a really good job getting him into position, but Nagil did wire the field that day, and there wasn't much movement in the race. So I think Ohante's Own is a horse that has been moving in the right direction, and I like him here in his third start. Now, you do have to take a shorter price today than you did in his first 2 efforts. But like I said, I think he is trending the right way, and in many ways, the horse to beat in here. Now, taking a look at the number 2, Emotionally Available, comes out of that same race as he's making just his second start. He's taking some attention on the board as well for Brad Cox as they put the blinkers on, just a shortcut cheater blinker for his second start, and he looks so much more fit and refined today. He had a solid frame first time out, but just really struck me as the type of horse that would do better with a race. He's the full brother to stakes place Hangover Heaven, who was more of a turf sprinter, but this guy has a lot more size and scope than his brother does, and like I said, I think has taken a big step forward from his first to second start, Todd.
Thank you, Acacia. And just in time with the field coming out onto the track for our post parade here in race number 4. What an odds board. Most of the horses 3-1 to 6-1 in this field, with the exception of the 4 Zip for Rick, who is our longest shot at 17-1. We start the post parade with the 1 Twirling Lad.
Ran fine last time, chasing the winner around the racetrack. Draws inside, should be the speed.
Emotionally Available. Coming off the debut and has every reason to improve, right?
Second time starter can always improve. This one better to justify being 4-1.
Okay, High Leverage is going to get the lead here.
Is he going to be in front of this one? I wonder that.
Really?
He's supposed to be. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well,
Pace
with
Projector has him second. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
I agree with what you're saying. I would have thought he'd have the speed. I don't know why he's taking so much money.
Look, if you're going to make a case for Twirling Lad, he drew post 11 last time out. The inside should have, a much more advantage.
I don't know why the 3's the favorite. I missed something here.
The 5 Sleepwalking. This horse's debut was great. The next start 2 weeks later was not.
I like Sleepwalking a lot. He runs back to his debut. They're all running for second. Runs his last race. They're all running for some position in front of him. He'll be last. I'm going to give him a chance. Maybe he came back too soon.
Honk for Donk twice. He's also got the 6 Lobbyist.
Ran well last time, but last time was the time for him against a softer field in a race that collapsed.
And you heard Acacia singing the praises of the 7 Ohante's Own. 8-5 in the morning line, has been 11-1 in the 2 previous starts.
I'm not sure why this sort. I agree with Acacia. This horse should be favored in here. Ran very well last time. We'll see. I mean, I think he should be favored. I think he's the horse to beat in here. I like the 5, but I think this horse should be favored.
Scratch the 8 bargain purchase. That's your live post parade for race number 4 at Belmont Park. You could be playing all this great racing action with us if you have a Naira Bets account. If you don't, let's change that right now, because there's a fantastic offer on NyraBets.com. It is the $200 deposit match bonus, but you got to use the promo code MATCH200. You can be signed up in minutes and playing all this racing action here on America's Day at the Races with your NyraBets account. Let's go back to the horse that you mentioned that you like, the 5 Sleepwalking. Seems fairly obvious that debut was a good one against the soft pace. But what happened last time out was a 3-1 post-time favorite and didn't run even close to what the debut was. Was there an invisible excuse?
No. This horse was terrible last time. There's no question about it. Seemed to have a decent enough trip and just did absolutely no running. And I think you have to look at it as a couple of ways, right? Either this is a horse that just ran very well first time, and we've seen a lot of horses that win their first starts, they never seem to run back to those races. Maybe this is a horse that was ready first time and for whatever reason didn't run well. Or you could say, well, this horse came back in 15 days. Maybe it was coming back too soon after a big effort, and now the horse has had 5 weeks.
I look at the too soon from this perspective. This horse did not get to the races until his 4-year-old season. Obviously, there's been some issues for him to get to this races this late. So to wait that long and then all of a sudden come back 2 weeks later, a lot of times horses like that can't handle it.
Dave is a trainer that runs his horses. And in this case, he came back, and he's probably hoping it was too soon as well. Now he's waiting 5 weeks. Sometimes you got to run. The races are there. You don't know when the next race is coming back. This horse ran giant first time, blew the brake, slammed into the gate, was badly off very badly. Honoree is actually pretty good, a sugar horse that won the race, and this horse really ran in there. I am confident if he can run back to his debut, he's the horse to beat. I'm also confident he's the worst horse in the race if he runs his last race. I'm going to hope for the former and hope it's not the latter.
Acacia, I'm confident that this horse is going to get the lead, although Andy suggests that the 1 Twirling Lad actually might be faster in the early stages. What do you see with the 3 high leverage?
I might be with Andy on that one. As far as high leverage is concerned, I know he's stretching out from a sprint distance, but this is a horse that I've followed in his last couple of races pretty closely. And you talk about quick turnarounds. He's coming back in just 8 days after his near miss when dropping in for 50,000 last time out. But I think in large part why we saw Kerry Bryan cut him back to a sprint distance is he was a horse that was incredibly sharp prior to his races. Now, he was far more subdued last time, and I really liked him that day when he got beat a nose. And then today, yes, he's kind of shaking his head a little bit out there on the track, but I think that's just because Javier Castellano has the reins a little bit taut and he wants his head. But he, once again, is much quieter for his standards. Now, his demeanor lends itself more to sprint, but his physicality lends itself to going longer. So they're trying to stretch him back out again. Yes, he does have some natural speed, but I still think that he has some questions to answer, especially not being able to get the win last time out, though he did have to wait for room a little bit. As far as the number 1 Twirling Lad is concerned, last time, as Todd touched on, he had a far outside post and he tried to clear to get to the front end and just wasn't able to because of the post. And Nagil, who was the number 9 that day, was able to get to the front end and control things. And as I touched on, there wasn't much movement in the running of that race. This horse is always sharp, and he was a little bit high-headed and spirited in his warm-up, and that's always how he looks. He's now 3rd off the layoff, though, too, and I will say this is by far the strongest I've seen him since he's come back as a 3-year-old, and I imagine Edgar Zayas does plan to be aggressive with him from the rail. The number 5, Sleepwalking, coming out of that same race, he was actually favored that day off the back of that strong first effort, and to your point about him coming back quickly from first to second start and then given some more time now, he looks a lot better today. Always had a good coat, but just stronger overall, a brighter demeanor today. Let's see what version of Sleepwalking we get this afternoon.
Thank you, Acacia. The field moving to the line for race 4. I don't know that we've said enough about the 2 emotionally available. We have all these horses coming out of the same race, May 16th, race 11. A phenomenal stat for Brad Cox, and he has a lot of phenomenal stats, is 2nd time out with a horse.
Question is on turf, though. And I didn't look at his turf. And the other thing is I like to differentiate his stats between a general and New York, because he's not really here except for Saratoga. And believe me, his assistant trainer does a fabulous job here. Sometimes his stats are much better. I don't know. This horse wins. It's a complete form reversal, and second-time stars can certainly do that. I don't know why he's a short price.
It's the start of the pick 6 with a carryover of $37,000 coming in, and they have bet $162,000 in new money at this point. Let's go to Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off and off slowly. Emotionally available. Off quickly was Twirling Lad. Showing early speed, and Twirling Lad is in front. gets over two. Well out in the two path now, is staying well off the rail early. Twirling Lad and Edgar Zayas, and now Emotionally Available, just wanted to rush on through, couldn't get there, now had to check and steady in behind. Not the easiest start of the race there for Emotionally Available. Twirling Lad is in front. Emotionally Available, Keen towards the inside, just got passed by High Leverage, who now takes second, back to third. Emotionally Available. Then in fourth is going to be Ohante Zone, is traveling nicely in the two path. Just in behind them comes Lobbyist, who's in fifth. There in sixth is Sleepwalking, and the trailer, after getting squeezed at the start, Zip for Rick. They work up the backstretch, and Twirling Lad is fully in command. Twirling Lad trying to take them all the way. Moving in closer is High Leverage and Javier Castellano. They're a clear second with At the Rail Emotionally Available in third. Ohante Zone is in fourth, moving comfortably still. Just in behind them is Lobbyist in fifth and Sleepwalking. Still far back, Zip for Rick. Less than a half mile to go. Twirling Lad stretching the margin, and Twirling Lad in front. Immediately High Leverage trying to keep up, is called upon for the effort. Ohante Zone is moving into the races to the outside of Emotionally Available, and they are well clear of the rest of that front four. But Twirling Lad is just rolling right along. Twirling Lad, less than a quarter mile left to go, reaches the top of the lane and has a 3.5 length cushion. High Leverage continues to give game chase. Ohante Zone on the grandstand side is trying to reel in this leader, but Twirling Lad is way out in front. It's Twirling Lad approaching the final 16th, a dominant front-running score. Twirling Lad will win it. Twirling Lad, then comes Emotionally Available, Ohante Zone, and Lobbyist for fourth.
Well, the early pace discussion was an important discussion because that's where your winner came. You were convinced Twirling Lad would take the lead for a couple of reasons, amongst them Edgar Zayas, and he took advantage of that inside post and then doled out perfect fractions here.
I don't know how the connections of the three thought they were going to win rating off a slow pace. It's nonsensical to me. Sprinters stretching out need to be in front. Regardless, didn't really matter. This horse went to the front, dictated, got a ridiculously slow pace, and absolutely buried the field in here. The two did run better to finish second, saving ground with Manny, but it was nowhere close. And my 5 horse, yes, he ran extremely well first time. He cannot run at all anymore.
So you won't be playing him next time, third start?
I wouldn't bet this horse at any racetrack, anywhere, under any circumstances.
All right,
he was awful.
At least you're definitive.
He got a good trip. He was in position. He just went backwards. He was terrible.
Very good is Twirling Lad at 7-2. Posted on the board 1-2-7-6, 7-2 over 9-2 over 2-1 over 8-1. The pick six carryover coming in was $37,000. They bet nearly $180,000 in new money into the pool. So you got a pool that's just short of $200,000 today, are actually going to be over the $200,000 mark, approaching that $250,000. And we start with a $9 winner. That should be on a decent amount of tickets, but there are a lot of difficult races to come. But the pick six underway, starting with the one Twirling Lad. And it was Edgar Zayas yesterday that was the key actually to the pick six carryover and the late pick 5 that paid well. He had 2 winners in that sequence, including an upset race on the grass. And so Edgar Zayas, we knew he'd be a force coming up from South Florida, but it seems like he's now getting into a better part here.
Well, he's realized, I guess, that he didn't get the memo that you're supposed to rate speed horses here. And he actually sends speed horses the lead. And it's working out well for him. He's a good rider, and he's not falling in that trap of rating speed horses, which frankly happens way too often around here. If you look at this race, it's inexplicable that they went 49-2 to the half. And I know you don't disagree because you thought the 3 would be in front. And I said, we were talking about it off camera, and I said, if this was a straightaway and they were all out, the 3 would be in front of the 1.
Right.
I'm not saying you want a gun like that, but I don't know why. You're supposed to at least make sure that the 1 is running a little bit if you're going to see the lead to him, and that is not what they did. Against the MIGs, get your position going forward. That one, in that case, got his position going backwards.
I feel like if I were in the jocks room and listening to the show, I'd want to go in the corner and cry.
Listen,
I don't have thick skin, though.
You're complimentary of riders frequently, give good rides. I think that there were some surprisingly unaggressive rides in that race.
You are fair and balanced. When we come back, more of America's Day at the Races. We take you to Monmouth Park.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside. Down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish
His first yearlings are selling now.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at naira.com/Saratoga.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player-friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and thank you for spending part of your Father's Day with us. We hope you're enjoying this special day for Dad. And if Dad bet the one Twirling Lad, you're going to like that price, 7-2, returning $9.20. Congratulations to the Winning Connections, owned by the Three Colleen's Stable, trained by Horacio De Paz, rid of victory by Edgar Zayas. Twirling Lad, a bait colt by Twirling Candy out of the Pioneer of the Nile mare Carry Girl, was bred by David and Christine Stack here in the Empire State of New York. New York breds, respect them. New York skyline on a gorgeous day. Temperatures up in the mid-80s, but perfect for anything you want to do on this Father's Day. And coming up next, race number 5 will start today's late pick 5. 5.5 furlong maiden special weight event for 2-year-old fillies. Scratch the 3, So Angelina. It is the second-time starter, the 2 First Sight, who's odds on, Andy.
I love the name Napoleon Dynamite. I had to bet that. I love Napoleon Dynamite as a movie. This horse worked very well at the 2-year-old sale. Put this one on top. I think it's understandable First Sight's a heavy favorite. This horse ran fine in the debut, but I don't think ran so well that a first-time starter has some ability, can't beat her. So I'm going to take a small shot against her. Whether or not I have the right horse is another question.
Is the tote board yielding any clues amongst these first-time starters? I guess the 4 Miss Lou is the one you have to take note of. 3-1, that surprises me.
Yeah, I've heard. I think she's been working well, and Jen Antonucci's been her horse has been running very well lately.
We're 19 minutes away from race number 5 here in New York. We'll get back to that in just a moment, but we're going to head back to Oceanport, New Jersey at Monmouth Park. The field coming out onto the track for race number 5, a 6-furlong optional claiming event. This for 3-year-olds and upward. The optional claiming price is $20,000. You do have a scratch of the 5 and the 7. Ball of Fire and St. Ephrem are out. St. Ephrem would have taken some play in here, so that's adjusted the odds quite a bit. We start with the 1 Cold Feet.
Yeah, Cold Feet's supposed to be in front down the inside with Sammy Marin, is clearly a contender.
Splitting Stones goes through. Here's the 3 Guapo Again.
Yeah, well, Guapo Again ran a huge figure last time, runs back to that. He's going to be very tough, but you want to see if he can do it.
Grant the Great off the maiden win.
Tell you one thing, off Timeform US, you would be betting out on this horse, and the public apparently is. Oh, it's Paco.
Here is the 6 John Jay.
Yeah, it's probably in trouble, but not awful. I mean, the winner's probably going to be the 4 or 3 in this race, and the 2 taking the money.
All right, that is the conclusion of your post parade. Race number 5 at Monmouth Park, and it does start a late pick 4 down in Oceanport, New Jersey. When we come back, we'll check in on site at Monmouth Park and take you up to the starting gate for race 5. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. You're looking into the paddock at Monmouth Park, and we head there now for on-site coverage with Paul LaDuca and Megan Burgess.
Oh, thank you, Todd. As you see, look in the paddock here. Races 5, 6, 7, 8. The late pick 4 here on a Sunday. Last Sunday, Paco Lopez swept the late pick 4, and he's got the heavy favorite in this race, Grant the Great. Now, he was on the other horse in here, but he's also going to stick with Kelly Breen.
He is, and Kelly Breen is effective with these types. Maiden winners last out, as the number 4 is 25% on the dirt the past 5 years here at Monmouth Park. And the number 4, Grant the Great, is stout, well-muscled. He looks very much the typical prototype of a Munnings. He's very strong behind, and he just gave me no physical issues, Paul, as he comes off that nice win at Laurel Park in driving fashion with that 79 Beyer speed figure. Now, I will say there were 3 next out winners from that group. The Dam was more of a sprinter, half to a dirt sprinter, and Landeskog. And Grant the Great actually Triple Crown nominated himself here. I do find, though, that his gig is likely sprinting, and he is well spotted and will be likely the main speed with a scratch at the 7.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tremendous day. That, Grant the Great broke his maiden on Preakness Day at Laurel Park. Obviously, Paco Lopez winning the Preakness with Napoleon Solo. Now, the 3 Guapo again, he's a good-looking horse, and he was impressive last time.
He was, though this is going to be an uptick in class, the strongest of which he's faced in quite some time, since dating all the way back primarily to 2024. Now, I didn't have any real issues with him physically. He was incredibly strong. He's kind of a burlier sort. I will say, as far as the speed is concerned, he's going to have to deal with the 4, Grant the Great, on the front end in Paco and have that rateable trip, which he has proven effective. I'm just concerned he's just been really beating down on a lot weaker of company, and you kind of can forgive that 2-back effort, Paul, though. That configuration at Charlestown, a 2-turn one, going that sprint distance, and never got into a rhythm, but he has the consistency against weaker to put himself in the mix.
Yeah, he's a tough horse. 7-year-old gelding. The 4's a 3-year-old going against a lot of older horses in here. Cold Feet's the 1. John Jay is the 6. You look at this field. Besides, obviously, the 3 and the 4 won their last starts, but nobody really makes up any ground in the final 8th at all. Nobody's really cutting back in distance. I landed on the 6. I just thought those 2 efforts needed the start, then on the turf. Maybe can get an outside flow. Going to be tough to beat the 3 or the 4 here.
I would agree with you, and I can also admire trying to take a shot against the 2 horses that we kind of described there. John Jay is incredibly burly and robust, and Patrick McBurney's horses look fantastic as he is getting back to the dirt, which is where he belongs. Paul, my question is, he's just never looked fit and does lack that early speed. We'll see if he can be a bit more forward from that outside post.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Can Paco Lopez get another W on the card? 4 winners so far this weekend. He had 11, which was a record here at Monmouth Park. He also has the 1-day record, which he's done 3 times. 7 wins on a card. He's going to have the favorite here, Grant the Great.
Waiting for John Jay. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. Grant the Great caught an alert getaway. Cold Feet the gray horse moving up to challenge. Grant the Great narrow lead. Cold Feet on the inside on a hold right now, but is naturally quick. John Jay in the 3rd position. Guapo again next. Splitting Stones at the back. The long shot 5 off the pace now 6. Down the back stretch. 2 runners get acquainted on the lead here. Grant the Great and Cold Feet. Cold Feet inside, nose in front. Grant the Great right there to the outside. They've pulled 2 ahead of Guapo again. John Jay to the outside, losing the 3rd spot. To Guapo again, who gets a giddy-up reminder. Big space back to Splitting Stones as they round the far turn. Cold Feet, Grant the Great pick up the tempo here. Grant the Great on the outside with Cold Feet right up alongside. Sent upon, and Grant the Great has a head in front now. Cold Feet back in 2nd, under heavy pressure. Outside, Guapo again trying to pick him up. He's in with a shot as they come down the lane. Grant the Great the leader. Guapo again on the outside, bearing down to try to run down Grant the Great, who has 1 furlong remaining. He's clear. Guapo again 2nd with Cold Feet. That's what they're battling for 2nd. No doubt about the winner, Grant the Great. Another win for Paco Lopez today. That's 4. Cold Feet 2nd. Guapo again 3rd. Then Splitting Stones and John Jay.
4 wins through 5 races. Paco Lopez.
How did he lost a race?
That's the thing. That's the most shocking story. It shouldn't be that he's won 4. It's like, how did he lose to not be 5 for 5?
A good rider will be 5 for 5.
Yeah,
it's clear.
He's got a few more opportunities remaining on the card. We'll see if he can tie that record that Paul LaDuca talked about, that he's had 3 times, 7 wins in one day. Unfortunately for Andy Serling, he's going to have to watch remotely to see how Paco's day ends up. That's it for you here. So this will be the answer to a trivia question. What was the last show that you and I worked at Aqueduct before they closed
That's true,
down?
unless we
was
bring you
today.
back next week. I just want to mention Javier Castellano riding the favorite here. You know, I was talking to Connections in the last race. So if you think it was Javier that decided to rate high leverage, it wasn't Javi. The Connections wanted to rate that horse. It obviously didn't work out, but it was not his call to rate that horse. Didn't want to mention that, but it's a pleasure working with you as always.
Yeah, I love this
Hopefully I'll
connection.
see you upstate at some point.
All right.
Look forward to it. Like
Andy,
the purple.
Thank you. Andy Serling, Breeders' Cup. Andy Serling stepping out. Stepping in will be Jonathan Kenshin. More Father's Day racing from New York here on America's Day at the Races.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond, and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a one-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we have 2-year-old fillies in the paddock here coming up in race 5, going 5.5 furlongs. And we'll take a look at some first-time starters, beginning with the number 4, Miss Lou, who is taking some attention for trainer Jenna Antonucci. And this filly is by Greatest Honor, who's 0 for 4 so far with his progeny, but 3 out of those 4 have hit the board. And I think it's a really interesting value sire that I'm going to continue watching. This horse is also the half-sister to stakes winner What in the Literal, who won the Astoria for Jenna Antonucci. And it seems like that horse, along with others in the family, are precocious, maybe not necessarily training on as much, but you want them as 2-year-olds. And this one looks ready for debut, incredibly fit for her first outing. Amelia Green sending out 2. The one that I prefer and the one that has been working better in the mornings is the one Miss Ma'am, as she's been outworking her stablemate Matoli and Metolian Dynamite, according to the Daily Racing Form Clocker report. Miss Ma'am by Mo Donegal, looking for his first win as a stallion as well. This horse is strong. She's been bubbling in the paddock as well. There is a little bit more pedigree in the second generation as far as long on turf, perhaps, but this one looks well spotted. I think that she will eventually go longer, but I really like what I see from her on her debut, as she will have to break from the rail. I know, Todd, not always something that trainers love for 2-year-old first-time starters.
So true. Thank you, Acacia. And our post parade is underway for race number 5 here, Belmont at the Big A. You'll hear his voice before you see his face. But joining us now is Jonathan Kinchin. Happy Father's Day, JK.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's fun. Fun day. It's like an excuse to just kind of do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
I know most dads at home right now are doing the same thing.
Yeah. I either want to watch the U.S. Open or I want to go to the racetrack. And a number of dads have gone out to the races today, especially seen here at Aqueduct and at Monmouth Park, where there's a huge crowd on hand. Post parade completed with the 8 Neshoba here in race number 5. And as far as the money, a lot of the money has gone to the 2 First Sight second time out. Now, the trouble lines for First Sight in the debut suggest this horse had a lot of trouble at the gate. What did you see?
Yeah, no, he definitely broke slow. And that's something that kind of you can get with a first-time starter, is a horse that doesn't get away from there cleanly, but they learn a little bit. It's something they can work on, something they can. Now the rider knows. Javier was there for that. He understands. I remember this horse broke a little slow. Maybe try to make sure that attention is right this time around. And this is a theme that we'll see a lot over the next 10 to 12 weeks, is first-time starters that are supposed to be runners versus horses that have experience, and that experience typically goes a long way.
Reconcile something else for me, and that is with the first-time starter in an area who's getting play. The 4 Miss Lou, I like to see on the tote board where the money's come to the first-time starters. It's coming to Miss Lou, but here's the problem. Jenna Antonucci, she can win first out, but it's not a high percentage for her in that category. So how do you look at a horse that's getting play first time out into a trainer percentage that's not that great under these circumstances?
Well, I think sometimes that's the signal in itself, right? A horse that's being bet into the teeth of a stat that's not great, I think says a lot about a horse like the 4 Miss Lou. Looking at the workout report, one of the things that kind of stood out to me was that Miss Lou had been working with some productive types. I think a lot of times finding out who they're working with means more than the letter grades. You'll see that all the time. Look, everyone loves to see a B+ work or A- work. But I think a lot of times having a solid work with a good horse goes a long way.
Trainer Amelia Green has 2 first-time starters in here, the 1 Miss Ma'am and the 5 Metolian Dynamite. To tell us more about Metolian Dynamite, once again, Acacia.
And a terrific name in Metolian Dynamite there, Todd. As I touched on back in the paddock, of the 2 for Amelia, I did much prefer Miss Ma'am, and the tote board is reflecting that as well. Like I said, reportedly that's the one that's been working stronger in the mornings. And looking at Metolian Dynamite, she really strikes me as the type of horse that will benefit from a race to strengthen. She's a very light boned type of filly, not a ton of substance to her. She's been very professional. She looks incredibly fit. I just would like to see her put on a bit of muscle mass. She did work 10 flat at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. It was pouring rain that day. She was a little bit high-headed, but overall it was a pretty solid work. She got over the Tapeta well, but I'm going to watch one with her here. The number 6, My Hometown Gal, she went 20-4 at the OBS April sale, which is a very fast work to go that quarter on the workout at OBS, and I thought it was a hand ride, but she did it really nicely. She's just been quite green when they got out on the track, as she got a little bit revved up with the pony. Jamie Rodriguez kicked his feet out of the irons, trying to get her to settle. She also looks like she just might benefit from a start to tuck up a bit. Don't love to see her kind of throwing her head around like that, but one that I'm going to watch with interest, and I think will be very intriguing next time out. A barn you typically like to see them have a start, as well as Michael Gorin opts to ship her in here from Delaware. The number 2, First Sight, she is the one with experience, at least on the main track, and I did the handicapping show today, so she was my pick coming into this. Now, I was on the set for her first race, but she did face the boys on debut. It is not
uncommon this early with 2-year-old races to see fillies take on the boys, and oftentimes it could be successful. But she hit the gate and she kind of overreacted and broke out, and that made her be up against it following that. But I remember Maggie Wolfendale saying that she did stack up nicely with the boys. I just wish I had seen a little bit more from her today. She looks like she's just a little bit more tucked up than I'd like to see in contrast with her competition. Sometimes horses, especially fillies, they get a little bit rattled after their first start, or they're really ready on debut. I wish that she had a bit more muscle mass overall coming here today, but she's by early voting, who is 5 for 10 with his progeny as a really exciting freshman stallion. If I was just going off of looks, I would land on the number 4, Miss Lou. And to your point, Todd, I know that maybe Jenna, not necessarily known for 2-year-old first-time starters, she's already had at least 2 that I can think of 2-year-old firsters, or at least 2-year-olds winning here in New York this season.
Yeah, certainly in the context of this time frame, you wouldn't have a problem. And, you know, a lot of these stats obviously extend back farther, and there's a lot of circumstances that lead to that. The other thing that's fascinating about Ms. Lou is she was being prepared down at Keeneland before coming up to New York, and then obviously going to Saratoga before this race here at Belmont. But one of the last works at Keeneland back on May 3rd was a quick half mile out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I think about the 4 outside of the work tab that I think has been what I think a lot of people are leaning on. You know, this horse is a half to a lot of fast ones. You know, they might not have been the greatest horses in the world, but they were quick, they were precocious. What in the Literal, Dewey's Beast, and Locky Leo all had some nice early speed. But the one thing that stands out, to your point you made a little bit earlier, is that Jenna Antonucci throughout her career is 4% with first-time starters. So she's 4% with first-time starters. We've got a Greatest Honor who hasn't hasn't produced a winner yet, and the horse is 7-2 into the teeth of a 3-5 shot.
And it would give Edgar Zayas back-to-back wins. He took the start of our pick 6, race number 4 at Belmont Park with Twirling Lad, and that was at 7-2. And here he is aboard Miss Lou at 7-2. JK, who you going to select?
I mean, look, I think the 2 is the most likely winner, don't get me wrong, but I'll officially pick the 4. If I was alive in that pick 6, I'd want to have the 2 and the 4 here.
And it's a great pool in that pick 6 with the $37,000 carryover coming in. A pool that ended up in total near $220,000. Ready to go for race number 5 here, Belmont at the Big A. It is the 7 Bandmaster moving forward. That'll leave 1 more to load. Let's go up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Bandmaster and Nashoba. Nashoba goes in, all set. And they're off. Early speed to the outside there from Bandmaster is in the early fray, and here comes First Sight at the rail. Also lining up in the early mix is going to be Miss Lou, who's challenging in a pace duel on the front end. The 2-year-olds throw it down early. It's First Sight to the inside with a neck advantage, and Miss Lou is not going anywhere. And they've got 5 lengths of separation from the rest. Is back in third is Bandmaster. Metolian Dynamite is at the rail in 4th. Trying to run on My Hometown Gal. Then second to last, Miss Ma'am, and the trailer, Nashoba. 22.08 and no easy leads as these 2 have gone back and forth. First Sight to the inside, Miss Lou. Match racing to the quarter pole to the inside, First Sight, and Miss Lou is trying to get the margin on the outside. Miss Lou and First Sight still go after each other. Bandmaster starts to make up ground at a massive number of furlong left to go. To the inside, First Sight. To the outside, Miss Lou. Can Bandmaster get there? First Sight has shrugged off Miss Lou, but Bandmaster at a big long shot number 1. Bandmaster up for the win. First Sight running on late in the photo. That's Miss Ma'am with Miss Lou.
Small field, massive price here. You heard it in the call, 34-1 on Bandmaster, and this was set up by the speed duel that developed amongst the top 2 favorites here, JK.
Yeah, I mean, they went out and were on an absolute mission. I understand Javier's position in there. You had that inside position. You want to hold it. You got a lightly raced horse, an inexperienced horse. You want to put the horse in the race, hold that position, be aggressive. You know the horse has a little bit of experience as well, but at the end, the 2 and the 4 set it up perfectly for the 7 Bandmaster, 34-1.
$70 winner here. Final time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105.3, which speaks to that speed duel that was going early on. But credit to Bandmaster being prepared. Speaking of trainers that don't have a high win percentage, first time out, Oscar Barrera III. But again, when the circumstances present themselves, Bandmaster gets there. And, you know, we talk a lot about pedigrees. Playing the progeny of Enticed first time out is not a bad proposition. And if you did that here, you get a shocking upset in race number 5, Belmont at the Big A. That was also the start of the cross-country pick 5. And when we come back, more racing action from Monmouth, which has a couple of races in that sequence. It's more of America's Day at the Races on Father's Day in just a moment.
Something happened in the fall of 1983 that will never, ever happen again. Not only because the races don't even really exist in that manner anymore, but Patrick Biancone did with All Along in 1983, winning the Arc, winning the Canadian International, winning the Turf Classic here at Aqueduct, and then winning the Washington, D.C. International. 4 races, 3 different countries, all route races, 1.5 miles. I think all were 1.5 miles. In 6 weeks, and one of the stops was here at the Big A.
Yeah, and a filly beating the boys, globe-trotting, Patrick Biancone, the conditioner, Walter Swinburne, the rider, another baby-faced ambassador of the game. And I was so immersed in the game at that point, and I was a huge all-along fan, and she competed right here.
Unless you really understand what it means to have done, to win the Arc, then to win the Canadian National 2 weeks later, come down here 2 weeks later, go down to Laurel and just dominate those races. I mean, that was an amazing, amazing run, and the kind of thing in the history of racing you'll never, ever see again.
No, they won't put together that many races and that much travel in that short a period of time.
And it's pretty cool that Aqueduct was part of the story.
Some memories from a historic Aqueduct. As we've been talking about, we are counting down the days for racing that is left here in the history of this racetrack. After today, just one more week of racing. The final day will take place Sunday, June 28th. We'll hope you'll come out for a very special day of festivities and your own remembrances. Meanwhile, back on this card, it changed dramatically. We have all these pick fives that intersect with each other. The early pick five, ending in race 5, the middle 3 through 7, and the start of the late here. And they're all going to include a 34-1 shocker.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, these are the types of situations where you can get pace meltdowns to get home big price horses like this, right? I mean, the horse wasn't being bet. There's no one that really thought the horse was well meant today, but the circumstances of the race can change all of that. And with the 2 and the 4 getting into a heated duel and all the way around there, it's set up perfectly for that horse.
It's our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift, home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vekoma, and Yaupan, and the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. There are the prices for Bandmaster, owned by Nova Stables, and William Anderson II, trained by Oscar Barrera III, ridden to victory by Jose Lescano, Dark Bear Brown filly by Enticed out of the Candy Ride mare Conductress, and was bred by Bob Novak, Nova Stables, and William Ander in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Coming up next, a great feature race at Monmouth Park. For more on site in Oceanport, New Jersey, Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Todd. And it's a happy Father's Day for Kelly Breen with a winner on the card. His kids over to our left, but he will send out the number 3 Speed Figures. You claimed this horse for $22,000, and he's since rolled on to 5 victories. Can you speak to bringing these horses along and building their confidence through these conditions now in stakes company?
He's just a fast horse. We're happy to have him. Good-looking horse. I don't think we really did much to him. He was in good hands beforehand. Maybe we were fortunate to be the one who got him when he was claimed. But it's a step up for us. Another stake. Hasn't won a stake yet for us. So we're just taking it by one race at a time. But he's fast. He's really fast. And we haven't had any rain. I don't know what this first quarter is going to be, but it's going to be fast.
I would agree with you there with that speed he will have to confront, Kelly, but he has been down in Florida. Do you find there be differences as he's 2 for 3 over this Monmouth turf course?
You know, he likes this turf course. I didn't know if it was the stakes competition he didn't run well or shipping over to Tampa. Running him out of his own stall right here has got to help. So we're here. It's Monmouth Park, and it's Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day indeed, Kelly. Best of luck in here and enjoy your family today.
Thank you.
Todd, Speed Figures, aptly named. He'll be certainly on the front end, contesting that pace early, and this gets serious.
And trainer Kelly Breen has some gaudy win figures. His percentage at the meet winning at over a 30% pace. And Speed Figures figures to be the pace as they were talking about, especially with the scratch of the 4 nothing better. I thought that was a massive scratch because that horse lined up right next to Speed Figures, could keep that one honest. The only other one that I think could be nearly as fast would be Coppola, but that horse doesn't seem to be in his best form. There was a time where Coppola was equally as fast as Speed Figures, but that's what you're going to watch, whether or not Speed Figures can get a clear lead or if Coppola can challenge early. But if Speed Figures is clear early, then makes a lot of sense in here. Post parade, JK going to begin with the 1 Allegon, who will benefit from any type of fast early pace.
Yeah, he should end up working on a nice trip. They should run away from him just a little bit, but he's tactical enough to stay in that inside pocket position.
Kelly Breen was talking about the disappointing performance at Tampa for Speed Figures last time out. The horse who beat him that day was Superquest.
Yeah, Superquest is one that has had some races where he runs pretty fast early, too. It matters on what the intention is from the rider.
Yeah, with Speed Figures, they've got only one way to go here.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is very fast early. We'll see if he gets pressure.
Scratch the 4 nothing better. Here's Governor Sam. He's 1 for 1 at Monmouth, but that's going back to his 2-year-old season.
Yeah, once upon a time, Governor Sam was a very dangerous turf sprinter. Let's see if he can find a way to get back to that good form.
And Paco Lopez looking for his 5th winner on the day. Here's the aforementioned Coppola.
Yeah, he's just one of those horses I think probably runs a little bit better with Lasix.
And finally, the 7-4 Harp is the longest shot in this field of 6 at 10-1.
Yeah, well, we've seen the longest shot on the board with that orange saddle towel in the last 15 minutes, light up the tote board. It won't be nearly as big of a price, but likely a horse that would need a huge setup to get there.
Right now, our second choice of the wagering is Allegon. The last time we saw him was right here, Belmont at Aqueduct, but that was September of last year in the Belmont Turf Sprint. So capable at 6 furlongs on the turf, but we are going 5 here today. But what do you take away from the last start from Allegon?
Yeah, I mean, I would think with Allegon, he's one that's going to want a little bit of pace. He should get that pace. You know, sometimes horses that can finish going 6, their closing kick can almost be intensified going a little bit shorter. I think, you know, it's contrary to popular thinking about a situation like that, you know, a closer wants more ground. Sometimes a closer wants less ground. I call it the elite power effect. I mean, I think he was the perfect example of a horse that it seemed like he wanted to go 7 furlongs based on his running style, but really, he was unbelievable going 6.
Yeah, they have a huge last 1/8 of a mile burst. And so I'm with you. I even like horses who are turning back out of route races back to sprints on the turf. This race, the feature at Monmouth, outstanding. And our favorite continues to be Governor Sam. But, Paul, look, I know, you know, you look at Paco Lopez, he's obviously going to get play on a day like today. But with Governor Sam, his best races were a long time ago.
Yeah, you make a good point, Todd. You know, he was gelded earlier in April, earlier in the year, and I think they tried to get a little bit of a confidence in him over the synthetic at Gulfstream Park. He's been a kind of horse that hasn't got out of the gate, and maybe he's getting the Paco Lopez effect in here, and that's why the favorite. But we'll start with the 1, Allegon. You saw that replay when he won last time out. I thought he was very game. He looks tremendous on the racetrack for his 2026 debut.
He does. He is one that when you look at him physically, he does not strike you as an overt turf sprinter. He's got some size to him and some scope that would maybe think that this 5/8, which is the first time he is at this 5 furlong flat distance since 2024, is not likely. And I get what JK is saying as far as the dynamics and that acceleration and that closing kick effect that he described. But physically, I have my hesitation wanting to take him off of the layoff and now at 5/8. And look, last time out in the Belmont Turf Sprint, he ran fantastic against a very solid field of foes. You'll see Bold Journey comes back to win the Tom Fool. 26 Black has come back to win one of Stakes the next out. Dawn Show, a record-setting type at the 5/8, and the list goes on. The rails were set at 0 for the first time that day since June. And he ran incredibly well. There wasn't any particular bias, but it's not exactly an advantage, Paul, to be 3 wide around the racetrack in the way he was. So he ran well that day. I just have my question marks, not even from a fitness perspective, from this particular distance, as he faces a horse in Governor Sam that we know is going to be effective at the 5/8.
Well, we'll get to Governor Sam now, right? The 4-year-old by Improbable. You know, he's running the Jaipur and the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint in his last 2 turf efforts. Obviously, this is a little bit of a break in class. He does have a win here at Monmouth. You get Paco Lopez. I don't think he should be this short of the price, but he's one of the ones.
He is definitely one of the main players, and he's going to get that speed to sit that tactical type of trip that he does enjoy. Now, going through his form lines, as far as his trips, I feel like he's been moved too soon in some of his races. You can see there in the Woodford and even going back to the Mahoney where he was caught by Spiced Up as he got led in the lane. I find he has the right kind of trip coming to him. He's incredibly strong. He's obviously taking some Paco Lopez money, but he fits in this group. And I do find, as I was in Saratoga last summer, he's taken a step forward. He's put on muscle mass. He's incredibly strong to my eye as far as a fitness perspective, as he's got those 2 races, and he does get a bit of class relief, Paul. He's going to be incredibly tough to get around, and he's got the right setup coming to him.
Yeah, he does get the right setup because you do have the 3 in here. I thought looked tremendous. Great interview with you and Kelly. This horse has never not been in front, at least on the form.
Shows up.
You know, son of super speedy, and he's very speedy.
He is very speedy, and he's just going to have to class up. That's the big question mark with Speed Figures, the number 3. And, you know, according to the press notes and Kelly Brain and conversations with him, they're not going to try to rate this horse back. They use his speed, they use his weapon, and he will have to fend off the likes of Coppola, who I think is a bit big of a price in this field, Paul. I know he's going to be contesting on that pace, and, you know, it is 5/8, but he's got some races that put him in the mix.
Well, I think he gets first run, right? If you read into the tea leaves of this racing form, he's the fastest of the outside runners. I know the 7-4 hop is a long shot here, but if Governor Sam's up to his same antics, he doesn't break well again, the 6 is right outside the 3 with the 1 probably in the pocket. And I think Chantel's got a big shot from there.
She does. And he's also getting to the turf since the first time since that Silks run back in March at the 5/8. Now, Coppola is a very simple horse. You get him to the front end and you roll. But he's also very similar to my discussion on the physical of the one Alagon. He is a bigger horse, right? So I feel as if the front end dynamics with him, he doesn't look like a turf sprinter overtly. He's not that compact, you know, shorter made. He doesn't quicken with that acceleration as perhaps a type like Governor Sam would. He's got that longer stride, so he needs to get in front of these horses so he can try to hold on. Does he have the stamina is going to be the key, but I thought he was incredibly interesting at a price, Paul. But how do you feel about the number 2 Super Quest? This is a tactical horse. He's up there at 6-1 right now, and he could trip out in a very similar manner to the current favorite.
Another horse that's very fast. I would think the 2 and the 3 go out here. The 2 did get the best of speed figures on March 27th and came off the pace. You know, the 2 does look like he's kind of a speed demon, but Sonny Leone was able to get this horse to rate at Tampa, and they kind of ran to the wire, the 2 and the 3. I think that's what he's kind of hoping, that maybe the 5 and the 1 don't show up.
I love that the number 2 Super Quest is 3 for 9 at this distance. He's able to rate inside, running down speed figures in their prior meeting. And the 2 next out winners from that group, of which he did get the better of them, that was all the way dating back to February. But listen, the only hesitancy, Paul, Mark Hasse has incredible numbers. He had a tremendous Belmont Stakes week, though. Here at Monmouth Park, the past 3 years, he's 1 for 13, just 8%. His last win at Monmouth was at Get Smokin' in the Grade 2 United Nations back in 2024. And honestly, the last couple of stake days we've seen, his runners haven't quite been as potent. So we'll see if Super Quest can make that translation to Monmouth Park, as he has hit the board, though, in one prior try.
See, the horse is still on the dirt track. They'll cross over to that 5.5 furlong, or the 5 furlong entrance. If you ever notice, it's kind of a little bit of elbow to the left. If you watch Santa Anita racing down the hill, it's the opposite. They go to the right, they go to the left here as well. Tremendous crowd. I was actually in the press office talking to Robin and talking to John Himes. Looks like there's going to be close to 20 to 20 some odd thousand here in attendance. And you know what, Todd? I think everybody's probably done listening to myself and Megan. Back to you guys.
By the way, Paulie, happy Father's Day, but we mentioned no better crowd anywhere across the country today than what they have at Monmouth Park. Everyone, a lot of people, look, Mom has taken a few kids out to the racetrack, but for the most part, a lot of people have a similar story. When did you fall in love with horse racing? My dad took me out to the racetrack. You had a number of excursions out to the races with your dad.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny. I always tell people, like, my dad, I did not like the game at first. When I used to go, my dad was not a good handicapper. He was not a good horse player. He just would go up there and, like, randomly pick numbers and be the guy in line who's, like, looking back at the TV screen. And I found it as a personal mission to try to prove to him that there was a better way to do it. I was like, Dad, there's people with computers and forms and all these things, and you're just picking random horses. This is annoying. I'm going to show you that I can just look at this for a couple of hours and do better than you. And then the rest is history. I fell in love with the puzzle. I fell in love with the game, and I'm really happy that we got to actually go to Monmouth Park one time. We went to with my dad. We went to a Belmont Stakes. And then the next day, we took the Sea Streak, the ferry down to Monmouth, and was able to go to Monmouth and see Monmouth Park, and my dad loved it. And yeah, you're right. Everybody's story typically starts with a family member taking them to the racetrack.
And before your dad passed away, you got to take him to Santa Anita a few times as well.
Absolutely. We had a little tradition for about 2 or 3 years in a row, maybe 3 years in a row, where we would fly out on Christmas morning. My brother lives in L.A., so we would fly out Christmas morning, go to his house, stay with him, and then the next day we would take that hour-long Uber from Tarzana all the way to Santa Anita and do opening day in the Eddie Logan suite. And that's one of my favorite days in racing is opening day at Santa Anita the day after Christmas.
Happy Father's Day. We hope you find some warm memories about Dad on this day, and we hope you find some winners. The field is moving into line for the Get Serious Stakes at Monmouth Park. 5 furlongs on the turf for 3-year-olds and upward. Let's go out to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
To the outside post, 4 Harp to round out the field. Here's 4 Hop, Jomar Torres. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good break from Speed Figures. He wastes no time showing that customary front-running dash here. Governor Sam the Presser on the outside. He runs in second. 4 Harp third. Coppola taken back to 5th now. Superquest is past that one. And Allegon off the layoff is last today. 6 off the pace. We'll have to pass them all. Approaching the far turn, it's the speedy Speed Figures into the turn. 3 parts of length ahead. Governor Sam now turning up the stakes. Speed Figures neck in front. Governor Sam right there to the outside, matching as they hit the quarter pole. They've pulled 2.5 clear of Superquest in the 3rd position. 4 Harp is next. Coppola has dropped back to the back of the pack, and Allegon getting underway on the far outside. They come down the lane, and Speed Figures has lost the lead to Governor Sam. Governor Sam kicking on, opening up 3, 4 lengths with a burst, and it's Governor Sam clear. Superquest coming on into second, but as they come to the line, it's Governor Sam for Paco Lopez with a 5-win day today on Father's Day. Superquest second. Coppola rallied for third on the inside, and Allegon fourth.
Paco Lopez dominating this Father's Day at Monmouth Park, but he usually does no matter what day it is. And Governor Sam returning to the racetrack where he showed so much promise and get back on a winning track here, JK.
Yeah, good for Governor Sam. I know that one of his owners had texted me before the race, hoping that the horse was going to run well. And congratulations to Reagan Swinbank, as well as Alex Bregman. With Governor Sam, and happy Father's Day.
Yeah, that is a fun partnership down there, and they get a nice win here, and good for Governor Sam because, like we said, you look at his last few races, it could also be in the context he faced the best of the division. Goes off at 6-5 here, 5-2, 6-1, 7 in the 6th at Monmouth, 6-5, over 5-1, over 9-1, over 2-1. Back here at Belmont at the Big A, a call for riders up in race number 6, 1 mile starter allowance event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And as they leave the paddock, the favorite is the 2, Barra, who comes back to New York after 1 start at Churchill Downs. Do you find that odd to make 1 try in Kentucky and then come right back up here?
Not necessarily. I mean, the purse money in Kentucky, I think, lends itself to things like this, where I try not to overthink it. You want to take a shot down there, didn't work out great, works out, wins, and he comes back up here. I don't have a problem with it.
Our post parade starts with one of 2 Linda Rice trained horses in here, Adrian.
Yeah, I just don't think this horse is very fast. Horse has been with Linda for a number of starts and hasn't really taken that improvement jump.
And then here is Barra, whom we were talking about, a winner at Churchill Downs last time out, going a mile, kind of a slowish time.
Yeah, that's the problem for me. The figure's just not that fast. When horses like this that don't have the fastest figures end up being favored, I think it's a great opportunity to go elsewhere.
Can we trust the sloppy track form from Sarir coming back to the fast track today?
You know, it is a little bit concerning. I see where you're coming from there. And I can't find a reason why it happened, but there was a race about 5 races back that was good enough to make me think that performance was real.
Racing Colors is the longest shot in the field.
And deservedly so.
Scratch the 5 Moongate. Higher Force, on the other hand, equipment change, blinkers on, makes good sense here.
Yeah, I thought the change with the blinkers could be something to help. He's drawn outside, got some big races, probably a little bit slower than I'd like, but the difference between him and the favorite is the favorite's a little slower than I'd like. I'm getting 4-1 instead of 8-5.
That is the live post parade, going back to the 3 Sarir, who was such a dominating winner last time out on a sloppy racetrack. May 24th, race 7 here, Belmont at Aqueduct. Sloppy going, gets out near the pace, and then just runs away from this field to win by 11 1/4. Now, was the favorite in there. high expectations coming in. And as we talk about, often with these sloppy racetracks or even muddy racetracks, you get these exaggerated win margins. I mean, the horse was so much better than everyone else, but maybe everyone else wasn't really taken to the track.
Yeah, and look, I agree with you. And you see a performance that doesn't fit with what's been happening. I think the first thing you try to do is, well, why did it happen? You know, the places I like to look, was there a trainer change? Was there a rider change? Was there a tactic change? Lasix change? Blinkers change? Surface change? Anything. And the only thing I could find was, for this horse, was the sloppy racetrack. So I understand why people would question the performance. But if you look a little bit deeper, that race at Aqueduct last October was in the realm of this race. So it's not impossible that maybe the horse just had to get back into form and get back right. It's not a number that I completely question.
Acacia, the horse that I'm flummoxed by, maybe you can help us out with, the 2 Barra. I mentioned running here in New York, goes to Churchill for just one start, wins it, and then comes right back. What do you see today?
Yeah, I think she's taking a lot of money because she's being ridden by Flavien Prat. He does end up drawing a lot of attention from the betting public as he'll climb aboard this one. But she's run for the waiver in her last 2 starts, which after that kind of layoff, she's able to do. And so Rick Dutrow clearly wanting to protect her as now she's in this starter allowance type of race. So again, not in for the tag. And I'm wondering if it was kind of shopping around for company. And as JK pointed out, the purses at Churchill, as we have seen Rick run quite a few horses in Kentucky as well. But coming back here, she looks fine. She does get hot sometimes, so seeing her warm this afternoon, not, excuse me, completely out of character for her. I just don't really love the competition that she has been facing recently, and she is a horse that will come from off of it. I think Moongate coming out of this race drastically changed how it should be run, with one of the main pace setters being scratched. She could win. I felt there were a couple others that were better, namely the 2 for Linda Rice. I did prefer of the 2 of them, the number 1 Adrian. I know, as Jonathan had touched on, we haven't necessarily seen her step forward for Linda Rice as of yet. She did run very well back in the fall in those September and October races with 2nd place finishes, and then she was off slow back in November and squeezed very far back early on. So I think you can forgive that. I didn't think she looked 100% fit in her last start, where she was a touch more forward than she typically is. I imagine Manny Franco will try to get a position with her. I thought she looked great warming up, and by far, to me, the standout physically out here. The number 3, Sarir, yes, she won on that wed track last time. She was a main track only, and she really just laid over the field that she was facing. It was just much softer company than she had previously been running against when coming in there. And she seemed like before that, she was one of those kinds of horses that was always right there, just not necessarily a winning type. Maybe that race was good for her confidence stepping forward in here, and she does have some tactical speed. She should be able to press, but for me, I'm going to need to see her do it again and on a fast track. But she is a big, solid mare. I thought that she looked like she's doing well once again, but she's always an attractive one that does turn your head. The number 6, Higher Force, I think is helped by the scratch of Moongate, especially as she gets shortcut blinkers on today for the first time. A wet track last time, which I didn't think that she looked overly comfortable when running on that wet track, and she was dueling early when that pace fell apart. I think she should be able to control. Prior to that, she was running 1 mile and an 1/8, so first time in a while that she is going to be able to run a flat mile on a fast track, and I think that should be to her liking, while drawn to the outside as well, Todd.
Thank you, Acacia. And the field is now about to move into the starting gate here for race number 6. And as far as the odds, they shift a little bit. The 3 Sarir now 8-5 favorite. The 2 Barra is 2-1. Our third choice is the 1 Adrian. This is, I guess you would say, the other Linda Rice, JK, but a horse who's 1 for 12 with 4 second-place finishes. But I'm always trying to be aware of the other Linda Rice.
Yeah, well, I think when it comes to the other, you know, I'm not one of those other conspiracy theorists, you know, like the other Chad Brown, the other Bob Baffert. But I will say this, though, is that when Bob or Chad or Linda enters one horse who's being bet, is a favorite, she knows that horse better than we know it, than the public knows it, And then if she decides, or they decide, he decides, whether it's Chad or Bob or whoever, Todd, and they bring another horse along, it's because they're not going to try to waste a race. They actually also believe that the other horse belongs. They know them both very well. And I think that that's part of the equation when it comes to the other Linda, the other trainer's horse. I'm going to stick with the 3 here. I think the 3 is very interesting. I think the horse is just maybe just gotten into good form. I understand why people want to play against. I wouldn't talk anyone off of that angle. And I think the 6 is a little bit interesting as well.
So what you're saying, in certain circumstances, only Linda Rice can beat Linda Rice.
In certain circumstances.
There is Linda Rice's Sarir moving the line at 8-5. She's also got the 1 Adrian.
Higher Force to the outside. Goes in, all set. Bera lunged at the gate there, and Bera went out the front of the gate. Will have to be led back around. Pop the gates open. Bera, Flavien Prat. Now a few other runners in the gate there stirred up, and backing out was Sarir. Goes right back in. Bera giving a thumbs up. Begins to move towards the gate once again. Bera is it. Set again. And they're off. Sluggish at the beginning was Adrian, the early trailer. Bera shows speed, but Sarir from in between horses is quickest. Sarir has the front, and Higher Force to the outside is now a stalking second. Back to third is Bera. In between horses comes Racing Colors, now shifts to the outside, and the early trailer after the start is Adrian. Tightly packed field, they come out of the chute hook of the backstretch, and Sarir is in front. Sarir is up by a neck. Higher Force applies the mile pressure, 23.45, the opening quarter mile. Flavien Prat moves back on through at the rail with Bera, is now alone in third as Racing Colors has lost some ground. Adrian still at the back end of the field, 5 to make up. As they work out the backstretch, Sarir in full command. Jose Lescano, Sarir looks over his right shoulder, sees the pressure from Higher Force, and Christopher Elliott is trying to push the tempo with less than a half mile to go. Bera still in third. Racing Colors trying to start a move from the back, and Adrian at the back end of the field, 46.23. The half mile time, Sarir is still there. Sarir now extends the margin, a fully extended Higher Force. Bera switches off the rail to the outside, 3 wide. Adrian is going to stay to the inside, and here comes Racing Colors with the run. Going to be 4 wide as they reach the top of the stretch. Barely been asked yet, and a confident look back on Sarir. Jose Lescano sees Higher Force continuing to battle on. Sarir is trying to dig in. Here comes Racing Colors down the center of the racetrack, and Adrian, they're chasing 2. A furlong left to go. Higher Force has now taken the lead. Higher Force just kept battling on. Racing Colors to the outside. Sarir is trying to come back. Higher Force won it. Sarir second, Racing Colors, and Adrian finished 4th.
Number 6, Higher Force, with the addition of those blinkers, gets the win. The pace was set by the number 3, Sarir, again with the scratch of Moongate, kind of leaving things a little bit more open. She was pressed by Higher Force, and they were really struggling down to the wire, but digging in to hold on. Late run from the number 4, Racing Colors, who looked like she might have been in with a chance at one point. Disappointing performance from Bera after breaking through the gate. But number 6, Higher Force with the win. Prices and more when we come back.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
With winning rider of the Get Serious, Paco Lopez aboard Governor Sam, and we were talking about the gate was his issue, got him out of the gate today.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Today I'm very lucky. I had the position outside all the time. The last two races I have the whole inside. The last time Saratoga, Seabrae in the gate. And that was a little mess around. And today George Weaver, he told me, Paco, stay with the pony and do what you do in the race. And I have very position. I know that horse, local horse have a lot of speed. I was second. Perfectly today.
Good win by you on that horse. Let's talk about Napoleon Solo. Were you aboard his last work?
No, I know about the horse. The horse is in Saratoga, I'm pretty sure. And then I'll be waiting, I think, pretty sure coming to the Ascot day.
Did you talk to Chad today about the horse?
Yes, I talked. He's very happy with his Paco. That horse is in Charlie. Okay, I'll be waiting for him here.
Are you excited for the Haskell?
I'm pretty sure, you know, always excited to try to win that race.
Paco Lopez, 11 wins last weekend, 7 so far this weekend. Do you ever get tired of throwing shirts out to the fans?
No. For the little kid he loves, I would really enjoy.
Who was a better baseball player, you or Jose Ortiz?
I don't know. Let's go find out.
Paco Lopez, everybody.
For all his success, well known in the industry, a national audience got to know him with his win in the Preakness. It has been a year to remember for Paco Lopez and another day to remember at Monmouth with 5 wins and the 5th coming aboard the 5 Governor Sam, as mentioned, owned by Bregman Family Racing and Reagan Swinbank. Bay gelding by Improbable out of the Into Mischief mare I'm Betty G was bred by Stone Riggs Farm in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Trained by George Weaver, Rid of Victory by Paco Lopez. Okay, back here, Belmont at the Big A. It was the 6 getting the win, although hooked in a speed duel here. Higher Force manages to last and go on to get the win in race 6.
Yeah, it was an interesting looking race. You know, the 2 looked like they was kind of loaded in behind. The 3 looked loaded. The 6 looked like they were swimming a little bit right outside of the 3/8 pole, and just kind of kept grinding away. The 4 loomed to a certain extent, but the 6 and the 3 just kept kind of grinding away there. I think the 3 ran a winning race, just got beaten. I think it's important when you're trying to understand your handicapping to differentiate between the 2. A winning race doesn't mean that Sarir didn't run well, it just got beat.
Race number 6 was the midway point to the pick 6. Look at that dollar pick 3. It shows the degree of difficulty thus far, $756. Then if you take a look at the pick 3 will pays coming into race number 7, the lowest is $1,200 for a dollar. The middle pick 5, which often is forgotten about, the lowest payoff is $5,800. The biggest payoff is $81,000. $100,000. But coming up, a significant race for those who might be alive in the Pick Six. You know, when looking to race number 7, a lot of people are going to be looking at the Linda Rice-trained Rare Society. But be aware of the other Linda Rice.
There we go again. There we go again with the other Linda Rice. I actually think Rare Society is going to be pretty tough in here. I mean, I think if you look at some of the other horses, they just don't really have the consistency in their figures to be the types that you can lean on in here. So we'll see. If you're alive and you've got this horse singled, fingers crossed for you.
Yeah, and if you look at the Pick 3 will pays, the 5 Moonlight Gal is right there with the 4 Rare Society. When we come back, we'll talk about yesterday's Ohio Derby. Chip Honcho getting into the winner's circle after a busy spring down at the fairgrounds against the likes of Golden Tempo. We'll be back. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Welcome back to a Father's Day of great racing action. Yesterday on Saturday, the biggest race of the country was the Ohio Derby, $500,000 on the line. Top 3-year-olds, some of whom you saw on the Triple Crown Trail, like Chip Honcho, who had actually finished ahead of Golden Tempo and the Risen Star in one of the major Kentucky Derby prep races at the fairgrounds. Here yesterday, he turns for home. He's got to run down Oselli, who's a pretty good finisher, but it helps that Oselli's never won before.
It certainly doesn't hurt. When you have a horse like Chip Honcho, who had shown so much promise early in his 3-year-old year, and his strength of schedule was confirmed with Golden Tempo winning the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes. Now he comes back and wins the Ohio Derby. It starts to make you think that form down in Louisiana was some pretty good form, and some of the horses that were in those races, I'd like to see where some of them show up. I'd like to see Paladin get back on the training, on the racetrack, and see what ends up happening with a horse like that.
You and I were on the show yesterday when we showed that race live, and one of the points you made about Chip Honcho is Steve Asmussen and how his 3-year-olds get better and better and better. This is a horse, I imagine, that shows up in the Jim Dandy and points towards the Travers at Saratoga.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as the next gun runner.
Yeah, right.
But I do believe he is the type of horse that will continue to take steps forward. And if he can run well in a race like the Jim Dandy, then and then maybe run well in a race like the Travers, come back as a 4-year-old, maybe he can turn the corner like a Magnitude or a Gun Runner. I just don't think he'll turn the corner as fast as those horses did.
And that has been the trend for Ohio Derby winners to go to Saratoga and get on the fast track to the Travers through the Jim Dandy. So we'll look for Chip Honcho staying on that path. We stay back at Monmouth as the field comes out onto the track for race number 7. And as we were talking about, Paco Lopez with 5 wins on the day. As far as opportunities in this race, he's on the 6. Couches Burning, our 6-5 favorite. Let's start the post parade with the 1 Bonsai Warrior.
Yeah, look, he tossed that pin mile on the turf. You go back to the last time he was sprinting. This horse has a lot of early speed, puts him definitely in the mix here at 8-1.
The 2 is Follow the Fellow.
Yeah, another one with some early speed. Exits that same race as Bonsai Warrior. Another one I'd keep an eye on, both of them being ignored on the board.
Music on the Run, very disappointment as far as the last start as the second choice. You think might be better today, especially at that price, 12-1. The 4 Charlie Mac goes through. Here's the 5 Thunder Chuck.
Yeah, another one who's got a nice figure last time. He was wide all the way around there. I thought he ran well in that race.
Paco Lopez, will he make it 6 wins? He's got the 6 Couches Burning.
Yeah, I mean, if this horse runs his last race, then everything we've been talking about is for naught.
And then Tough Guy Tony, he's got 3 wins lifetime. That's best in the field. Charlie Mac also 3 wins.
Yeah, some back races that put him in the mix here. His most recent race, not great. But once again, I'll reiterate, if the 6 Couches Burning runs his last race, they're all running for second.
Inside of a minute to post for race number 7 at Monmouth Park. Let's return to our on-site coverage with Paul and Megan.
Well, thank you, Todd and JK. The penultimate race here on a Sunday card as Father's Day. It's been an absolutely beautiful day, and it's been Paco Lopez's day as it is always. But Couches Burning in here. Listen, Paco wins so many races here. When you do beat him, you get a better price.
You do, and while it has been a little bit of a chalky day with Paco reigning supreme, I think this is the right spot to take a stand against the 6-5 favorite, currently the number 6 Couches Burning. And Paul, he's one that broke his maiden for $25,000 now. He's bet down to favoritism, now taking a step up 2 times that price against $50,000 claiming types, many of which in this field are taking a drop in class. He's got to contend with other speeds, and out of that May the 10th maiden, none have come back to win. I just don't really see him classing up. But if he runs or improves on that 79 buyer speed figure, he'll be dangerous. But he took full advantage of a tactical advantage that day that he will not be the recipient of in this race.
He kind of just ran away from the group. Now, the 2 inside horses, JK was talking about him, and you and I kind of like both of them. Now, the 1 Bonsai Warrior, they were kind of like, obviously, right behind each other with Follow the Fellow for Chuck Speed. I actually saw Chuck early this morning, and he likes this horse today.
He really does. He liked him last time out. He had, I believe, a hat trick, or he had 2 wins on the day. On that day, that May the 18th, I believe, there, Follow the Fellow, where he liked him off of the layoff that day. He's a burlier, robust individual, so I wanted to give him the start just from a fitness perspective, and now second off the bench, I do find he is better for the task, because he did run well. He sat on that contested pace, as you described, in a career best effort. Now taking a drop down in tag and in class, though many of those same types coming back. I do find when speaking to Chuck today in the paddock that when asking him about his true rateability, that he finds that this horse does have the capability to kind of sit in that pocket and go out and make his run.
Now, Bonsai Warrior, the rail horse, like Jonathan said, you just got to draw a line. It's 80 some odd to 1 in the Penn Mile. Get back to this group and a major player.
He is. Bonsai Warrior, to me, is way too big a price up there at 7-1. He does sport wraps on all 4, front and back. Though looking at him as he takes that, you can kind of draw a line through the turf experiment last time out. And just when looking at this horse, he looks more predominantly dirt meant. He's incredibly strong and well-muscled. To me, the best-looking individual in the paddock. But, again, he's going to have to contend with some pace. But if you go all the way back to his maiden victory here at Monmouth, he did so raiding behind horses. So from the inside, we'll see see if Luis Rivera Jr. can find a trip out for him, but I like him in this spot.
The $5 late double starts here. Paco Lopez looking for his 6th on the card, his 19th in the last 2 weekends. Just phenomenal. And he's the favorite. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Music on the Run coming up. Charlie Mac, post 4. Thunderchuck, post 5. Couch is Burning, post position number 6. To the outside post, Tough Guy Tony rounds out the group. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning after the start. Music on the Run had to take up there. Going to the front, Bonsai Warrior from the inside. Follow the Fellow is pressing outside about a half length back. And here's Couches Burning 3 deep on the course. There's a gap of 2 to a line of 3. Music on the Run, Charlie Mac and Tough Guy Tony. Thunderchuck well out of it early. He's showing no early speed. And he's 10 lengths behind with a half mile to go. Bonsai Warrior is the pacemaker into the turn. A length and a tail ahead of Follow the Fellow. Couches Burning 3 wide third sent upon now and getting a little bit closer as they round the far turn. Follow the Fellow and Couches Burning both after Bonsai Warrior. Bonsai Warrior losing the lead to Follow the Fellow, who cruises to the lead with the ears pricked. Couches Burning under a ride, second right behind him. Tough Guy Tony trying to get into things now is 3 wide in the swing off the turn. Follow the Fellow is the leader from Couches Burning between horses. Tough Guy Tony on the outside rolling towards the lead. Tough Guy Tony needs to catch Follow the Fellow, who has the ears pricked and is happily gliding over the Monmouth dirt, getting to the center of the course. Tough Guy Tony angling to the inside for second, but it's Follow the Fellow and Chantal Sutherland at 5-1. Tough Guy Tony second. Charlie Mac gets third. Couches Burning fourth.
Got to watch those ears, as Matt Dinnerman was pointing out in the call. Follow the Fellow jumped the leader at the top of the stretch under Chantal Sutherland. When those ears went up, it was a sign that he loved what he was doing. He has one more challenge late here, JK, and that is Tough Guy Tony. But Tough Guy Tony takes another dive towards the rail and just can't get there.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about in the post parade, the 1 and the 2 looked like very live horses in here, and if the 6 Couches Burning showed up and ran his race, he was going to be hard to beat. He did not run his race. The 2 did, and is going to get his picture taken.
And 5-1 on the 2. Follow the Fellow. 2-7-4 out the door in the 7th at Monmouth. The 6 ends up 4th there at 6-5. 5-1 over 7-2 over 18-1 over 6-5 over 6-1. The big news out of Monmouth: Paco Lopez lost a race today. When we come back, who will win the 7th? Belmont at the Big A. More on America's Day at the Races.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Coming, Explorer's down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. Always a runner. She's always runners on top of the world.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. On site here in New York, I'm Todd Trupp along with Jonathan Kinchin, and this is the field coming out of the track for race number 7. We start with the 1, Treehouse.
Yeah, down on the inside. Doesn't have a lot of early speed, even though it was close up 2 races back. Not an ideal spot for an inside, not an ideal tactic for an inside post.
Trainer James Ferraro apparently has a tactic claim from Linda Rice. He claimed the 2 Will of a Woman from Linda Rice last time out. He also claimed this horse, the 3 Night Scope from Linda Rice last time out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not cutting in line to bet horses off of Linda Rice.
And as the 3 gets held up here just for a moment, now coming into view is the 4 Rare Society, beaten as the favorite last time out, but that is not deterring you from liking this horse as the favorite today.
Yeah, I mean, he makes sense in here. I just think that he's probably a little bit better than the rest of these. The only other horse I could even kind of wrap my brain around is this one.
Yeah, Moonlight Gal, the equipment change and blinkers on, and the solid second choice at 7-2, and the solid second choice in all the horizontal pools. Linda Rice has the 4 Rare Society and also has this horse, the 6 Undergrad. Here's the 7, Dat Dares Right, in Arkansas bred a long way away from home. I thought the 8, Better With Vino, was a little interesting.
Yeah, Better With Vino, drawn outside. Ran for 30 last time at Monmouth in the slot. Didn't do much running. But you look at that race maiden 35, down at Gulfstream, where the horse got the win by open links. If the circumstances fall into this one's lap, I could see it.
Yeah, that would be some type of pace duel up front. That is your live post parade for race number 7 here at Aqueduct. The field going out to warm up. And let's find out more with Maggie.
And Todd, as we take a look at these horses on the racetrack, Linda Rice sending out, I think, a formidable duo in here. And while we see her number 4 Rare Society taking the bulk of the play, little intrigued by number 6 Undergrad, because in my estimation, in a pace scenario that looks a bit murky on paper, to say the least, at least based upon time form, figures, it looks as though she should be forward. And boy, is she getting a nice warm up to complement that thought, in that she was very aggressively handled out on the track just now by Ruben Cervera, who we know is an aggressive type of rider. She's a horse that in the past has looked a little light to me, like lacking conditioning, and that's very rare for Linda Rice horses. But as she comes off a bit of a freshening, I thought she has kind of rounded out a little bit more, if you will. And I just like her even. I liked her in the paddock, but I really like her even more. She's being aggressive. She's rooting. She wants to do more out there with Ruben. So I thought at this 7/8, I know she didn't get the clear-cut lead going longer last time out, but given the way she's acting and the fresh angle, I'm going to hope that she can control here and get back to those first 2 races, which were very good, and I think back to reality in this claiming 30. From a current Linda Rice to a former one, in number 3, Night Scope for Jimmy Ferraro, who will send out 2 horses that he claimed off Linda. Obviously, Night Scope, I don't know, based on figures, she's not any better than Will of a Woman. But physically, I did prefer her overall. I've always thought that this is neither here nor there because this is a dirt race. I always thought she'd be worth a try on turf because she's built like a turf horse. She has a little bit of pedigree for it, and she just has that real kind of high floating knee action. Otherwise, she looks fantastic. And yes, it's hard to claim off Linda, but Jimmy's having such a phenomenal year that anything he sends to the racetrack, I always pick up my head and I take a look at, as we did see some money coming in on his other horse, Will of a Woman, just now. Coming in from out of town, taking money is number 8, Better with Vino. Now, last time I thought that she did spend a good deal of the race towards the inside, which didn't look like it was the place to be at Monmouth with dealing with that wet track. I wish I saw more from her physically to make me feel a little bit, as JK likes to say, warm and fuzzy. Just kind of a lighter frame filly, moving well out there, but just not necessarily my cup of tea, Todd.
Friend.
Thank you, Maggie. And while Maggie was talking, a lot has changed on the tote board here. One of the horses she was talking about for Linda Rice, the 6 undergrad, is now getting more play than what we saw early on, sitting up on the board at 7-2. And as a matter of fact, has moved into the role as our second choice.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not a huge, you know, what-if person, but I think if you were to put your finger over Linda Rice's name and just look at the horse's past performances, I don't think the horse would be 7-2. I think a lot of this is kind of an in Linda we trust thing, you know, that Linda is going to have the horse run back to that maiden special weight win. But I'm not convinced that's going to happen.
Okay, what about the comment Maggie made that she saw the pace as kind of murky here? How do you see the pace? Is it going to be fast early on, or do you think someone can clear?
Let me answer that question honestly.
Because undergrad could be there, Nightscope could be there.
Yeah, Nightscope could be there. Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be an overly quick pace. I think in order to have a fast pace, you know, nowadays, especially in New York, where I feel like the riding, the colony is a little bit more conservative than some of the other places you'll see.
Well, you put it in a much nicer way than what Andy Serling did earlier. We watched a turf race where they let a leader out at a very, very soft early pace. We may have a change here. This could be significant because it looks like the 4, Rare Society, is being unsaddled here. This would be significant. Rare Society is 7-5. We're going to get a late scratch of the 4, Rare Society. You want to talk about parimutuel chaos. As we said, this was the favorite in just about every pool. Obviously, in the win pool at 7-5, you've got the pick 6, where that will now a number of tickets, or if you look at the late pick 5, if you had this horse, you're going to shift to the post-time favorite, and that is hard to predict. I'm so curious to see what happens money-wise here with Rare Society once this horse is now officially scratched. Where does the money go? It looks like the 6, at least undergrad for now.
Yeah, for now. It's funny because the 5 was actually a shorter price. We'll let it adjust a little bit, see what happens here. But yes, if you are alive in the pick 6, you will get the post-time favorite. Pick 5, the post-time favorite. So the money between the 5 and the 6 has significantly become more important to some people than it was a couple of minutes ago.
Well, obviously you don't want to be in the position where you're going to let the betting public decide your fate, but if you're a pick 6 player, that's the situation you're in here. So who would you want, if you know, from how you view this race, who would you want amongst the 2 favorites right now? It's either going to be the 5 Moonlight Gal or the 6 Undergrad, unless there's some huge move on the pool. But if you're at the mercy of the betting public, who would you prefer between the 5 and 6?
Yeah, I would want the 5. I just prefer the 5. I think the 5 just makes more sense. I think there's still a lot of guessing going on with the 6. And right now it's pretty close. I'm not sure the last time it updated, but it's $20,800 versus $22,900. So we're a couple $1,000s away of deciding between the 2 of those who will be favored, and we'll try to keep you updated on what that looks like as we're getting closer to getting into the gate. I'm sure they'll give people some time.
Okay, now some would say if you liked Rare Society going in, it throws the race wide open and it goes into complete chaos. But you were saying outside of the 4 Rare Society, the only one you could wrap your head around was the 5 Moonlight Gal. But now that we don't have the 4 in here, do you view the whole situation differently? Yeah,
I mean, it's definitely changes the scenario. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can see the 6 because it's Linda. you know, and not just singling out Linda, any high percentage trainer, I could see the 6 finding a way to get back to form. There's nothing that I can grab onto that I feel confident about with the 6. And so that's why with the 5, who's been running, who's in form, blah, 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 I would take the 5 as the horse that I would want in this situation.
Oh, now we got a rider off the 1 Treehouse. Christopher Elliott was just tossed. I mean, it appears to be a minor incident, but you can't like the way Treehouse is acting. So there's been a lot of frenetic energy here before this race. The late scratch of the expected favorite Rare Society, who was 7-5 at the time of the scratch. And again, through those parimutuel machinations with that late scratch of Rare Society, if you had that horse vertically, win, play, show, combinations in the exacta, trifecta, or superfecta, all refunds. And then horizontally speaking, daily double consolation payoff. And then as we talked about, pick 6, you get the post-time favorite. Pick 5, you get the post-time favorite. But now we've got this issue here. The 1, if this horse were to go over, then you'd have another late scratch here at 20-1. Treehouse now moves in with outrider Christopher Elliott. He'll get tied back on. And just exactly what JK was talking about, there was only $2,000 separating the 5 Moonlight Gal and the 6 Undergrad in the win pool. And now Undergrad's the favorite.
At this point, it's 5,000, but then we just got another upgrade, another update here. So it's going to be close. If it's now it's back to 2,000, 35,000, and 37,000. So it's going to be it will probably get it updated in the middle of the race. If you're looking at your NYRA bets, you can look at tote board and pools, and you'll be able to look at that, and through the race it would likely give you that final flash so you know who you're actually rooting for.
NYRA Bets has the best platform out there in the ADW world. That's a good example of it. We are set for start, minus the favorite, Rare Society, a late scratch. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. That there's Right Show Speed, Undergrad in between horses here at the rail. There's Treehouse. On the far outside, Better with Vino as they line up here on the front end. Will of a Woman has now worked on through in the orange cap, puts a nose in front, but Treehouse battles right back, and Treehouse wants the lead. Treehouse is now up by a half length, now 3/4 of a length. Back to second is Will of a Woman. Out wider is Better with Vino in third. Towards their inside, Undergrad, Ruben Silvera, Ground Saving Journey in behind them. Little keen there on the muscle was Moonlight Gal and Ricardo Santana Jr. Second to last is Dat Dares Right, and far back, the early trailer, Night Scope. 23.03, the opening quarter mile, they're into the turn. Treehouse is the leader. Treehouse, only with a neck in front. Will of a Woman is ready to pounce, and here comes the run from Better with Vino. Moonlight Gal has worked through the field, is going to be 4 wide. Dat Dares Right's going to be 5 wide. In behind a wall of horses right now is Undergrad, and still far back to Night Scope. They reach the top of the stretch. A quarter mile left to go, and Will of a Woman's trying to split clear. Here at the rail, Undergrad's going to get a dream run, is trying to run on. Better with Vino is in between horses, Moonlight Gal, and Dat Dares Right at a long shot number is making up ground 2. Moonlight Gal has taken the lead. The other gray is ready to challenge Dat Dares Right towards their inside. Still fighting on is Better with Vino. Moonlight Gal's almost there. Dat Dares Right's lunging. Moonlight Gal won it. Dat Dares Right then came Better with Vino and Will of a Woman.
Moonlight Gal, your official post-time favorite. It went back and forth between the 5, Moonlight Gal, and the 6, Undergrad. So those who may have singled the 4, Rare Society, and the pick 6, you're going to get the eventual winner thanks to the rest of the betting public. Moonlight Gal, what a determined effort to get the win.
Yeah, if you're alive in the pick 6, you owe someone a thank you card who bet $2,000 on the 5 to make that horse the favorite, because if Undergrad would have been the favorite, you would have been out with your 4s, the Rare Society scratch, but the 5 takes care of the betting public there, gets the win. It was a grindy finish, right? I mean, the 7 came running up to him, the 8 had him surrounded. He felt like, she felt like she was in trouble there throughout the entire stretch, but she worked her way through it.
Yeah, how about the Arkansas bred? You mentioned the 7, managed to get second there. Dat Dares Right at 25-1, but it is the 2-1 favorite who is your winner, the 5, Moonlight Gal. We'll be back with the complete order of finish and an exciting parimutuel conclusion to the pick 6 with 2 races to go. It's America's Day at the Races, a Father's Day of racing. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information. Back out here, Belmont at Aqueduct, about to make race number 7 official. 2 more races to come on the card, and with that big pick 6 pool, a lot to play out here. And our winner in the most recent race going off at 2-1 as the slight favorite. That's big news for those who may have singled the 4, Rare Society, who was a late scratch. Prices in. Moonlight Gal was originally 8-1 in the morning line. Obviously was getting play very early on. It stayed that way. The longest shot in the field, That Dare Is Right. Good effort to be second, but congratulations to the connections of Moonlight Gal. You see all the consolation payoffs with the daily double. That final pool and the pick 6 today, $37,000 in the carryover. The total pool ended up at $194,000. We started out with a very gettable 7-2. Then we had the shocking upset of Bandmaster in that 2-year-old race, returning $71. Higher Force, now that's a significant 4-1 shot because that was a small field. And then Moonlight Gal kind of plays out for those who would have had Rare Society, who was going to be the 7-5 favorite. You end up with the winner anyway. But when you look at the dollar pick 3 will pays, JK, that 30-1 shot took out a lot of tickets.
Oh yeah, and look, I know these are some of my favorite. I mean, I love a carryover opportunity, but I think that like the $30,000-$40,000 range carryover doesn't get everyone's attention, and you end up with pools in the $200,000 range. You know, if you're alive in this situation, you're alive for a pretty significant score, in my opinion. Especially if you can, if the favorite doesn't win the last. I mean, I think that you're alive pretty nicely.
Yeah, the good news is you're 4 for 4. The concerning news is you still have 2 races to go. We've got 1 more race to go at Monmouth Park, and that's where we find up-and-coming trainer Amelia Green. We'll tell you her story when we return on America's Day at the Races.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
My first memory of a horse, I mean, it's pretty much before my memories began. I've been very lucky to grow up around horses my entire life. But I'd say when I was like 13, 14 was when this was all I wanted to do. I started out with the show horses, show jumping, and I was lucky enough to jump for England when I was a child. My grandfather was a national hunt trainer in England, so I would say that was the inspiration to trying to get into racing. I think he was the one that was like, why don't you try going to the racing school? When I first came into the industry, I was set on being a jockey. I loved the adrenaline of the going fast and, you know, riding tight in a race, and that was the route I wanted to go. I was incredibly lucky to get a job at Henry Cecil's straight off the racing school. I don't think at the time I realized how good of a position that was. He actually sent me out to America one winter to California, and then he sadly passed away that June. I had a trainer in California, George Papapadromu, that offered to sponsor me for my visa and move out to America. I haven't left working-wise since. Go with Gian if you need to. He should be fine, he's ran already, so regular gallop. You know, I couldn't cut the weight riding races. I'm also a realist, and I knew that I was a pretty average jockey. And then I kind of just plateaued a little bit, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I spoke to Michael McCarthy, and he said, would you want to go work for Todd Pletcher? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to go work for Todd Pletcher. And so I called him. I think the only thing he said was, when do you want to start?
What was great about Amelia is when she first arrived, she didn't want to just ride, you know, she wanted to be involved in the barn and work the hours that the foreman and the assistants work, you know, to learn all the other stuff that goes into preparing a horse to race.
You just learn something from him every day. As everyone knows, he's not the most vocal person, but if you pay attention to what he's doing and how he's doing things, it's just a great barn to be in and learn in. I think I first told Todd about, you know, the desire to train on my own, like 3 years before I actually did it.
My biggest challenge was trying to hold on to her for a couple of years, and you know, I was able to convince her to stay. I think I talked her into another year, and part of the agreement for that year was we would sort of prepare her for some of the things that you need to know when you're training.
He was very supportive from day one. I think he learned that from, you know, the Lucas tree, that when someone says they want to do something, he's going to help them get there if he can.
You know, the one thing I'm very proud of is not only the success that they've had, but the way that they conduct themselves, the way they represent themselves, and the way they represent the industry.
You can take her away from the pony, she's good. But when I left Todd's right after Breeders' Cup, I actually didn't have a single horse in my barn. So straight from the Breeders' Cup, we went to the November sale, and I was lucky enough I had 2 owners. We bought a filly called On Command and another filly called Wimberley. And that first week, I mean, I did it all myself. I groomed them, I hot walked them, I rode them. That was it, we were up and running.
We give it to On Command, Katie Davis. They win the license fee.
She's always gonna obviously hold a special place in my heart. The first couple of days I was here, I was driving in the gate and just looking over to the Saratoga track and thinking how cool it was to have a barn here of 35 horses in my first year of training. It kind of took me aback for a second, realizing how lucky I am. You're doing what you always wanted to do with your life. Working with horses every day. It's pretty cool.
Well, phenomenal feature there on Amelia Green. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And Amelia's got a runner in here, Megan Burgess, along with Paula Duca here. The last race here at Monmouth Park on this Father's Day. And you're taking a look at her charge, Mr. Hopkins, and talk about Amelia and your relationship with her as well.
Amelia is a force of nature. She is incredibly strong. She's just a person, she's not just a trainer, but she gets on horses. We saw her get on journalism with Mike McCarthy, her former teammate, and somebody that she's looked up to, and Todd Pletcher, that training tree. I can't say enough about Amelia, her work ethic, and how she's represented herself since coming out on her own. Incredibly impressive, as she'll send out the number 2 in this spot, Mr. Hopkins. He's all turf, and this horse gets the blinkers on, and just kind of resorting back to some of Maggie's comments on debut about a horse that definitely just not exactly a finished product of himself physically, and I can see exactly where she says it, where she found that, because he's not quite all 100%, right? He does have some growing into himself to do, but I do find that in this particular field, he's definitely going to want this ground. He gets the blinkers on. Hopefully that will help him kind of figure things out and get more engaged in his races, and he was sharp, but I find he was green in his Sail Breeze. He kind of got into some trouble on debut. I think he does take a step forward. He didn't run poorly on debut either.
Now he gets the blinkers on. Amelia's good with blinkers on, and she actually is here. She led this horse all the way on to the racetrack. So I think this horse has got a good look. Now the two horses they're betting in here, the outside horse for Chad Brown hasn't been seen since April 2025 for Clarovich Stables.
This horse is a little bit of a question to me. He's 7-5 currently, as Chad Brown's getting bet. No surprise there. Is that long layoff to contend with. Now, the dam was more accomplished on the dirt. It was grade 1 placed, graded stakes winning dirt router, and took time and ground to break her maiden. This horse, it doesn't look 100% fit. Now, needs to tuck up a little bit more, a little bit heavier bodied overall. I do find, though, Paul, judging from the pedigree, judging from the fact that the sire's a little bit better on dirt, I feel like this horse could go either way. Does get gelded for the assignment first start as a 4-year-old, and I think will probably benefit from this.
Paco Lopez looking for a 6. Actually, the 7 is the favorite in the Will Pays. The 1 guitar is going to be tough.
I like this horse a lot.
Yeah,
That's my top selection in here, along with I like the 2 quite a bit. A robust individual, has that turf, not ton of immediate turf pedigree, Paul, but springing back off of a stakes defeat. This was a fun day. We just overheard Matt Ditterman, over 30,000 patrons here at Monmouth Park, and it was, you could just feel the energy, and the fathers out here with their families. It was a fun one.
It really was. And don't forget, next weekend, 3-day weekend here at Monmouth Park. First post on Friday will be 2 p.m., different post time than the weekends as well. Thank you to all the fathers out there. For Megan Burgess and Paula Duca, for the last time, Matt Dirneman with the call.
And to the outside, Market Timing. Here's Market Timing coming up. We're ready to go in the finale on Father's Day. And we're off. Some crowding at the break. Everything Orly got the worst of it from post 3, drops to the back. Market Timing on the lead. The Magic Speed alongside on the rail. And now it's going to be the Magic Speed to take over here from Market Timing. They're just dawdling on the lead here, not going fast at all. Resolute runs in third. Guitarist in a good position down on the inside of horses. He's in a pocket, nice and relaxed though. And then comes Everything Orly, decimated deep on the course while Mr. Hopkins rides the rail into the clubhouse turn here. Now Market Timing deciding to take over at a sluggish pace here. He's going to kick on with it here, and Market Timing leads the way by about a half length. Guitarist finds himself in the 2-path. He's gotten off the rail to come and press the issue on the front end here. Resolute, the park shipper, 3 wide. Gap of 2. The Magic Speed was on the lead early and is now in the 4th position. 3 lengths off the top 3, who pretty much line up down the backstretch run. Everything Orly is next in the group. Mr. Hopkins, second to last, and decimated can only see backside as they're halfway home here. Market Timing on the lead with the favorite Guitarist. These two right together as they go into the forward turn. Actually, Market Timing was the one who went off favored. Leads by a nose going into the turn. Guitarist right there to the outside as they round the forward turn. The 2 favorites hooking up now. 2 lengths back to Resolute, who's come under a hard ride. The Magic Speed never picked up his feet, nor did Mr. Hopkins. Everything Orly as they come to the top of the lane. Market Timing looks like he's got something for the final 3/16. Plenty, in fact, as he switches leads, opens up, and he's 3 ahead. Now he's 4 ahead. Now he's 5 ahead. Market Timing off this layoff for the Chad Brown barn. He loved the turf, and he looks like a new horse in lifetime start number 2. Market Timing, Samuel Marin for the Brown barn. They bookend the card here, and they won by open lengths, maybe 8 or 9. Resolute was second. Guitarist third across the finish. Mr. Hopkins 4th.
Well, how appropriate. The card today at Monmouth started with trainer Chad Brown and Sam Marin aboard, a first-time starter that paid $10.80, and on a day that was dominated by Paco Lopez, bookends go to Samuel Marin here, this time with Market Timing, who had not raced since April of 2025. Wins by 9, looked like he raced last week.
Yeah, long layoff, no problem for Chad Brown. It's one of the things I think Chad excels at the most, and it's not just a product of his ability. I think it also is an illustration of the patience that his owners give him to be able to take the time he needs to get horses back to the races in fashion like that.
Well, Maggie, I don't have to ask the question now. We just watched Chad Brown win off a layoff from April of 2025. So I guess it's moot with the 3 Mommy's Turn who has a race since July of last year.
Yeah, it's just as if she ran 2 weeks ago when it comes to Chad having them ready off the layoffs. And yeah, Todd, the theme of this race is horses coming off layoffs versus horses who have at least one start back for this turf season. But we'll begin by taking a look at Chad's duo, Mommy's Turn, as well as Nona Lynn. Mommy's Turn is the slighter framed of the two, but I will say this, as her 4-year-old debut is upon us, she has filled out quite nicely, has a nice eager type of disposition here in the paddock. So all things considered, she looks ready, and it looks as though she's taken a step forward from 3 to 4. Chad's other horse, Nona Lynn, she's a complete different type of prototype. I mean, she is broad and stacked and just very short coupled. So you would think, man, she looks more like a turf sprinter, but obviously she has dispelled that notion, and she has done nothing wrong in her career, especially in her 3-year-old campaign where she was no worse than second in 4 starts. But she might be the one that benefits most from a start, at least of these 2 Chad horses, but she is very forward and engaged in the bridle. Last time we saw her, she was just second best to Gallant Greta, who was highly regarded. Todd, I'm scared of both of these horses from the Brown Barn.
Yeah, why not? And we've seen it many times before, and both of them are very similar prices. We're up to the 3 Mommy's Turn, who, if you just go off that form, if repeated off the layoff, deserved favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last 2 races this horse ran should win this one if they move forward off of that improvement. Gets Lasix as well.
Another comeback horse, Sail with the Wind, has not raced since November of last year.
Yeah, I'm not mad at this horse either. I mean, I think this horse is probably the one that's the main competition if it's not going to be one of Chad's 2.
Downtown Channel, 9 to 2, probably going to be sent to the lead.
Yeah, this one just felt a little bit slight in terms of the top 3 horses in here.
Scratch the 6, can't fool me. Here's the other Chad Brown we were talking about, Nona Lynn.
Yeah, I mean, look, this one can win. I wouldn't be shocked or surprised, but I certainly prefer the other Chad Brown runner.
Scratch the 8, Sweetest Princess. That is your live post parade. Let's focus in on the horse that you like the best out of the 2 Chad Brown entrants. That is Mommy's Turn. Last start, July 16th. Race number 9 at Saratoga last year. It sat very professionally in 3rd to draw off and win in a minor stakes race. Prior to that was second beaten the nose in allowance race, maybe with an excuse. Prior to that, the maiden win. So this horse had 3 consecutive races that looked really, really good. Maybe this the best of the 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This was very impressive. And then you look in the form that ran on July 16th, worked on July 31st. Obviously, something went amiss at that point.
Great catch. Yeah.
So worked right after the race, ran well, and then Chad and Klarovich Stables decided to send her to the farm, I would imagine, give her some time off. Then her next work doesn't come back up until March 7th down at Fairhill. Usually when you see a Chad Brown horse working at Fairhill, it means that there was some sort of a rehab situation happening, and they're working their way back. There's the Fairhill works until the horse obviously got sent back to Chad during Kentucky Derby week at Saratoga, and then has had consistent works since then getting ready for this comeback race. And if this was any other horse coming in off a long break like this, I can understand people questioning, but as you look at those prices on the right, market timing just ran off the screen off a long layoff. It's not something that Chad struggles with.
With the 1 Saratoga Snow in here, this horse will be making the 2nd start off a long layoff. Prior to the most recent race, May 22nd, race 6 here, Belmont at Aqueduct, had not raced since November of last year. As a matter of fact, was in the same race as Nona Lynn, who's coming back off that layoff out of that race. I guess in some ways, this kind of flatters the form of Nona Lynn.
Yeah, for sure. I don't love the fact that Saratoga Snow got that nice inside pocket trip around there on a pace that wasn't that fast and just wasn't able to really make up enough ground. Now, look, Scythian's a nice horse, so I'm not going to hold that against Saratoga Snow, but I just think that there's a few others to the outside that have to not show up. Mommy's Turn has to not show up. Sail with the Wind has to not show up. Nona Lynn has to not show up, in my opinion, for the 1 Saratoga Snow to get her picture taken.
And we are 1 minute away for all wagers here on race number 8 at Aqueduct. And we were talking about the separation, the pick 6 with that 30 to 1 shot. The pick 3s look a little bit more havable coming in here, but again, that's all added into the pick 6. 2 races to come as they get closer to stepping on the turf course. Let's go back once again to Maggie.
And guys, this is a field where I could draw up several scenarios resulting in any of these horses winning. However, the other horse that is not trained by Chad Brown, that's coming back off of a layoff, Sail with the Wind, number 4 in here, I just thought that she was the one that was going to benefit most from getting a race under her belt. And 2, you know, she's a 6-year-old. We kind of know what she is. With the 2 from Chad Brown, there is that unknown factor of going from 3 to 4, which is often where you'll see a big jump in speed figures, in time, in ability. There still could be that forward movement. We know what Sail with the Wind is, and if the Chad Brown horses improve, she's not winning here, and I just think she's going to benefit from a race. You can see she often gets a little bit hot and washy. That's very typical for her, no matter if she ran just 2 weeks ago, let alone coming off of a layoff dating back to November, but still just a bit soft around the edges. Moving on to the horses that have those races under their belts, including number 5, Downtown Channel, who was helped tremendously with the scratch of the stretch out horse Sweet Montreal, because now getting to the lead should be no problem at all for number 5, Downtown Channel, who is making her 3rd start of this season. And we kind of know what she is, and she got to set a pretty slow pace last time out. She came up pretty empty, and Scythian, who I know was the odds-on favorite that day, there were question marks in her overall, you know, ability, or had she gone on from 2 to 3 to 3 to 4. But Downtown Channel is the one who projects to be, you know, loose on the lead and strutting her stuff. We'll see what she does here. Like I said, I was not thrilled with her last effort. I'm going to try to upset the apple cart and go against the 2 for Chad Brown, which is probably not wise, but I am going to take the 1 in here, Saratoga Snow. JK's right. She had a delicious trip last time out, saving ground right behind that slow pace, and still was not able to get by Scythian after having to switch, kind of wait for room and switch out down the lane. But I just didn't think she looked fit last time out, and so I actually think she ran better than what I thought she would have. She also projects to sit the same kind of trip again, being drawn on the rail. She's so much more fit. I'm going to take a little bit of a shot here, Todd, but I get the 3 and the 7. They ought to be tough.
I like the fact you're trying to find some value in here. The 1, Saratoga Snow, up on the board at 5-1 as she moves into line. She'll be followed by our favorite at 3-2. That's the 3, Mommy's Turn. Acting up a little bit here, but just minor. Now moves in. JK, any reason to change your mind on the 3, Mommy's Turn?
No, I mean, I think if she pops away from there, gets a nice position early, I think she'll be tough to beat.
Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin live. Race number 8 from Belmont at the Big A. A mile over the turf for New York bred company. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. America's Day at the Races on this Father's Day. It's race 8 from New York.
And they're off. Saratoga Snow broke sharply from the inside draw, and there's Downtown Channel in the purple silks, and Downtown Channel has got a new contender, and it's Mommy's Turn to the inside. Mommy's Turn now puts a neck in front and a little keen on the front end, wants to go. Jose Lescano, Mommy's Turn into the turn, is cornering wide as well. Downtown Channel is going to hold that second position. Saratoga Snow at the rail in 3rd. Followed to the outside by Sail with the Wind, the early trailer, Nona Lynn. Pumped up still on the front end. Mommy's Turn is sprinting to the backstretch, and Mommy's Turn, no easy leads as Downtown Channel is chasing. Saratoga Snow is a patiently ridden 3rd as to the inside of Sail with the Wind. They travel as a pair with the trailer, Nona Lynn. Downtown Channel has now put a neck in front. Mommy's Turn is back to 2nd. Sail with the Wind starts to make an early move, is taking a clear 3rd. Saratoga Snow trying to keep up, and Nona Lynn still at the back. 48.67, the half-mile time. Downtown Channel is the leader. Is going to move into the turn with Mommy's Turn, who won't go away. Mommy's Turn at the rail. Downtown Channel. Here from 3rd, Sail with the Wind has had a nice journey, and Flavien Prat, warming to the task with Sail with the Wind, is tipping out 3 wide. Nona Lynn's trying to rally on from the back, and Saratoga Snow. They reach the top of the lane. Mommy's Turn is back in front, and Mommy's Turn battles on. Downtown Channel's in pursuit, but here comes Sail with the Wind, who is sitting 3rd, is now 1st and sprinting away. Sail with the Wind is the new leader, and opening up here late is up by 3. A 16th left to go. Sail with the Wind. Nice ride and a nice winner. Sail with the Wind. Got it. Nona Lynn 2nd, Saratoga Snow, and Mommy's Turn.
Well, if you were watching the favorite, as a lot of people were, there was a lot going on there. The horse seemed really geeked up out of the starting gate. Then Jose Lezcano took back a little bit, then re-engaged. And then meanwhile, Flavien Prat, just a relaxed trip with Sail with the Wind, goes by everybody.
Yeah, it was a bizarre ride. I mean, I'm never mad about the aggression of finding the front end. You know, go on, do what you got to do, find the front. But then the weird decision to then kind of abort mission and take back, and then find yourself in this kind of weird, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it counted. I don't think it cost them the race. The 4 was winning no matter what, but curious ride on the favorite, and Flavien Prat, cool as a cucumber.
Great way to put it, abort the mission. Sail with the Wind. Flavien Prat yesterday was in Kentucky. He's back in New York today, and he is familiar with just about any winner's circle in the country. 6-1. That will go a long way for separation in the pick 6. We've technically only had one winning favorite along the way. Now, it was a favorite that everyone scratched into if you were even alive at that point, but there might be the possibility of another carryover into the final week of racing forever here at Aqueduct. So that'll be something we'll be able to tell you more about when this race goes official, and we look to the final race here at Aqueduct. And when we're done at Aqueduct with racing overall after this upcoming week, then thoughts turn to Saratoga. You got the 4th of July festival, and then the opening of the summer meet July 10th. We'll explain more when we return. It is the summer place to be, but now we're going to have the longest stay at Saratoga in its history because we're back for the 4th of July Festival of Racing. Celebrate America's 250th birthday. Uncle Sam wants you to be there, and we want you to be there as racing returns Friday, July 3rd, and then official opening day of the summer meet will be on July 10th, and then we roll all the way through Labor Day. But to celebrate a historic 4th of July, the 250th anniversary of our country's founding. You've got those tumbler giveaways, and then as we get in to the Saratoga meet, you've got a whole host of giveaways that we've been talking about over the last few days. JK, you mentioned something to me as we look at these giveaways, and I'd like to have every single one of them. You said one of the advantages to working here is you can win it before you buy it. And so you'll have access. You need to take care of me. If you can grab an extra one, because I want that straw hat, I want the flannel. Not sure I'm going to cut off the sleeves like you mentioned, but if you could grab an extra one every time you go and get one of these, I'd appreciate it, and I'll catch up with you.
Locked and loaded.
I appreciate it, brother. And we have the summer magnet, but this is the one that JK and I were talking about late in the meet. It is the flannel. That will be the final giveaway on September 6th. Find your way to Saratoga, and you're going to have more chances than ever, but why wait? Be there for the 4th of July Racing Festival when we go back up there July 3rd. So a lot happening this year in New York racing, with Aqueduct finishing up their racing June 28th forever, and then back up to Saratoga for the 4th of July Racing Festival. Turning for home in the 8th race here at Belmont at Aqueduct, it was clear the favorite was in trouble. Meanwhile, Sail with the Wind, off a win, had not raced since November. Jeremiah Englehart, he's having himself a day. And you take a look, this horse in the pick threes was the second biggest payoff. The dollar pick three coming back 196. And remember, we had all that money sucked out of the pool because of the late scratch in the previous race. So this is significant. I bring this up because it speaks to the degree of difficulty in the pick six, and we had bigger prices prior to that. There's got to be most likely carryovers to most of the field in the final. What do you know?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, every horse is a carryover. And in fact, such a tough sequence, the 8 and the 12 are paying 4 of 6.
4 of 6 on a day where we had a carryover coming in. The final pool, 194,239. All right, so we had the 37th. Okay, you're great with these numbers. I'm pretty good at math, but you're at another level. You've got your masters in this. So we had 37.7 coming in. We had the new money bet. Approximately, what is this carryover going to be?
Oh, it'll be, doesn't it all? No, I think, well, I don't know that for sure because there's a consolation. I don't remember the consolation percentage in New York. So a percentage of that 194 will go to consos, the 5 of 6, the 4 of 6s, and then the rest of it will roll over into the into next week.
Okay.
I don't want to guess. I'll mess it up.
No, but actually, I liked your explanation. I'm like, why put yourself out there if you have all those variables we're not sure about?
But on the podcast, there's a joke that my podcast partner always says to me, which is JK tries, math fails. So I'm gonna skip it.
We need to make that a refrigerator magnet and give it away at Saratoga. The final race of the day is a tremendous race. 6 furlong maiden special weight event, good get out race. Lots of possibilities in here. I mean, look at this tote board, JK. You've got 3 horses at 5 to 1. Our slight favorite is 4 to 1. That's the 5 Midtown Mischief.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this race was wide open. I think that, you know, if looking at this sequence, I thought you had to kind of spread quite a bit in here. I think there's some horses that, you know, the 5 I think is very live, very interesting. The 11, but those are the 2 top horses. I thought the 2 Aperitif, who had run before, was live, and you always got to be fearful of a George Weaver turf sprinter.
There's some huge news that came out on social media earlier today. The connections of Forever Young. Yes, that Forever Young, who won the Breeders' Cup Classic last year, is one of the best horses in the world, if not the best. He's coming to New York, to the reimagined Belmont Park. We'll explain when we return.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front, domestic product!
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100X.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at naira.com/Saratoga.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
And they're into the stretch in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And Forever Young turns for home with the lead. Journalism is second. Sierra Leone, Fierceness one off the rail. Still Forever Young to catch. Fierceness is coming. Sierra Leone and Journalism, they're coming to the finish. And it is Forever Young. Celebrate Japan!
No horse has ever won the Breeders' Cup Classic back-to-back outside of Tiznow. Tiznow is the only horse to win back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classics. We talk a lot in this sport about horses not staying around long. Forever Young is everything every horse racing fan wants. He stayed around. He nearly has won back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classics. He could be going for a third if he had won the previous year, but he will be going in a third Breeders' Cup Classic after coming to New York. The news coming out, Forever Young is going to prep at Belmont Park on September 18th. He'll be coming to New York. You're not going to want to miss this. It's the reimagined Belmont Park. You got the opening going on there, and then he's going to head to Keeneland after that to attempt to win the Breeders' Cup Classic again.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously the story is today about Forever Young running in that race, and that's awesome. It's exciting. It's going to make that opening day even that much more special. But let's not allow ourselves to not dream a little bit here of what else could potentially happen, right? If Sovereignty can stay on his track, he shows up in a race like this. Let's not forget that some of the 3-year-olds who used to run that Pennsylvania Derby, there might be redirected to a race like that of that caliber at an opening day at Belmont. At the new Belmont Park, maybe a Golden Tempo, see what other 3-year-olds kind of progress. A race that used to have a lot of 3-year-olds running in it. So it could be one of the greatest races of the year at the opening of a new Belmont Park.
You make an excellent point, because last year Sovereignty obviously had to scratch before the Breeders' Cup Classic, but we were saying with the addition of Sovereignty and Forever Young and the rest of that field, it looked like one of the best Breeders' Cup Classics we'd had in 20 years. Now if we do get Sovereignty back and his career, his rest of the year goes the way expected, that would be quite a lineup in this year's Breeders' Cup Classic. But this much we know: he will be in New York. Forever Young, one of the most popular horses in the world, one of the most accomplished horses in the world, on the tail end of his career, and they chose the reimagined Belmont Park as the place where they're going to prep for the Breeders' Cup Classic, which will be at Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington, Kentucky this year. When we come back, the Father's Day finale from Aqueduct. It's America's Day at the Races here on the Fox Sports family of networks.
Trainer David Duggan has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States. But that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Duggan would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at NYRA emboldened Duggan to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, if we were going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Duggan destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the Curragh, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the Curragh and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Duggan barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best. We'll back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry. Love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's going to win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Duggan strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
And David Duggan has a horse in our final race today here at Aqueduct. The first-time starter, OK Annie by Tiz the Law out of the Freud mare Freudy Ann. Tote Board says this horse is not without a chance. As a matter of fact, has been back down from 20-1 in the morning line down to 9-1. Maggie, how does this horse look for the debut?
Well, I have a little bit of a soft spot for this horse because my husband actually trained Freudy Ann, and wow, of all the progeny that I've seen from her, which to be fair, all of the other progeny have been by Munnings, as she is by Tiz the Law, who I really like, as a sire. She definitely looks the most like Freudy Ann. I mean, down to the markings, the physicality as well. I'm gonna watch her. I wanna do a report on her trackside because I'm not sure how much the light bulb's on, but I like her and we'll see what she gives us as time progresses in these prelims. However, your favorite, very tepid favorite, is number 5. That is Midtown Mischief as she comes back for her 3-year-old Bow. Now, she is by Honest Mischief, and they had her entered for the turf first time out. That race, of course, won by Celtic Dawn, who has been pretty darn good for Carlos Martin of winning the New York Stallion Series for the girls on the turf earlier this week, maybe something like that. I can't keep track of time anymore, but Midtown Mischief will get Lasix for this return and getting to the turf, which I do think she'll like, despite not having an abundance of pedigree for it. I mean, she's half to Midtown Lights, who is a pretty good kind of middle distance dirt runner, and there have been 2 other foals to try the turf, with none having gotten wins on the surface. But she does have the proverbial turf hoof. The thing I don't love is that she hasn't changed. She was a small 2-year-old. She's a small 3-year-old. She does give that quick appearance, which she did have a bit of early foot in that debut on the slop, which could be dangerous here. I think we will see her be forward again, and she comes in here fit, but is she the pick of the paddock? That's a definite no. As we'll move on to another first-time starter, George Weaver, always dangerous, especially with his progeny of Vekoma, as Vekoma is pretty dangerous as a sire, winning with 17% of his 3-year-old debuters, and he strikes at 15% with his turf sprinters. Vekoma's Pleasure, her dam, only one sprinting on the dirt, but did run good numbers on the turf. 2 foals that has had have been woeful. They combined 33 starts with 0 wins. But if you go back a generation, the dam half to multiple stakes winning turf horse, Bad Debt. This horse does look as though she'll like the turf. She's really good size. I actually like the way she's put together. She comes in here fit, which is very typical of George's first-time starters. Not a wow you type of word tab, but a solid one at that. And I do think she's dangerous in this spot. Onto a long shot second-time starter. That's number 9, Jamie's Turn, who did debut in a race that included Charlotte's Universe, and Aperitif was in there as well. Jamie's Turn was so green. Now, I didn't cover that race, but watching her, she didn't break. She looked lost at the back of the pack. She did not do much running. I get it, but it was almost like she was getting an education, like she really needed the race. And because she is coming out of Linda Rice's barn, I would take a gander that she probably needed it from a fitness perspective as well. But this is a nicely put together filly. I love the way that she's balanced, she's athletic looking, and she gets a fairly significant blinker applied for her second start. So, Todd, I think she is much better than that first race would indicate. She's being a total pro in the paddock second time around.
Thank you, Maggie. And sitting up on the board at 16-1. We've got a call for riders up in our final race on this Father's Day, with a reminder, you're not going to want to miss any of the programming. And if you can get out here, if you're in the area, be part of it. It's the final week ever for racing at Aqueduct. We will resume racing on Thursday. There is the man we introduced you to a little bit ago. That is David Duggan, trainer of the 12 OK Annie. And now taking a look at our current favorite, but a favorite is 4-1, the 5 Midtown Mischief. It is a phenomenal betting race, and that has been the hallmark of the cards, especially over the weekend here at Aqueduct. They have been very competitive, good-sized fields as well. And I'd imagine a lot of people want to be part of history too. So I think the entry box will still be busy in this closing week.
Yeah. I mean, look, I've seen a lot of people just roaming around, wanting to get that last look, and I would imagine the horsemen have the same interest in wanting to be a part of the last weekend of racing here at Aqueduct.
I was roaming around looking for an ATM. Here's the 2 Aperitif, who is 0 for 8 coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't love the last 2 races, but the horse has numbers that are consistent enough to be in the mix.
First-time starter, Vekoma's Pleasure.
It's George Weaver with a first-time starter in a turf sprint. What else do you need to know?
Another first-time starter, the 4 Babsy, but not taking any play, 26-1.
Yeah, not taking any play. It was entered for $50,000 June 11th and scratched out of that race.
Midtown Mischief should be better, second start of her career.
Should improve and might appreciate the switch in surface.
The 6 Galway Girl, up on the board at 11-1. Kind of interesting, this horse hanging around on the tote board.
Yeah, that's being bet.
Yeah.
For a horse like this horse could be 100-1, and I don't think anyone would blink an eye.
Bruce Brown off the claim. He's got a nice percentage. He's got the 7 Blue Authenticity.
Yep, was claimed that day for Miguel Clement, and another one I think is pretty interesting in here.
If I got to get crazy with the Cheese Whiz, maybe I'll look to Charlie Baker's barn here with Moonlight Ready.
Yeah, this one's not taking any money at 25-1.
Yeah, coming into a new barn. The 9 Jamie's Turn, the equipment change of blinkers on. We heard the comments from Maggie.
Yeah, didn't take any money first time out for Linda. Not taking any money now. It's a bad sign.
What about the turn back in distance for the 10 Bernina Express? Routes back to a sprint.
Yeah, looking at the past performances, I don't really want any interest in this horse. I don't have any interest in this horse, but I do respect Horatio de Paz. That would make me at least a little bit interested.
Daylight Dreamer, the 11, big improvement with stepping on the turf for the first time. And then finally, the first-time starter, the 12 OK Annie for trainer David Duggan. We go back to the 4, who is a little bit out of the order here. The 4 Babsy, the first-time starter by Central Banker, been working well over the Oklahoma at Saratoga, but again, 31-1. Let's go back to the 11 Daylight Dreamer, because we were going fast there through the last part of the post parade. We mentioned the big improvement. April 23rd, race number 8 at Aqueduct, 6 furlongs on the turf. This horse showed very little in the debut on the turf, but seemed to really like the change in surface.
Yeah, didn't break all that great, but was bet first time out. So I think when you have a horse who's bet first time out, it's a great indicator that there's some talent, right? People are usually betting a horse first time out because there's something there. Doesn't mean it always works out, but there's something there. And then the horse comes back off of about a couple of months and then runs to that money that they took first time out. Whatever the issue was, it seems that they had resolved it. I think this one's a very live horse, too, at 11-1. Look, I think I submitted the 5 as my pick, but as the price is going down on the 5 and the 11 is creeping up, I think the 11 is much more attractive at 6-1. Either one of those two work for me.
Daylight Dreamer coming off a good performance. How does this horse look out on the racetrack, Maggie?
Well, Todd, I would have picked this horse because I liked her last time. I thought she would really appreciate getting to the turf. That's exactly what she looks like. She looks good overall, but she adds front wraps here. And that is, to me, a big negative, especially when you're dealing with horses that A, aren't dropping, and B, that are on the turf. Like, you know, wraps aren't generally used on the turf because you don't really need them when it comes to running down, like we say, so that, you know, abrasion that horses will get from the friction between their fetlocks and the dirt. Doesn't really happen on the turf. So that bothered me a little bit. And I just thought that maybe she would take a little bit more money considering how well she ran last time. I mean, she did all the dirty work. She was incredibly game. And then a long shot came and ran her down from well off the pace. So I respect her, but just for that one reason of the front wraps being put on, I wasn't sold as Ray-Luc Gutierrez does pick up the mount. On to some first-time starters. You guys mentioned Galway Girl, number 6, taking some nibbles here for Jimmy Ferraro, a daughter of Mendelssohn. The dam, she won on the turf. Now, the only sibling of consequence is Brave Bear, who has shown his best performances going long on the dirt. But I'm okay with this one doing this here. She might eventually want to go a little bit further than this. Incredibly fit for Jimmy. His horses generally look as though they need a start, but she's very fit. However, the mental aspect of the game might be up against her. She was fairly green with the pony, with coming out on the track. She was well behaved in the paddock, but just during this warm-up, she's kind of shown the fact that she is a first-time starter. Now, as I mentioned in the paddock, I wanted to round back to number 12, OK Annie. I'm rooting for this horse. I'm a big fan of the Duggins. I'm a big fan of this horse's pedigree. She just is so quiet. She doesn't really know what's happening quite yet. So does she need a race to kind of wake up a little bit? And furthermore, as I mentioned, she looks most like her dam. Let's not forget that she is half to a very good dirt sprinter in Munnings Express. But Freudian, while she was good sprinting on the dirt earlier on in her career, most of her accomplishments came going long on the turf, and I wonder if OK Annie will eventually want just a bit more ground to work with, Todd.
Well, hopefully she won't be struck by a smooth criminal. They are moving it. I mean, how can we not sing that if that happens? Alien Ant Farm version or Michael Jackson version?
Oh, Michael Jackson.
As they move into line, the 5, who you've been talking about as your selection in a wide open race, are you okay with 3-1 as the odds?
No, I mean, I wouldn't use the horse. I wouldn't probably bet the horse to win at this point at that price. But if you need a horse to cross the wire first, I think he's probably the most likely of the horses in this race.
Field loading quickly, and one more week remaining in the history of Aqueduct Racecourse. They will resume on Thursday. We know this much. We will have a 2-day carryover in the Pick 6 waiting on Thursday. So a lot to look forward to, and this final week before the Big A is lost to time. And for the final time today, we go up to track announcer Chris Griffin. Hope you've enjoyed this Father's Day of great racing action from around the country here on America's Day at the Races. We finish off the New York portion with this 9th and final 6-furlong New York bred maiden special weight event for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward on the firm outer turf course. Here's Chris Griffin.
Daylight Dreamer goes in. OK Annie, last to load. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Galway Girl. Speed from in between horses. Moonlight Ready is now a neck in front. Blue Authenticity, though, sprints on through, and Blue Authenticity puts a neck in front. Back to second is going to be Moonlight Ready. At the rail, that's Midtown Mischief, who's now a shared third. With in between horses comes Jamie's Turn. Out wider in that group is Bernina Express in fifth, and sixth moving forward, Vacoma's Pleasure. Out very wide is Galway Girl. After that beginning is rushing up 4 wide. Up on the outside of the turn. Further back in the field comes Babsy, just had a check. Then comes Ultra Cameo. Aperitif is back there with Daylight Dreamer. And the lone trailer at the back end of the field is OK Annie. Speed up front, 21.35 was that posted opening quarter. And the leader on the outside, it's Moonlight Ready. Moonlight Ready is sprinting away. Moonlight Ready's in front. Midtown Mischief is rallying on. Diving down towards the inside, Vacoma's Pleasure. Can Moonlight Ready find this final furlong? Aperitif is flying on the grandstand side. A 16th left to go. Moonlight Ready. Vacoma's Pleasure is diving with Aperitif. Moonlight Ready won it at 37-1. Moonlight Ready, Vacoma's Pleasure. Then came Aperitif to finish third.
Well, we're talking about maybe a crazy possibility with Charlie Baker taking over this horse and moving Moonlight Ready to the turf by more than ready. Pretty good sire for the grass. But could you have imagined at 37-1, having not raced since February of last year, making that bold of a move and just going on with it?
Yeah, it's it's pretty crazy. I mean, the horse is 37-1. Obviously, there wasn't any money that came for this horse at all. And she was able to hold off the late charge of the first-time starter, the 3, and the 2, Aperitif, who also came running late, but just a little too late.
$46,696 was the 50-cent pick 5. As we said, no matter who won this last race, we're going to have a carryover in the pick 6. But just for perspective, as pointed out by JK before the race, there were some horses that were paying 4 of 6 in the pick 6. This was one of them. Moonlight Ready will return $120 for 4 of 6 in the pick 6. 37-1. A pick 5 that had 2 30-1 shots, both of whom I was able to get to, but I couldn't find Flavian Pratt. Why would that be hard? It just is. Horse racing, gotta love it. America's Day at the Races returns with some big prices right after this.
Lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching, a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Aqueduct, to me, it gave me my start. You know, I started winter racing, and, you know, a lot of young trainers got started at Aqueduct in the winter time.
It started so many careers in this industry. Aqueduct has a sore spot in a lot of people's hearts because it's really gave them a career.
Aqueduct's been a great place for me. We always said we'd cut our teeth here.
This is the gritty track. Belmont's really cool and nice and, you know, tradition, but this is the hardcore stuff.
Aqueduct is where we race when the conditions are harsh, you know, through the snow, the rain, the sleet, the mud. It's not for the faint of heart, but frankly, it's been a lot of fun.
The fans are passionate. I mean, these are really, really intense fans. It's like going to the Garden or going to the Met. They're critical of not just the racing, they're critical of the television. They're critical of everything that evolves around this.
The fans at Aqueduct are intense. Let me tell you. You better get up for second for their exactors, you know, otherwise you'll hear it from them. When they run good, you know, they do give you a little bit of a pat on the shoulder, you know, hey, good job, you know, but that makes you feel good. At least it goes both ways. They're like the Philadelphia Eagle fans, you know, in the winter, throwing snowballs at Santa Claus.
Good memories here. I remember coming here as a child with my dad.
My father brought me here when I was probably 12, 13 years old, and been coming ever since.
First thing that always comes to mind is that Breeders' Cup that they had here. And boy, was that a great day of racing. And that really legitimized it. And to have it back in New York and to have it at Aqueduct, one of my favorite Breeders' Cups of all time.
It's really hard to believe it's going to close. I'm never going to come back here.
I'm going to miss Aqueduct. We're all thrilled to move into a $500 million new racetrack, but I'm going to miss this.
I miss everything about it.
You know, it's like that car that you had a long time and it's worn out, and many people are like, why don't you go buy a new car? It's like, no, I really like this one. I'm comfortable. People can look at Aqueduct from a distance and not relate the way those who experience on a daily basis. Yes, it's worn and time has taken its toll, but it is still the big A, and it is cherished by racing fans here.
Of course, yeah, we talked about it a lot yesterday too. Like, there's no one's gonna lie to you to say that this is the most beautiful racetrack in the world, right? You can just this place can't warm up a Keeneland, a Santa Anita, a Saratoga in terms of the appearance of it, but the character of it. The first two floors that feels like what a horse player room is supposed to feel like. Nothing can compare to Aqueduct, in my opinion, to in these other racetracks. And the memories that I think a lot of people have had in the New York area for New York racing when it comes to being here with their families, seeing big horses, big races, big days, and great memories.
And here today, they saw some big long shots. A late pick 5 that started with a 34-1 shot, ended with a 37-1 shot, and you end up in the pick 5 with a payoff of over $46,000, $46,696.63. That's with a post-time favorite in the sequence. But again, one that happened with the late scratch of the actual favorite. But here's how it played out in the pick 6. A 4 of 6 today is the return, $120.35, but maybe that's the fuel you need to come back on Thursday and get even more money. But it is going to be a fantastic final week of racing here, and it will start on Thursday with that carryover in the pick 6. You're not going to be here this week?
No, I think I'm going to take the week before we really get after it for 10 weeks. I think Richie's going to be here a lot. Richie's memories of this place. I think it deserves to have Richie on, telling great stories and hearing about Aqueduct's last week.
And I wish I were going to be here, but I'll certainly be watching the final few broadcasts from here. Again, closing day forever is Sunday, June 28th. The first 1,000 fans here get a jar of the track surface, a fantastic keepsake. The day before, on Saturday, you got a Caribbean-themed party with live music and rum tasting, but Aqueduct is going to go out with a festive atmosphere. We hope you'll join us in person on site. A number of you already been coming out this week, especially on Father's Day, but we hope you'll join us this week. And if you can't, you got the next best thing, watching us here on America's Day at the Races on either FS1 or FS2. So after here, we shift everything up to Saratoga with the 4th of July Racing Festival. So a lot to come on the New York racing calendar, and the exciting news about Forever Young going to be showing up when we finally get back to Belmont Park.
Yeah, that was I saw that today. I even think I yelled from the restroom to my wife about Forever Young coming, but it should be a lot of fun. I love to see big horses, big races, big days, and there won't be too many bigger in the history of New York, having that horse, potentially some other horses, on the opening of the new Belmont Park.
Did you just suggest you were sitting on the toilet when you got the news that Forever Young was going to be at Belmont Park?
No, I was actually about to get in the shower, so equally embarrassing.
It's too much information. Thanks for all the information today, my friend.
Oh, it's good to see you.
All right, always great to be with Jonathan Kitchen, and our biggest thank you is you watching us here on America's Day at the Races. What a day at Monmouth Park. Paco Lopez, multiple win day, and it started with dry powder in the Ladies' Secret, and then he continued on in another stakes race. He got Governor Sam to the winner's circle. All this action from Monmouth Park to Belmont and Aqueduct, you saw here on America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Schrupp. Until next time, may all your photo finishes be winning ones.